I know. Okay, I'm going to call this meeting to order. If people in the gallery could please sit down. That was fun doing that. Okay, I'd like to call to order this meeting of Monday, June 17, 2024. I have beside me, and more about her later, but I have our youth mayor, Grace Johnson. Thank you. So I'm going to try and be on my best behavior. So we're going to start today with our land acknowledgement, and for that, I'll turn to Councillor Jeffrey.
Thank you, Mayor Hamlin. For more than 15,000 years, the First Nations walked upon and cared for the lands we now call home. Anishinaabe, Haudenosaunee, Ojibwe, and many other who were families, friends, and communities the way we are today. The town of Collingwood acknowledges the Lake Simcoe-Nottawasaga Treaty of 1818 and the relationship it establishes with the original inhabitants of Turtle Island. We acknowledge the reality of our shared history and the current contributions of Indigenous people within our community. We seek to continue empowering expressions of pride amongst all of the diverse stakeholders in this area. We seek to do better and to continue to recognize, learn, and grow in friendship and community nation to nation.
Thank you. Next up is a motion to adopt the agenda. In addition to the 3 items I have here, Councillor Ring mentioned just prior to the meeting, he wished to seek a deferral of not a deferral, but just a movement, I guess, of anything to do with the 6th Street tree issue to our next council agenda, which would be Monday next week. Is that? Sorry. Yeah.
Our next regular meeting would be the first council meeting in July, and I'll just confirm that.
Okay, thank you. There may not be a meeting next week. Yeah. Okay. Just a moment. Did you have a procedural issue or did you want to speak to it? Okay, yeah.
Thank you, Mayor Hamlin. So just to clarify that anyone who was planning to be here this evening, as I have heard through the grapevine, there's a number of people coming. They are still able to speak to us later in the agenda on that item.
Absolutely. And if you just let me turn to Councillor Ring for a minute. Would you like to speak to why you'd be asking this? Thank you.
Yeah, actually, being absent at the last meeting, I personally wasn't apprised to all the discussion, but in the meantime, it seems to be a pretty hot topic right now, and I want to make sure we do the right thing because I'm hearing both sides of the story, and I think deferring it just to 2 more weeks is probably not going to be the end of the world, and I would rather. That was one of the reasons why I asked to defer that, because we had it earlier in the agenda. I'm hearing that there's going to be a group show up probably later in the afternoon, and I would hate to deal with it prior to them showing up and look like we're trying to avoid them and get something passed before they're here. So I would prefer to let them come later today, have their say. We hear all the comments that are relevant to that situation, and then we can make a better decision, I think, at our next council meeting.
Okay, thank you. So the motion I'm looking for, a mover and a seconder, is a recommendation that the content of the council agenda for June 17, 2024 be adopted as amended. There's 4 items. What's amended is item 7.2.1. We're adding items 8.1, 8.2, 14.6.1, and 14.7.1. We're moving item 10.1 to the committee of the whole session and moving anything to do with 6th Street and the trees issue to our next meeting of this council. Mover and a seconder. The mover would be Deputy Mayor Fryer and the seconder is Councillor Potts. Any comments, questions? All those in favor? That's unanimous. Thank you. Are there any declarations of pecuniary interest today? Yes, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor Hamlin. I wanted to publicly state that I have reviewed our current situation with Principals Integrity, our Integrity Commissioner, and received their advice that it is viewed that I may participate in the shipyard public realm plan and related matters, as it is as it was with the development of the waterfront master plan and official plan. It's deemed to be an interesting common for not just property owners in the area, but all of Collingwood. So if anything changes during the process, I will notify council, staff, and public first opportunity.
Okay, thank you very much. So now we're on to community announcements, and we'll start with you, Deputy Mayor Fryer.
Thank you, Mayor Hamlin. I was joined by Councillor Potts and Perry, and on behalf of council, provided remarks at the 10th anniversary of Right at Home, who provide a service of not just care, but coaching and assistance to help hundreds of our very important seniors in the Collingwood community. I had a chance to discuss about the difficulties for the senior demographic during COVID and why Right at Home was designated an essential service. There was a substantial increase in need back then that has carried into this post-COVID period. As I noted that day, council is very appreciative of the service they provide because of what is likely to be a growing need in our community. And relating to that item, I wanted to review with everyone that June is Seniors Month. We all know how important our senior population is. And we respect them for all they have achieved for us. As I mentioned last meeting, Sunset Manor is holding various events for their clients, which can be reviewed on their website. But I do want to take the opportunity here to mention to everyone that on June 28th, they will hold their Canada Day celebrations at 2 p.m. And I'm hoping that some council members and the public can get out. Also regarding June 28th, that's the July 1st holiday weekend, Friday, there will be live entertainment at our updated amphitheater with local band Hunter and the Bernadette Connors Band. The enhancements to the hillside gathering area look great, and I'm really looking forward to the event with, of course, fireworks on July 1st to follow as part of our weekend celebrations. One final item, I was at Town Booth, and I want to promote this thing that I found out about. I was there a couple of weekends ago with water meter tech Keller and water assistant Cameron, and I learned about this new feature. You can learn about so many things at the farmer's market. Using your phone, you can stick this on your water bottle. Using your phone, you can get immediately to the site, to the site on our website that shows where all the water filling stations are in Collingwood. And I think it's something that is a great idea because as bikers know, you don't really need water until you need it, and a lot of times don't know where to go. So I have additional stickers for any members of council who would like them for their water bottles. And as I said, I thought it was a great idea, and it was great to learn about it at the market. And those are what I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Jeffrey.
Thank you, Mayor Hamlin. Nothing this evening other to say how much I enjoyed the golf tournament, and I wanted to congratulate staff on what I thought ran seamlessly, and it was a lot of fun, and even their ability to hold back the weather was pretty terrific.
I'll say, Councillor Doherty.
Thank you. Echoing Councillor Jeffrey's remarks, indeed, with regard to the golf tournament, it was, I think everyone enjoyed themselves immensely. It moved along quickly. It was so well organized. And generally speaking, Mayor, I think it's a keeper. So, and then I just have an announcement, and that is that the last of the winter, spring season Be the Change films will be presented this coming Wednesday, and it will be at the Simcoe Street Theatre at 7 p.m. The movie is called Common Ground, and it explores the growing movement of farmers using alternative regenerative models of agriculture. Purchase your tickets online at btc.watershedtrust.ca. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Potts.
Thanks, Mayor Hamlin. I have two announcements. The first one from the Collingwood Clippers. Received a message from their president today. This weekend, we have 7 athletes participating at a junior provincials meet, which is a great number given our size. In 3 weeks, we will have 3 senior athletes participating at the Ontario Senior Champs, which is the highest level of provincial competition. The biggest thing on our agenda for this week is an event that draws over 400 families to the town of Collingwood for a full weekend. We're hosting our annual June Invitational Swim Meet, which is a highly sought after event across the province. Each year we turn clubs away as we can only host so many athletes. Our meet not only includes swimming, but also a season-end celebration for all athletes. We host cardboard boat races, lip sync contests, a 50 freestyle eliminator with cash prizes, food trucks, tents, DJs, and more. We have 484 athletes entered into the competition with attending families. Collingwood will see no less than 700 folks spending time in Collingwood, and the hotels are fully booked. They also want to note this year we are hosting a ribbon cutting ceremony for the new starting blocks that we've installed in March. This was a $62,000 project with all funds raised through the Clippers. Mayor Hamlin will be joining us along with our major donors and sponsors. At that time, we spent $52,000, but thanks to our members and sponsors, we've raised more money in April, and we're able to increase the spend and replace some of the timing equipment. All of these items now belong to the town of Collingwood, and we are incredibly grateful to PRC for supporting our upgrades. I have a radio, and they'll also be on the radio Thursday morning with Talk of the Town to share more success. So congratulations to the Clippers and good luck this weekend. And my second is the Collingwood Sports Hall of Fame. The directors of the Collingwood Sports Hall of Fame are pleased to announce the most recent class of inductees into the Sports Hall of Fame. This event, again, this year marks the 50th year since the Hall's inception, when its founder, Scotty Carmichael, introduced the inaugural members that have grown to 166 sporting personalities and 41 teams in the biannual tradition of receiving public nominations. The selection committee and the board of directors are pleased to announce the 4 new members that will enter the Hall of Fame and 1 team. First member, Andrea Bevan, athlete in hockey. Second member, Andrea Ironside, athlete in hockey. Third member, William Bill Kirby, builder in hockey. And the fourth member, Don Thorne, builder in basketball. Also welcoming the Wall of Fame team is the 2003-2004 John Vanier Catholic High School varsity girls hockey team. The induction ceremony is scheduled for October 19th, 2024 at the Collingwood Legion, and it promised to be an evening of celebration honoring 50 years of sporting excellence in Collingwood. Any further details, ticket sales, featured guests will be in the upcoming weeks, and any further information, you can visit the website at www.collingwoodsportshalloffame.ca. It's my announcements. Thanks.
You forgot to mention the Clipper event that I'm going to attend is at 7 o'clock Saturday morning, in case anyone else wants to be there. Councillor Ring.
Thank you, Mayor Hamlin. I have one brief announcement. I wasn't going to have any, but I just let the public know that the Alwyn Water Play splash pad is officially open 2 hours ago. And I'm sure everybody brought their bathing suits and they can go directly from council. Anyways, I do have an announcement to make, and it's more of sharing my appreciation. The last 2.5 weeks has been tough, but I just want everybody in council and staff, all my family and friends to just know how much I appreciate that any kind words and assistance I've had over the last 2.5 weeks. I just really appreciate it. So thank you. And that's all.
Thank you. Councillor Baines.
Thank you, Mayor Hamlin. I was pleased to join the throngs of pet owners and lovers this past Saturday in the Walk for Pets put on by our own Georgian Triangle Humane Society. A lot of people raised a lot of money for pets, and I would encourage you, if you didn't make it this year, come out next year and double your donation because they can use the support. In addition, I was pleased to participate in the inaugural fundraiser for the Collingwood Sailing Academy on Saturday evening. Great turnout, great silent auction gifts, many generous donors, I must say, from the businesses here in Collingwood supporting this worthy organization. I got to look at the the sailboats that need some work to get done for July the 1st, but they know their task and they're on to it. So if you are a sailor and you want to support these guys, and I see Bing out there too, so please try and help these guys as much as you can. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Perry.
Thank you, Mayor Hamlin. You must have walked very fast because I didn't see you. Anyway, a couple of library announcements. There are a couple of spots left in the library's block printing workshop being put on in collaboration with the Urban Inuit Identity Project. You can visit the library's website at collingwoodpubliclibrary.ca to register for the workshop, which takes place this Wednesday at 4 p.m. Also, in collaboration with the Collingwood Police, The library is hosting a presentation on fraud and scam awareness. The session will provide advice on how to protect yourself, followed by a question and answer period. This program is next Thursday, June 27th at 2 p.m. And you can register through the library's website, collingwoodpubliclibrary.ca, or by emailing info@collingwoodpubliclibrary.ca. Lastly, I know we don't mention the clock tower much and as why it's colored certain colors other than the info screen at Town Hall window. Later on today on the consent agenda, item 12.1, we will be mentioning World Kidney Cancer Day, which is June 20th, and the clock tower will be lit green in recognition of that day. So, this is as a recent kidney cancer survivor, I would like to recognize the imaging team at Collingwood General and Marine Hospital for their early detection and the surgical team at RVH for my successful surgery and getting me back on my feet very quickly. In fact, I didn't even miss a council meeting. Having said that, the most important thing is please vouch for yourself. And if you're not feeling right, get checked. Don't ignore your body. You guys know it better than anyone. Thank you very much.
Okay, I'd have three things. One, since our last meeting, I went to Aurelia to Lakehead University to celebrate the installation of their new president, Dr. Gillian Siddall, and had an opportunity to speak with her and a few other people there. And as you know, we're hoping to develop a closer relationship with that university with the hopes of getting some enhanced post-secondary education in our community. Also, this Wednesday, which is June the 10th, we're having a celebration of water at our water treatment plant to celebrate the opening of or the beginning of the expansion project that some of us have worked very hard on. And all of us have participated in innumerable votes here at the council table. And so bring family and friends if you're interested, and I'll see you there. Lastly, it's my pleasure to formally introduce our youth mayor, who's our first one of this term, Grace Johnson. Grace, I have a certificate I'm going to present to you, so I'll just stand up and you stand up. I'll shake your hand. Thank you, ma'am. Okay, yeah. Would you like to say something now? Yeah. And Grace is going to say a few words. Here, why don't you give somebody?
It's so great to be here today. I'm really happy to be your youth mayor this June. I've learned so much about our town, and I really appreciate the opportunity you have given me. I think this is a wonderful initiative that the town is offering with the Youth Mayor program, and I can't wait to see who wins it in September.
Well, thank you, Grace. It's been such an honor to have you here, and get the perspective of the next generation as we enjoy our days here, trying to do the best for everyone. Okay, next on the agenda, we have deputations. And the first one, sorry. Yes, go ahead, Councillor Doherty.
I'm sorry, Mayor, but I was wondering if we should mention the cooling centers that are going to be available.
Yeah, did you want to speak to that?
Absolutely.
Yeah, go ahead.
And I cannot give you precise hours of operation, but I can say that we do have cooling centers available now at the library, at Central Park Arena, and at the Centennial Pool. So if you are warm, if you have no place to cool off, please don't hesitate to go to any of those facilities. And all of the details and hours of operation would be available on the town website. Thanks.
And also just also at the museum. Okay, yeah, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Hamlin. I had it for myself under other business because when I read it with respect to referencing our website, I know we have some vulnerable and homeless people who will need the information, who will not have access to the web and to these others. So I'm hoping that we do post, we may well, it's just maybe I haven't seen it, but I hope that we post signage or something where people can find these without having to have an internet connection.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Okay, well, if we don't, that was heard. Thank you for raising it. So we have 3 deputations this afternoon. The first one on the homelessness response update, Mr. Mina Fayez-Bahgat from the County of Simcoe. Welcome. Mina is the General Manager of Social and Community Services for the county, and thank you for coming to our community.
Thank you, Mayor Hamlin, and good afternoon, members of council. Thank you for having us back. Before I start, I'd just like to introduce staff that are here with me. Director Wendy Hembroth, who's the Community Services Director for Homelessness, as well as Manager John Connell, who focuses on our implementation strategy when it comes to affordable housing. So we can go to the next slide. So if you recall, wow, it's been since March that I was last here standing and sharing with you some of the work that the county is doing around homelessness and affordable housing here at the town of Collingwood. And we walked through a 10-point strategy of the different approaches we're taking to try to address homelessness here throughout the county. And some of those points of strategy I'd like to come back and specifically share today, things we've implemented since March, and give a little bit of an update of what's coming next. Most specifically, I think, talking about emergency shelters and cost effectiveness, this is something that we just published at County Council last Tuesday. And it was a comprehensive report trying to walk through the thinking of what happens in the homelessness sector, how much does it cost, where do clients experiencing homelessness use services, and what is the most cost-effective way to support clients through the process. And what it did is it comprehensively compared the use of justice systems like jails or prisons, the use of emergency health systems like emergency rooms or urgent care facilities and ambulance transport services, and the use of shelters, all versus the use of different types of housing, including rapid rehousing and supportive housing programs, which I'll talk about a little bit today. And I encourage everyone to go to that report. CCW 2024-095. You can just Google that and County of Simcoe, you'll find it, because it really does a comprehensive study and a research with a research and data informed perspective to show you what the cost is. And it basically comes to the conclusion that rapid rehousing and supportive housing that's affordable is the best solution to address homelessness and divert people from shelters, which is a very costly undertaking. And even more, it will divert people from emergency rooms, ambulance use, or justice system use that's unnecessary at times, which is even exponentially more costly. Next slide. So that cost-effective report, like I said, is a cost of effectiveness analysis is found online now, and it talks about occupancy and bed rates, and it really helps inform how we invest our program dollars that are provided to us both federally and provincially, and to ensure that we are getting the most out of those dollars and helping as many people as we can end their experience of homelessness. Next slide. So a little bit of background on rapid rehousing. So supportive rapid rehousing is a program that we introduced in 2 other areas throughout the county over the last almost year now. And really what it is a program that allows people who are experiencing homelessness but are ready to find housing an opportunity to have intensive on-site care that's focused on housing outcomes and allows them to quickly find a way out of their homelessness and into permanent housing. The supportive model provides case management and all other negotiated or referred in services like health services, care services, life stability services, income services, which are all brokered through the county's different service areas and different departments that are responsible for those services. That being said, this is not a shelter, and I can't emphasize that enough. It is people who are exiting homelessness who are living and paying into this program a user fee, almost like a rent agreement, in order to participate and are obligated to participate into the program so that they can find a housing outcome. It's time limited, meaning that we We aim for the timing to be between 120 and 180 days, 4 to 6 months, to allow people enough time with their case management work to be able to find housing. And most importantly, it's 24-hour care. That's a different staffing model than that you would find in shelters, where often the overnight shifts in shelters are very minimal. This is the same level of support and staffing throughout the day and at night. And again, the program usually houses between 10 and 15 people who are ready and dedicated. In our housing system, we have a by name list that, in our homelessness system, we have a by names list that measures the person's depth of need and their experience of homelessness and prioritizes the ones who are the most complex first, which would be someone of high acuity, versus those who are least complex, like lower down on the list, and they'd be of lower mid acuity. This program is focused on low to mid acuity clients, meaning clients that are very close to becoming housed and just need that extra focus in order to get housed. Next slide. So the location. So as we had kind of like shared and publicly on June 6th, the location is 199 Campbell Street, and this is the location of currently an agency partnership, collaborative of 6 different agencies working at this location, of which we do fund our 211 operations out of that location. And here's where we're proposing to put a 6 trailer modular facility that's pre-built and assembled. These facilities were used by miners in the West Coast in Calgary, and really they're already pre-constructed and created and existed. So this was the fastest and quickest way for us to create housing outcomes here at the county. We secured the funding through a federal grant that was given to us in December of 2023, on December 20th of 2023, and gave us 20 days to spend the funding. So we decided this would be the best way, as we had already purchased one of these facilities and tested out both ways to use it the prior year. We're going to be looking to place it on the northwest corner there of the parking lot of the site. And really what we're looking to do is, again, introduce a program that's focused on housing, focused on supporting people to end their homelessness quickly. It could serve different populations. We have yet to decide. In Aurelia, the same facility has been open since, I think, end of April of 2023. So it's been operating for almost a couple of months now. It focused on 16 youth, taking them out of shelters or off the streets and allowing them to participate in the program. Program's going quite well. Youth are very acclimated to their new surroundings and support systems. In Barrie, it was Rose Street, and this was a site where we're going to, as a future development site for our new affordable housing build there. And that program housed about 20 single male adults. And again, 22, and of the 22, 16 were permanently housed in less than 120 days. In the cost-effective report, we actually track the cost of shelter uses for those 16 individuals and show you the cost diversion based on the investment we made in those 120 days to get them housed. And then that number continues to exponentially grow as they stay housed. So this is kind of tying the analysis of why this makes the most sense, because it empties 20 beds in the case of Rose Street, 16 beds in the case of in the case of Aurelia from the shelter, to allow people who are staying outside access to those shelter beds so that they can begin their journey to get to a rapid rehousing program. Community engagement. On the next slide, we did send out a letter of notice kind of explaining the program and the timing of it to the neighborhood. We also included a frequently asked questions document and some contact information for those who needed more information. We shared this broadly, and I think even shared it as a news release with the media so that the general public could get access to it in case they missed the letters or there was an accessibility issue with the letters and the door knocking campaign that was done. Next slide. Tentative schedule. So as we race towards this outcome, we've been working very closely with the town of Collingwood, who assisted us not only in finding the partnership, but also being able to secure it within the tight timelines that we had with the federal funding, which needed this to be all in place by the end of this month. So that being said, we are now paving and getting the site ready for the arrival of the trucks from Calgary to deliver the 6 trailers. Our hopes that the 6 trailers are live in the next few days or weeks, depending on timing. But we believe that we'll be fully assembled closer to the end of this month. And then our hopes are concurrently, while we're assembling and installing and hooking up all the utilities, we're also looking for the service provider that will deliver the services on site. And we have a few proposals that we had reviewed, but we are looking for a specific program here that really does focus on housing outcomes. So at this stage, we're engaging directly with a few options to see which one best works for Collingwood. That being said, by July, first week of July, we're hoping to have everything in place so that we can begin operating the program in the week or two after that. So by mid-July, we're hoping to have some people come out of homelessness, come out of shelters or motels, and come into this program and be supported. The other locations, like I mentioned on the next slide, please. Berry Street and Aurelia, are 2 good successful models with some good proof and outcomes. We are actually relocating, and this is the beauty of modular, we're relocating the Rose Street site as we're going to start development in the late summer and begin to start the construction of the new build there. We are going to be relocating it to another location, hopefully within the city of Barrie, and then continue the program to be used similar to as it's proposed to being used here in Collingwood and in Aurelia. Next slide. So that's the rapid rehousing supportive housing program and where it's located and the timeline of what we're going to be doing. The One Community Solutions is a second service that we've introduced to the town of Collingwood and having them start very soon as well. So this is a street outreach based program that focuses on community safety. It helps work with local businesses, usually in the downtown areas of our member municipalities. We've introduced this program in Barrie last year as a pilot and expanded it. We've introduced it now to the city of Aurelia, the town of Collingwood, the town of Midland, and is that it? That's it. Okay, I'm not missing anyone. So the idea here is, again, it's a 2-person kind of patrol that walks the streets in very kind of identifiable vests that tries to engage with those who are experiencing homelessness and refers them to the services offered. And I'll talk a little bit about those expanded services in the town of Collingwood. It is not an outreach program that works with people experiencing homelessness to find housing. It's just referring them to all the different access points in our system to make sure that they're supported. It also engages them on issues of safety and makes sure that they are safe themselves and that the surrounding community and neighborhoods are safe as well. We do a lot of things like picking up of paraphernalia that was inappropriately or incorrectly discarded, doing a lot of kind of like walkthroughs and campaigns in public areas such as, if welcomed, such as like libraries or other municipal or public buildings, depends on each town's security services. They would be complementing those, as well as they kind of report back the data of their interactions and who they're speaking with and who they're building relationships with, and informing us so that we better understand the need right down to the local or the local kind of day-to-day level and understand the experience that's happening here locally at the town, in the town of Collingwood. So this program is, agreements have been signed. They're just staffing up, so they're hiring rapidly to serve kind of their expanded areas now. I believe that they have conducted the review. So earlier in the year, they did come out and do kind of a walkthrough, and we try not to do anything but point to the town and have them map out the areas that they'd like to focus in, the areas where there are some visible experiences of homelessness that they'd like to engage. And then over time, they perfect that kind of routine and patrol to make sure they're maximizing their contact points. And then depending on the need and depending on the outcomes of the data, they increase or decrease services and kind of adjust them to times of days or times in the month where they find that there's more activity than not. So they did do that analysis early, and I believe it might have been like during maybe even the colder months. So they'll probably revisit that before they get started to ensure that their information is still up to date. They'll be working closely with our BIAs, and I know we're scheduling a meeting with the local BIA here to do an introductory meeting and make sure that everybody's aware of who's who and who's doing what, and to try to like understand kind of the scope of work and how they can call upon the organization if they need intervention with any situations that might pop up throughout the day. So that's kind of our street outreach, or what we call our community safety ambassador program. Furthermore, due to some additional funding we received in 2023 from the province, we were able to increase shelter services, which is different than the rapid rehousing program. Traditionally, prior to April of last year, the shelter program here in Collingwood was a seasonal winter program operated out of a motel. We made that year around now. It's staffed by the Busby Center, and it offers about 10 individuals safe sheltering throughout the year. This program was originally funded at $100,000. It was increased by $400,000 to $500,000. So that will operate year round. Additionally, we also activated for the first time ever a homelessness street outreach program here. So this is a vehicle, again, operated by Busby, that comes out and engages those who are living on the street and tries to work with them to come inside or access housing plans. This program was, again, it's a $100,000 investment that did not occur prior to April 1st of last year. So between those two kind of investments, the community safety investment and the rapid rehousing program, you're starting to see the formulation of that 10-point strategy. And the cherry on top would then be the affordable housing that comes along with it, so that people experiencing homelessness after rapid rehousing placement have other permanent housing options. So we still did introduce, again, through the increased funding across the county, a deep subsidy program that was offered by Empower Simcoe. This was up to an $800,000 subsidy on top of your income supplement. So for some individuals on ODSP, that'd be close to $1,200 towards rent. On those on Ontario Works, it was closer to $1,100. This was allowing people to have more opportunity to find affordable housing in the private sector, and not just through subsidized systems, but having that subsidy with them. I think we issued over 160 or so subsidies in a matter of months. So there were a lot of people who either prevented themselves from becoming homelessness or helped themselves end homelessness through that subsidy. And then finally, affordable housing development. We made a request for proposals from all of our municipal members and our 2 separated cities to see what opportunities or contributions they can make. Thankfully, the town of Collingwood put forward a few proposals, I think, and one of them actually rose to the top of our prioritized list. We brought that master development plan through our board corporation, a local housing corporation owned by the county of Simcoe. It was approved and endorsed there, and then finally approved and endorsed at council last Tuesday. So there is future plans for creating more affordable housing here at the town of Collingwood, which goes alongside all of the other investments we made. So I think that's pretty much it for my update presentation. Sorry, I was trying to get through it. Just one last plug for open.simcoe.ca. If you ever want to know how many people are experiencing homelessness in the town of Collingwood, you can see it through our shelter system flow data, or our shelter utilization data. So last night, there was 10 people experiencing homelessness that were using our shelters here in the town of Collingwood. And you can see how many people who identify from being from the town of Collingwood are experiencing shelter through the shelter flow data. So I encourage you to go and take a look to be a little bit more kind of informed of the level of needs and services, not only here, but across the county. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much for coming and sharing all that positive news. It's so wonderful to hear some real practical approaches to dealing with such a difficult situation for so many people in our community. So thank you for that. Would anyone have any questions? Yes, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor Hamlin, and I'll echo your thanks to General Manager for the update. All great information. I was just going to say that I was so pleased when I went by Campbell and High Street this past weekend, and I saw that the actual modular site installation work had started. It has been an ongoing matter since the beginning of our term. To see this physically being initiated is really gratifying. I really appreciate your presentation today and thanks goes to your team as well for all their efforts, and in conjunction with the new initiation of the One Community solution. Simcoe County is providing these much needed services to help assist our struggling community members, and it is greatly appreciated. The area I wanted to make a little inquiry about, if I could, you touched on it a little bit. I know Elizabeth Fry is the agency that's providing service in Aurelia for the modular, and I wondered how that was progressing. I had always hoped that it would be a local agency that maybe could then receive a little bit of benefit by providing the service, but also give that specific Collingwood-based knowledge going forward. I spoke earlier about our aging population, and I think there's needs there. Obviously, there's needs in the youth-based as well. And as you're exploring the alternatives and the possible program that you're going to undertake, one of the agencies that came to mind for me was South Georgian Bay Ontario Health Team. So can you let us know when you feel you'll know the agencies that you're going to be using?
Yeah, I would say that we are actively searching as we speak. Today, Ms. Hambrook shared a slew of updates on how many agencies we've been engaging at the same time. To your point, Councillor Fryer, or Deputy Mayor Fryer, I apologize. We do it data-based. So we know we've served youth. We've known we've served single adults. So we are looking at other populations we can serve, families or aging populations that are experiencing homelessness that are using our system. Those are the criteria points, because don't forget, we not only want it to be rapid rehousing to end homelessness for those individuals, but we want it to create space in our shelter system to allow people who are staying outside to come inside. So we're exploring everything. Expertise is key. I could see us absolutely reaching out and partnering with a local Ontario Health team to be able to provide those wraparound services that I was talking about that are brokered for each individual's needs. But in terms of the oversight care model, we tend to look for those who have experience in supportive housing that could offer a whole array of services, including tenancy management, meaning collecting, the quote unquote user fee or what would be essentially a rent, making sure the conditions of the agreement are being met and the person's participating, and then some of the case management work. So we would definitely, we're conscientious of the idea of making sure that it's someone that has clear knowledge of the participants and is willing, of course, to provide the service for a reasonable amount as well. So we have those considerations to make, but we are actively looking, and I do believe we'll have something at least tangibly in place, and by the time the facility is ready to operate, hopefully. But again, depends on who puts forward a proposal and an idea.
Thank you. Thank you. Councillor Doherty.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you very much for your presentation. It certainly is illustrative of the fact that there's no silver bullet for homelessness or for the creation of affordable housing, but by these targeted, data-supported efforts that we are making a difference. And I'm very proud of the County of Simcoe for these initiatives thus far. If I could just make one request, and I had spoken to a number of folks who live in the area surrounding the installation at Campbell and High Street, who, in spite of the communication thus far, have no awareness and obviously have very many questions as to what's going to happen. And so I was wondering if it would be possible to increase your communications on your social and other traditional media outlets, just to make sure that people understand. Certainly, I'll do my part. Thanks.
Yeah,
Go
I
ahead.
mean, absolutely. I think our intent was once we knew who the provider was, to have them also lead that communication strategy to share all the different services that they'll be offering and who will be served. So once those two questions are answered, which clientele will be focused on and which agency will be doing the support, we'll definitely roll out a very comprehensive kind of comm strategy that explains the process. And oftentimes, like what we did in Aurelia, we actually hosted some open houses before the clientele moved in to give people an opportunity to tour and see the facility. So maybe not the general public, but what we had was elected officials and others come through and, you know, videotape and post and do things to show that this space is not your traditional shelter at all. It is an actual home with couches and TVs and PlayStations and you know, and kitchens and laundry and things like that. So it's a lot different. But I think putting some pictures to the thought helps explain what the program will look like.
Thank you. Councillor Baines?
Thank you, Your Worship. To Manager Fayez-Bahgat, just some clarification on the 800,000 that I think you cited in regard to helping the unhoused move into an affordable housing unit. That I assume is for the entire county, and or is it for a specific area? And what range could a client reasonably expect to leverage from that 800 to move into an affordable house for them?
Through you, Mayor Hamlin, it's $800 per month. 800,000. No, so the program is a rent subsidy program, and it calculates the amount of the subsidy you receive based on your income. So if you're an Ontario Works recipient with the lowest kind of level of income, you'd get the full 800 plus your 300 shelter allowance that you get part of your Ontario Works program. That would give you 1,100 towards rent. You know, home ownership is the final kind of part of that continuum of housing. We do have affordable home ownership programs as well. So we'd like to see people matriculate all the way to theirs if possible.
Thank you for that clarification.
No problem.
Thank you. Okay, well, yes.
I'm remiss in thanking people. I want to thank staff, our own staff. I know homelessness is technically under the umbrella of Simcoe County, and we appreciate the assistance that we're getting, but a lot of this work was in conjunction with our staff working very hard to make it work too. So I apologize for missing that.
Yeah, and if I haven't said it too, none of this would have happened in this short period of time without, even as recently as Friday, making sure all the loose ends were covered off. So I have to say the town of Collingwood staff and leadership have been the catalyst for this to come together, and we're super excited to be working together on a project like this because it just, you know, exemplifies the partnership. So thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much. Okay, you're free to go.
Thank you.
Our second deputation today is from Keep Collingwood Clean. Is it John
Doherty?
Doherty, go ahead.
No relation.
No relation.
Good afternoon, everyone. Madam Mayor, CA Olsteiner, Deputy Mayor, Youth Mayor, councillors, everybody else that's here supporting us. Before I start, I just want to mention one thing. All the information that's in here has been vetted and approved by Dr. Sebastien Fournier-Bedos. It's French. He holds 2 masters in chemistry and a PhD in nanochemistry. So he read everything that I'm about to say, and as documented as actually his belief that it's true. And when you hear it, I think no one will disagree because there's enough information out there. First slide, please. This is a watershed moment. I came here representing Keep Collingwood Clean, which is an entirely volunteer group that cleans your streets when maybe not during the night, but we're there. Our first concern is cigarette butts. This is the most common form of waste, of plastic waste in the world. Georgian Bay Forever has identified butts as the most littered item in their pickup, in their cleanup. They are a threat to the Great Lakes, our ecosystems, our food chain, humans, and wildlife in general. They are a fire hazard. They contain toxic chemicals that leach into our soil. Butts are 98% plastic. They contain cellulose acetate, which is a microplastic, macroplastic, which degrades to a microplastic over time. And it doesn't take that long. If exposed to air, it could take 100 years, or it could be a year, depending on where it is relative to the sun, water, and that because water is a universal solvent, so it helps degrade a product. Humans ingest microplastics with the highest source, they're our drinking water. And our water treatment plants cannot filter out microplastics. There's no way to do it. We don't have the technology for the volume. All plastic bottles of water contain microplastics. All plastic bottle water contains microplastics. And that's through a ongoing study at Rutgers University that confirms this. They are now involved in further studies to see exactly what these microplastics are doing when all you do is continue to consume water infiltrated with microplastics. Second slide, please. They are found in every single part of the world. Plastics in our oceans are actually now outweigh zooplankton, which forms the basis for a food chain in life. 36-1. Microplastics have been found in humans from the brain to our sexual organs. Microplastics have the ability to pass through the human placenta. And researchers and studies linked to hormonal dysfunctions, cancers, a multitude of ailments, and they've even been found in table salt. Keep Collingwood Clean has collected over 2,000 pounds. That's 1 ton, or about 1.6 million butts in our parks, streets, businesses, apartments, social housing, everywhere. We need a proactive solution to this problem. Solution number 1, third slide, please. Solution number 1 is a cigarette butt recycling program. We request the town of Collingwood set up an account with TerraCycle for the proper disposal of all butts collected. We require cigarettes butt receptacles for smokers to dispose of the butts safely. Butts need to be collected from these receptacles throughout the town, boxed, and sent to TerraCycle to be recycled into various products. Other communities have already started to participate in these programs. Belleville and London are just 2 examples. Keep Collingwood Clean has been doing this since September 2022. Keep Collingwood Clean is recognized as the #1 butt collector in all of Canada. This is a circular recycling system with a zero waste result. This was collected by 1 person in less than an hour. And we have a list, you have a list of all the sites we have butts. So now you know where the 1 ton came from. It is so easy to collect cigarette butts. They are everywhere, absolutely everywhere. We collected, I would say, 4 times this in an hour, just the 2 of us. So, but we're industrious, so it might have taken someone only an hour, but we can do more. So other communities have already started next solution, next slide. Solution 2A, a litter-free bylaw. Keep Collingwood Clean is requesting a litter-free bylaw with signage and enforcement. Our group would like to see an online simple form on the town of Collingwood's website and a hotline to phone in any serious litter offenses. And dumping of litter should be investigated to find the dumpers and fined accordingly. Next slide. Solution 2B. Keep Collingwood Clean is requesting a litter-free bylaw specifically for businesses and property owners, as well as all construction site areas. Construction sites have been identified as a major contributor to litter in our town. Their litter extends well beyond the fences that they erect. Hefty fines should apply. Next slide, please. At the same time, we wish to recognize any and all of the companies who keep their sites clean. Solution number 3, a smoke-free bylaw. Keep Collingwood Clean is requesting a smoke-free bylaw to apply to all residents and visitors. Next slide, please. Individuals would not be permitted to smoke on town-owned property unless there is a designated smoking area provided. When we say smoking, we are also talking about vaping. A tenant that permits smoking on town property may be subjected to a fine of $250. Next slide, please. This would not apply to sidewalks located adjacent to a roadway. The Smoke-Free Ontario Act does not permit smoking or vaping in public areas within 9 meters of a patio or 30 meters of a school, playground, community center, or public property where people meet. Keep Collingwood Clean is requesting a no smoking or a smoking prohibited sign or stickers be placed on all parking signage at all Collingwood parks and public areas. Princeton Shores, Arboretum, Avon, Park Water Park, Harborview Park, Sunset Beach, and park areas. Sunset Beach is not an ashtray. It is our only beach, and it is a jewel. Many cities and states are already adopting smoke-free areas, especially on their beaches. This is happening very, very fast because this movement is growing. That's why I said it's a watershed movement or a moment. It's important that this gets started, that we control our pollutants and control our microplastics. This is very important. Next slide, please. SUTI, solution number 4, SUTI, single-use takeaway items. Keep Collingwood Clean collects tons of plastic waste beverages, containers, lids, bags, straws, forks. They're all over the place, and they're literally thrown out of the car windows. These items are precisely that. They are single use, and if we reduce at the source, we will effectively impact the volume of waste produced. Next slide, please. There are at least 2,400 landfills in Canada releasing plastic leachate below the surface of the garbage. This toxic mix of microplastics eventually will seep into our groundwater, rivers, and lakes. Keep Collingwood Clean would like to see to adopt a bylaw like Toronto's SUTI, which was implemented in March of 2024. What essentially it says in this law is that before delivery, you confirm if the customer needs any implements or condiments, anything at all, and not just simply pack the bag with everything that someone might want, and most of it's thrown out. I mean, does everyone eat ketchup? Does everyone eat salt, pepper, pick what you need, not what's given to you. And stop the whole idea of just shoving all this stuff at us, and then where does it go? It's waste.
John, you're at 10 minutes if you could wrap up.
I'm just about finished. Our priority is establishing these bylaws and implementing the cigarette butt recycling program. These bylaws will only work if they are enforced. Our bylaw officials, next slide please, needs to be a more visible presence, and not just regarding litter, but also just, or rather not just regarding litter, and parking tickets. The results of these bylaws will be reflected in a positive light by our public and tourists who come to see a beautiful Collingwood, a clean Collingwood. It's not enough to have Keep Collingwood Clean members constantly cleaning Collingwood. Everyone should do their part. On behalf of the trash warriors of Keep Collingwood Clean, we thank you for your attention and this opportunity to make a difference. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you for your presentation today and all the hard work that you guys do. I can't imagine what our community would look like without your hard work. So I see, yeah. I see Councillor Potts has something he wants to say.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Hamlin, and through you to John. Thanks for your presentation, and I firsthand know exactly how passionate you and the group are for keeping Collingwood clean, and I would like to recognize Mary Ellen Sheffield as well and her work. When you actually have a look at the list of the places that she is, you know, I wouldn't say solicited, but went out and campaigned. It's a lot of hard work, and she can be found in any kind of weather condition and any day of the week. And really, a lot of things that we take for granted, and a lot of things that, you know, people walk by and put their nose up at and whatnot. And these individuals are actually doing the boots on the ground work, and it is important. And that's why I took a real passion in getting involved back in the beginning days, because I do understand how important it is. And I do want to try to help make a difference, and along with, I'm sure, all other members of council and the community. So I have just a couple brief questions, and I think this is to staff. The SUTI with the single-use throwaways, like what involvement or what responsibilities would the town have, like to get involved with these businesses? Is it something that we implement, or how does that work? And that's kind of my first question through to whoever.
Would anyone on staff have knowledge of this?
I could mention how it's done in
Just
Toronto.
wait. Thank you. Go ahead, Clerk Gomez.
Thank you, through your worship to Councillor Potts and members of council. It is a comprehensive process. We would definitely have to go through a public engagement component to it. There was lots of discussions too around the time when single-use plastic bags were to be considered throughout the town of Collingwood. So there would definitely have to be an analysis on it. So it's not an easy thing. We would definitely need the support of council for enforcement services to be able to implement such a program, because it would need to be regularly communicated and enforced to be worth its while.
Councillor Potts, it sounds like this is something you might want to bring a motion for a staff report.
Yeah. Thanks, Mayor Hamlin. I think probably a combination of things that it may not be right directly in the next meeting or so, but it'll be something I'll be working on. It maybe a package that working offline with the clerk, with their assistance, might help. My second question to John, we talked about the butt receptacles, and I'm assuming along with that we referenced vape cartridges and stuff. So what are we looking at numbers wise, like to kind of get to that point now, just to get even a program started? Like, are we talking 10, 15, 20, 25? Like, what's the committee's thoughts?
Well, right now we're looking at trying to find a place that recycles vaping, because they are lithium batteries. And so you can't dispose of them in the regular garbage, or you're not supposed to. And we're sourcing it. In terms of how do you start? Well, I think you have to start on a small scale to find out how it works best. And that would be where people hang out, Main Street, parks. Make it obvious that these are cigarette receptacles and not just the playthings, or you don't put other things in. They should be large enough that they don't get plugged, because that's the problem with most of them. But they're out there. If you look at it from the point of view of let's try something out, then try something out where you're going to get the most bang for your buck. And that's on the main street where people see these receptacles. And then they'll catch on wherever else you put it. In terms of for instance, the social housing how about Pilkington, for instance? You can't imagine how much we collect there. They don't have a receptacle, but we have a meeting coming up with the management, and we're working on that to change that. That's all I can really say about that.
And one more question for you, Mayor Hamlin, and this is back to staff. And when they referenced setting up an account with TerraCycle, I also think coming along with that, you would need a location, almost a collection location or a site location as well. So two things. So what would and again, this may be something in a further motion, but what would something be or a process to maybe establish an account with TerraCycle and also trying to determine maybe a drop-off location within the municipality? So it can be answered now or we can work later, but that's on my mind and that's what I have. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. What I'm going to do is Youth Mayor Johnson has a question.
With the cigarette butt recycling cartridges, would they be able to also, would the nicotine in the cigarette butts cause a problem with the recycling, or?
As I said, cigarette recycling, not the vapor, but the vaping, but the cigarette butts themselves, whether it's smoked or unsmoked, is 100% recycled. Everything, the tobacco, the paper, the plastic, everything it comes out at the end as a usable product, which that can be then used to build another product like park benches and I don't know, toys, things like that.
Thank you. Councillor Perry.
Well, thank you, Mayor Hamlin. I'm all for, like, I walk everywhere. I see the butts everywhere. I'm all for finding a solution to get rid of them. My concern with receptacles is giving a false, and this is just a comment, nobody has to comment on it or answer, but giving people a false sense that it's okay to smoke here because there's a receptacle. So I'm not sure how you deal with that. It seems to me like a vicious circle that say we have receptacles outside the front of the arena. Does that make it okay to smoke there? So how do you deal with that issue? Yeah, that's my question. How do you deal with that? We'd rather you not smoke, but if you're gonna, they need to go in there. But
yeah, I'll answer that. One is you wouldn't be able to smoke outside the arena. You've got 30 meters from the entrance. The other thing that I'd like to point out is that we have smokers. If we go to moguls, you'll notice how much cleaner it is. I don't know who made them clean up, but that place is clean all the time. I can't find more butts. And you know, if you know what moguls was like, say a year ago, that's quite an improvement. But to your point, people will smoke. You won't put them where the butt receptacles where people aren't supposed to smoke. You'll put them where people smoke. And people are like that. People who are smoked, they're addicted, and it's going to take time. But then again, we didn't smoke on planes. We smoked on planes. Remember that? And no smoking section at the back or whatever.
So I'm just going to bring this part of the meeting to a close. Thank you so much,
Thank you.
as I say, for your work and for bringing this to our attention. We'll have lots of times for more discussion on this when the motion comes forward. We have a long agenda today.
Yes, thank you very much.
Thank you. The next deputation is Paul Ireland on AODA compliance and public transit.
Good afternoon. Mayor Hamlin, Town Council and staff, good to see you again. I'm here today because I've been an advocate for accessibility for people with disabilities for the better part of 2 years now. And the guilty party that got me to volunteer to do this isn't here today, but she's a wonderful lady. Leanne Elliott asked me to come and help out. So I've been helping out, and I've been getting in people's hair, I guess you could say, and here I am back again. But I want to ask some questions, and I'd like to get some direct answers if we can. And you'll see as we go here on this first slide, completion dates for AODA requirements. Who's responsible for maintaining that schedule? Is there somebody on council? Is it a staff member from the town?
So, Mr. Ireland, this is your opportunity to make a presentation to council. it's not an opportunity to ask questions to staff. But I'd be happy to facilitate a meeting for you with the right person or myself, if you'd prefer, to get these kind of answers. But this is your opportunity to present to
Okay,
council.
let's continue on then. We've got some problems with solving safety issues. Some of the drivers that are driving these vehicles have not either haven't completed training or didn't absorb the lessons that they were supposed to get. And mostly, or some of the problems are with the securing of wheelchairs in the vehicles. As recently as May the 31st, we had another incident. So it's an issue that needs to be dealt with. And as I said in this note, this is a serious problem and needs immediate attention. Current service is below safety standards, discouraging people with disabilities from using the service. We understand that there may be a transit coordinator hired here in the near future. There's been a lot of interviews going on and whatnot. And I'll read the question, but I'll pose it as, information that we're looking for. And that's is there a plan in place that includes prioritizing the issues that aren't resolved yet, such as safety, for example? And then the last item on this page is that we need a commitment from transit service for all riders, not just people that have disabilities. And when I say all riders, hours of operation need to be extended. We're recommending 6 a.m. to 12 a.m. Others would like it to be much longer than that. And nonetheless, people need public transit to get to and from work. And some work goes as late as midnight or even after that. And they have no way of getting home unless they take an expensive cab. And I'm not sure what time the cabs operate until, but it is a problem. We need to, if we're going to have public transit and we're going to be a first-class Four Seasons resort town, we need to help people get around after 9 o'clock at night. Next slide, please. So what we're asking here is that town council continue to be accountable after Q2 2025, as noted in the multi-year accessibility plan 2025 to 2030, 10.5, for providing funding for on-demand door-to-door service for people using a wheelchair. Mayor Hamlin, you'll recall that there was a decision that was reversed about 1.5 years ago that allowed for the continuation of that service, but it was only signed up for 2 years. So where do we go from here? Also, pickup and return rides from the hospital. Returns after 9 p.m. are currently not available, meaning that any person could spend the night at the hospital. I have a recommendation that was passed along to me that I'd like to make to you, and that's if any person is released from the hospital after transit service hours, will the town pay for the cost of a taxi to get them home? Please no. Okay. Okay, last one on this page was improvements for winter travel. Keeping the transit stops clear of snow and ice so people that use wheelchairs or crutches or whatever can get around. And I know that's a challenge in Collingwood because we get our share of the snow here, but it needs to be looked after. The general condition of bus shelters and the maintenance and cleaning, some of them are become infested with insects in the summertime. It needs to be looked at. Last slide, please. So in review, is there a plan for accommodating population growth, including people with disabilities? Because the greater the population gets, the greater the population of people with disabilities will become. Can you tell us what the current status is of for the transit coordinator? As I said before, we understand that there were a number of applications, but has it been shortlisted, and are we going to see that person in place soon? Fare subsidies for people with disabilities. No. Taxi fares from Collingwood to Blue Mountain Village pre-pandemic were $22 to $24. It's now over $40. plus. Many people with disabilities are on limited budgets and support from the province, hence the question about subsidies. Now, I know you were subsidizing Ace Cabs in particular to the tune of about $7,000 a month, and that will continue to into Q2 of 2025. But is it going to go beyond that? Are you going to continue to subsidize that type of service? And then fare subsidies for people with this. Well, I mentioned that already. The article below is disconcerting for Coal Trans, and you should read it if you haven't already. And Town Council, it's fair to say that we all carry responsibility for good public relations, and certainly the staff at Coal Trans should be communicating policy to the drivers. Is the welcome brochure ready for publication? It was announced that they were going to have a welcome brochure that would inform anybody that was going to use the service. Last but not least, will the community survey for accessible taxi be released to the public? 10.4 accessible transit update report. That report was supposed to be out, I think, about 2 or 3 months ago, and we haven't seen anything yet. So do you have any questions of me?
Well, thank you. Thank you for coming. There's a couple easy ones I just wanted to address. First of all, when people get released from the hospital after the hours that transit is running and they don't have other means. I did speak to the CEO of the hospital about this in the wintertime, and he suggested that people, when they're in the emergency department, let staff know that is their limitation, and they'll try and have them out of the hospital so they can catch the last transit that's available. So I just mentioned that. For transit expansion in terms of hours, we're all with you on that. We also need to have more of our town covered with transit. What's happening on the transit front, as you mentioned, we're waiting for our transit coordinator to be hired. That's not something within our knowledge. Staff handles that, and once the person's hired, we'll all be told. But that person will, I think part of their mandate is going to be to unfold a new transit service model for the town, including on-demand service. So we're waiting for that. Lastly, I just wanted to say some of these items you're raising with us today, I really would like to recommend that you consider going to our accessibility committee. The province requires us to have that committee, and it requires us to have people on the committee who need accessible services, and they provide their recommendations through to council. So,
we've been there.
Have you been there?
Yes, we have.
Okay, so, and we have a staff person on that committee. So some of these things I think you can feed through there, so I'll just leave that. But they can't approve a budget, can they?
Pardon? They can't approve a budget.
No, but their recommendations can come through to council, who approves the budget.
Okay.
So I just wanted to leave that with you.
We've been there before, but yeah. These are questions that have been hanging fire for well over a year that haven't been answered specifically. And that's why I came back here today to try and get the answers. And your comments just now have been helpful. But we do need to, move on and give people some peace of mind that they're going to continue to get the service and even at a higher level.
So also just to say, we do our budget process once a year. So there will be a public process again near the end of 2024.
Okay.
So we deal with those kind of issues once a year, just so you're aware. Councillor Jeffrey.
Thank you, Mayor Hamlin, and thank you for responding to some of the low-hanging fruit ones that we could answer. But I think in fairness to Mr. Ireland, there's more than he who would like to hear answers to some of his questions. So I'm not sure just a meeting between he and staff are really going to solve that communication of the answers to those questions. So I think it needs to be a two process. And I guess what would be our process for us to report back to the public on these answers? Some will come through the budget for sure with respect to expansion. But I just would like to know what that second prong would be to get get the community the information.
I could see Mr. Ireland wasn't looking positive about a meeting with staff for myself, if I could read into that. So my biggest suggestion would be to use the process we've set up with our accessibility committee. But if you have other suggestions, please bring them forward. Yeah. Wait, our CAO has one. That's saved by the CAO. Go ahead.
I would just mention briefly that there was a report to council in April of 2024. Recently just sent the link to Mr. Ireland since he's been here today. We had a quick conversation in the hall that does talk about these items, and a few of them will be addressed in staff bringing forward the recommendations to council as part of the 2025 budget process. There were some options that were on the table that weren't selected the last time around, using the accessible buses instead of the taxi service, for example, which would bring us closer to a $2 or $3 service instead of a $40 service. So there's some really interesting things that the council can consider. And I do think the service in Collingwood is a couple of generations better than some of the smaller local municipalities in our area have been able to deliver. So we're all moving in the right direction with some prompts from our community.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Just one last thing is, and that's the safety issue. The safety issue is probably foremost on that list. And, my colleagues that are here with me today are nodding their heads up and down that do they need to be retrained? Do they need to be replaced? What's the solution? Because we've had incidents, as I mentioned before, as recently as May 31st. So obviously a couple of weeks ago, and we don't know what the answers are. Like, are they going to retrain these people, or what are they going to do?
So our CAO is going to respond to your question on this.
I'm sorry?
Just wait. Go ahead.
Oh, yeah. Through the chair to Mr. Ireland. Yes, we did have recent training for the drivers, and some of the members of the accessibility committee were also present, which we really, really appreciated. There was another incident, which may be the one that you mentioned. We did follow up with the team, and it was determined it was one of the drivers who was actually on shift during some of the training, and that person has also been given training as well. So we do believe we followed up. We take safety very seriously, and we're happy to have any items of concern communicated to us through our customer service and also through the landmark office line. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you for coming.
Okay.
So that's it for our deputations today. The next item on our agenda is our public meeting. Okay, so I have a long form here to read. That's part of our statutory obligations, and so I'll just read it now. Welcome to Collingwood's public planning meeting for a proposed town-initiated zoning bylaw amendment with respect to affordable housing efforts that would apply townwide.
Thank you.
No decision will be made today. The purpose of this meeting is to introduce and obtain public comments on the proposed zoning bylaw amendment. The meeting will begin with presentation by staff. Members of the public will then be invited to offer their comments or questions regarding the proposal. Once the public portion of the meeting has been completed, no more public comments or questions will be allowed at today's meeting. I will then ask council members if they have any questions. Once all the public and councillor questions and comments have been received, staff will have an opportunity to respond or provide clarification if appropriate. All questions and comments specific to the purpose of the zoning bylaw amendment will be addressed in a future staff report. It is very important that the town receive the correct names, email addresses, and mailing addresses, including postal code, of individuals having an interest in this initiative. If you plan to speak to council at this meeting, or if you want to be notified of any future council or committee meetings concerning this initiative, you must provide this information. Under the Planning Act, only those who have verbally expressed any comments here tonight or provided a written submission of any comments prior to council's decision may have the right to appeal any decision of council to the Ontario Land Tribunal. And if you do not make an oral submission today or a written submission to council before the council decision, you may not be added as a party to an appeal before the Ontario Tribunal unless, in the opinion of the tribunal, there are reasonable grounds to do so. Appeal rights have recently changed under Bill 185, and we encourage members of the public and other stakeholders to reach out to town staff to clarify their ability to appeal a future decision of council, if any. This meeting is being recorded and streamed on the municipal YouTube channel and broadcast on Rogers TV. Your name, address, comments, and any other personal information are being recorded according to the Municipal Act and the Municipal Freedom of Information and Privacy Act. The minutes will be available to the general public on the town's website. I will ask the Planning Services also confirm that notification to the public has been given as required by the Planning Act within their presentation this afternoon. Again, I would like to remind everyone that no decision will be made today, and the zoning bylaw amendment will be considered by council on a future date. Coordinator Claire D'Souza, I turn this to you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Madam Mayor, Council, and those in attendance today, both in our audience and virtually. My name is Claire D'Souza. I'm the town's Housing Development Coordinator, and this afternoon is the statutory public meeting for the Quick Wins Housing Focus Zoning Bylaw Amendment. There have been various housing initiatives and projects unfolding in the last couple of weeks, including the supportive rapid rehousing program that the County of Simcoe staff spoke to earlier this meeting. I just want to remind everyone that this portion of the meeting is dedicated to the proposed regulatory changes to our zoning bylaw related to additional residential units and parking. We welcome any questions and comments related to these proposed changes, but remind everyone that these proposed changes are not related to the county's program. Next slide, please. I'll quickly run through the agenda for this portion of the meeting. The chair has already provided an introduction of the meeting, and this presentation will confirm the public notice. I will provide a background on the initiative, as well as an overview and description on the proposed regulatory changes. We will then open it up for public comment and questions, and then we will hear from council with their comments and questions, and then staff can provide responses and highlight next steps. Next slide, please. Notice for this public meeting was circulated to internal and external agencies on May 28th, 2024. It was also published in the Collingwood Today online newspaper on May 28th. Information was also published on the Affordable Housing Zoning Bylaw Amendment Engage page, as well on the Affordable Housing webpage. Notice of the public meeting was also circulated to the attendees of the community conversation and both in the development and business community newsletters. Next slide, please. So I'll begin by providing a bit of a background on the initiative and how we got to where we are today. First of all, Bill 23 was introduced that introduced many changes to the Planning Act, including requiring municipalities to allow up to 3 dwelling units per serviced residential lot as of right. Secondly, the town's Affordable Housing Master Plan included a recommendation to fast-track key zoning bylaw amendment changes, which was then further endorsed by council. We also applied for a federal housing accelerator funding application, and to position ourselves well to receive this funding, we had to show a commitment to achieving key housing goals by making policy changes that would permit more housing to be built in our community. Although we were unsuccessful in obtaining funding through the first round of applications, we are hopeful that another opportunity will come available soon. We also held a community conversation in May to set the stage for this zoning bylaw amendment and collect early input from our community, which informed the proposed regulatory changes that will be brought forward to you this afternoon. Next slide, please. It is important to note that there's no silver bullet solution to the housing challenges we face. This housing zoning bylaw amendment represents one part of the solution, regulatory changes that can encourage more housing to be built on existing lots in the community. The options continuum on this slide highlights the paths we can take. Do nothing, which isn't really an option because it doesn't get us any further ahead in providing more affordable housing options. The cost of inaction is also far too great. Incremental change. This exercise is part of the first of our broader zoning changes. We are also doing a comprehensive review of our zoning bylaw that will overhaul the entire thing. And this exercise is an opportunity to make changes sooner, make incremental changes, and test the waters in advance of a comprehensive update. Then we have the paradigm shift. This is where we will seek a better balance between community character, active transportation, and housing. We held many consultations throughout this process, including a focus group with the Georgian Triangle Development Institute, a focus group with the Affordable Housing Task Force, and a broader community conversation where we heard from nearly 50 community members. The feedback we received through these consultations helped shape the proposed regulatory changes. The proposed zoning bylaw amendment lands somewhere between incremental change and a paradigm shift. Although we are proposing some bold regulatory moves, change is still likely to be incremental. Opening up the possibility to build more housing, more infill and gentle density housing will not mean that every property in town will do this. Change is likely to be slow and over time. Next slide, please. So the proposed zoning bylaw amendment proposes to permit up to 4 dwelling units on serviced residential properties, update the related zoning provisions for additional residential units, and reduce parking requirements for ARUs and apartment buildings. Next slide. We'll begin by touching on ARUs or additional residential units. Next slide, please. The proposed regulatory changes blend the recommendations from the CMHC's Gentle Density Housing Toolkit and the town's current zoning bylaw. The Gentle Density Housing Toolkit recommends a range of regulatory changes to encourage this kind of housing, including the simplification of the definition of ARU to include a range of different housing typologies. There are several benefits that arise when municipalities encourage infill and gentle density. They are provided on the right-hand side of the screen here, but I would just like to highlight a few. Possible public benefits can see an increase in household savings and affordability, local workforce housing, transit efficiency, viability of local services and commercial uses, more housing options, social connectivity, and infrastructure savings. Next slide, please. Additional residential units are also known as accessory dwelling units or ADUs, second suites, or accessory apartments, but they can be considered any additional residential unit on a property. They are generally the lowest cost and most effective way of increasing rental housing supply because they can use existing buildings to accommodate more dwelling units, or they can be located in detached structures, generally of a much smaller size than a main dwelling unit. As you can see here on the screen, this could be a basement apartment or a detached structure. It could be a unit above a garage or above a main dwelling unit in a house. This type of infill development increases the number of units on a property that would have otherwise only may have had one. Next slide, please. ARUs can also be seen as small-scale multi-unit buildings such as triplexes and fourplexes. As you can see on the screen here, these multi-unit buildings tend to be 2 stories and under and are compatible within the existing neighborhood. Next slide, please. To encourage more gentle density housing, we have made several changes to the rules around ARUs, including a new definition of ARU and then deleting redundant terms such as accessory apartment and second unit, permitting 3 units per service residential lot for a total of 4 dwelling units, and eliminating size maximums for both detached and attached ARUs, and instead regulating them through setbacks, height, and lot coverage. Next slide. During our community conversation, we received positive feedback on the proposed changes to ARUs. We heard that the proposed changes can improve the housing supply and that ARUs are the quickest way to achieve more affordable housing. We also heard that having more units and smaller units will lead to greater affordability in the long term. We also heard some challenges, including infrastructure capacity, parking, flood-prone areas regulated by our conservation authorities, school capacity, and community character. Next slide. The next key proposed regulatory change is a targeted reduction of parking requirements. Next slide, please. As an overview, the town requires most land uses to provide a specific number of parking spaces based on the use. Other municipalities with robust transit systems are starting to reduce or even eliminate minimum parking requirements along key transit corridors. Understanding that Collingwood does not yet have a sophisticated and robust transit system, we took a balanced approach to some of these changes. Next slide, please. That gentle density housing toolkit recommends implementing maximum parking standards as a way of capping parking to ensure that our sites aren't overparked. Introducing maximum parking standards requires a bit more research and discussion, so we have opted for reducing minimum parking requirements as a way to create a more permissive planning environment and reduce development costs. Other benefits of reducing parking requirements are that we can create transit supportive communities, we promote active transportation, we encourage climate resilience by reducing our dependency on vehicles, and we design our communities to prioritize people and the environment over cars. Next slide, please. Regulating parking and housing is like a balancing act. We must figure out how to balance space for people, trees, and cars. The diagram on the right-hand side of the slide highlights the tension between people, trees, and cars and how we could potentially approach parking regulations a bit differently. The first image represents the status quo: minimal housing and sufficient space for parking and green space. The second image shows what it might look like if we permit more housing but do not change our parking requirements. As you can see, a lot of land is being eaten up by the parking of vehicles. The third image shows what it might look like if we have more housing, minimal parking, and thus more space for trees and green space. So really what we're trying to do here is create more housing options and finding the right balance between parking and green space on a lot. Next slide, please. The table on the screen here shows the proposed changes to minimum parking requirements for ARUs and apartment dwellings. The proposed parking standard for ARUs is 1 parking space for a single ARU, 1 additional parking space total for a second ARU, and no additional parking spaces for a third ARU. The proposed parking standard for apartment dwellings is 0.5 parking spaces per dwelling unit, plus an additional 0.25 parking spaces for visitor parking. Next slide, please. We also heard positive feedback during our community conversation about reducing minimum parking requirements. We heard that not everyone drives a car, and prioritizing vehicles in the way we do creates a disadvantage to those who ride the bus or cycle or walk as their main mode of transportation. We also heard that if we're going to encourage a reduction in our car dependency, we need to continue to improve our transit services. One idea was raised that we could have a week where everyone rides the bus for free. We heard that parking, we heard both from our community as well as our development community members that parking is a market demand and that perhaps we should allow the market determine how many parking spaces is required for different land uses. We also heard that overflow street parking poses great challenges, specifically as it relates to snow clearing and waste removal. With more on-street parking, we will need greater enforcement to ensure no parking on lawns and boulevards and on the road during times of snow clearing. Next slide, please. Now, we had originally proposed several zoning changes to allow housing as an accessory use to places of worship or other community services. Now, this was really well received by our community and a lot of people were getting excited about it, but we had internal discussions and it was decided that these changes really require further research and consultation, and that we did not have enough time through this quick wins to implement these changes. But this initiative will not be lost and it will be incorporated into the wider zoning bylaw update. Next slide, please. So that wraps up the proposed changes, and I'll just go over some of the comments we've received to date. We received our standard comments from MTO, Bell, and Enbridge Gas with no concerns. We also received comments from the Simcoe County District School Board, supportive of intensification, but highlighting some concerns related to school capacity and also requesting that schools have a reduction in parking as well. We also received comments from the Nottawasaga Valley Conservation Authority and the Grey Sauble Conservation Authority requesting that additional language be added into the zoning bylaw that restricts ARUs in flood-prone areas, and staff are currently taking that request into consideration. We've also received 5 public comments to date, one from the Collingwood Climate Action Team and to summarize, they indicated that infill and density will allow people to live closer to downtown and services, reducing car dependency, and that further consideration should be given towards green building retrofits and energy consumption. We also heard from several members of the development community, generally supportive of the initiative, some concerns about the prohibitive nature of lot coverage, limited parking options, and the potential for more asphalt coverage on our properties in town, looking at parking as a market demand depending on the area and the number of units. We also received one comment from a member of the public indicating that requiring more parking encourages driving and preferring the movement of vehicles over the movement of people is not protecting the public good. These comments will be considered for the final recommendation and staff report, and we also have not received any internal comments yet. Next slide, please. So those in attendance today can provide their comments this evening orally, or anyone may provide written comments to myself. My contact information is on the screen. To receive notice of a decision or notice of future meetings, individuals must provide their contact details, including email, name, and mailing address today, or send an email requesting to be notified, including your name and mailing address to myself. Next slide, please. In terms of next steps, staff will review and address public and agency comments. We will make any changes to the draft zoning bylaw amendment if required. And we will then advance a staff report and draft zoning bylaw amendment to Committee of the Whole and Council for consideration. There will then be a 20-day appeal period. New provincial changes have changed appeal rights, including no third-party appeals other than registered landowners. Next slide, please. To stay informed, you can go to the Collingwood website for council meeting schedules and agendas. You can also subscribe to the Affordable Housing Engage page on the screen, and you can also subscribe to the Civic web portal to receive email updates for meetings on the town's website. Next slide, please. So that wraps up my presentation. Happy to open it up to the public for comment. And just a reminder, we have Director Valentine, Senior Planner Wu Cash, and myself to help answer questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for your presentation. Would there be any members of the public who would like to provide comments at this time? Just a reminder to start with your name and address.
My name is Colin Inglis. I reside at 418 Mariners Way.
Thank you.
Beautiful Northwest Collingwood. Your Worship, Youth Mayor, Deputy Mayor, Councillors, Town Staff. You'll have to excuse my appearance. I bicycled here today despite risking life and limb on Highway 26 West because there are gaps in the active transportation corridor. And by the way, I couldn't attempt that journey in February.
Hear you.
Hubris. Hubris leads us to believe we can fix anything. When we take it one step further and believe we can apply a simple solution to a complex problem. History is littered with unintended consequences from doing exactly this. This proposed bylaw is about intensification. The theoretical foundation of this idea is twofold. A dense population is more efficient, and if more housing supply is created, it will drive down the price. Let's examine this from a couple of aspects. Is a denser population in any form more efficient at all fronts? Nothing in this proposal looks at the environmental effect of additional emissions from fossil fueled appliances providing heat and hot water to the additional units. Why, on both a micro and macro basis, one can expect a deterioration in air quality. Why not mandate electrification? If one looks at what is being encouraged by this proposal, it does not take too much imagination to see other consequences. Intensification through multi-story buildings can produce efficiencies. Adding low-level structures, not so much. I keep losing my spot. If economics were so simple that adding supply has the long-term effect of driving down price without any other consequences, we would not need the multitude of people with PhD after their name who study this sort of thing. If housing cannot be built, operated, and maintained by the private sector at the target cost we are trying to achieve, what is the point of this proposal? The greatest consequence I see of this proposal is a result of the parking reduction. Again, we have a theoretical underpinning that people will be able to travel to employment, obtain their basic needs, and generally live life without the necessity of a personal vehicle. We are proposing to apply this theory to the entirety of Collingwood. In order for this theory to be functional, there are at least two requirements: access to a public transit system within a reasonable walking distance, and comprehensive active transportation corridors which are maintained year-round. Is council willing to, coincident with this proposal, mandate those two things? Another consideration, the federal government has mandated the electrification of personal vehicles. The most cost-efficient and convenient method of charging such vehicles is overnight in proximity to your residence. This, of course, requires a dedicated parking spot. Are we comfortable with telling people you cannot own a personal vehicle because you live in a residence with no parking availability? And by the way, you cannot park on the street either. Municipal land use regulation is referred to as zoning for a reason. Different zones need different standards. Applying a singular parking standard across all of Collingwood as surfaces currently exist is nonsensical. Initiatives like this need to be tested against a number of practical scenarios before we anoint them a good idea. In our desire to do something, let's not just do anything, lest we do something foolish. I also have a taxation question. Will prospective properties with ADUs be reassessed to ensure that everyone pays their fair share? Well, thank you for your consideration of my remarks and this bylaw proposal in general. Have a good day.
Yeah, thank you for sharing your thoughts on this. Is there anyone else in the room? Yes, come forward.
Excuse me, Tom Vincent, 18 Mariners Haven. You're Mariners Way and I'm in Mariners Haven. Anyhow, Mayor Hamlin, councillors, I did send a note to the council yesterday because I thought that actually there would be some voting today, and I didn't know if my questions would be my questions are pertinent. I didn't know how they'd be answered, but I thought that the report that was tabled was very good. I think in essence, and we had public consultation, which I was at, and I really enjoyed the process that we went through. There are three small things that I would like to be addressed, and I will send a note to planning to take a look at them also, but I just want to go on record and say, the one is as far as the residential units are concerned and for parking, there are other municipalities. I sent a note to the council about the three municipalities. I mentioned Hamilton, Burlington, and Kitchener. Two of those municipalities have for residential units, so they don't have any parking requirements at all. And one of them, which I thought was actually quite good, was Kitchener. And they said that basically, if you're within 800 meters of a public transit stop, then you do not need to have a parking space. And I think that should be, I think we should be relooking at that issue because I don't think we need parking, to be quite honest with you, for the residential units. If you get into, another 2 or 3 units in a property, I can understand that's another issue. I'm only talking about a single residential unit addition. The second thing I mentioned was in regard to incinerator toilets, which can be utilized for these residential units. I know that our present bylaws don't allow that. I just would like it to be looked at because it would be a savings to the owner putting in the residential unit and not hooking up to the sanitary system. And I think there are a lot of benefits to doing that. We have some bylaw, I don't know when it was created. All bylaws are created because somebody did something wrong, and then we keep it on the books forever, and everybody's hit with the same thing. I think, again, we have to look at everything that can facilitate more attainable housing out there in the marketplace. The last thing is in regard to the height, and the recommendation is that for these residential units, they're only 1 story. As you know, I'm involved in attainable housing on a modular basis, and we do have plans for 2-story structures. And also these plans in the 2-story structures, some of them have parking underneath, so that when you take a look at the overall concept of building one of these and bringing it into a yard of a residence, putting the parking underneath and then putting the unit on the 2nd floor makes a lot of sense. Secondly, I'll just turn around and say, you know, with the recommendations in regard to coach houses, it's 2 stories, and 2 stories are parking, and then you have a residential unit on the top. So what's the difference between that and having a 1-story residential unit? To me, common sense says make it 2 stories. So those are the 3 recommendations I would like planning to take a look at in regard to what you've done. But I thought it was a great report, a lot of recommendations. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Madam Mayor and councillors, staff, our student mayor. Congratulations to the staff for this great report. My name is Jack Vanderkoy. I'm interim chair of the Affordable Housing Task Force. I've lived here in Collingwood for 12 years with my dear wife after moving here from Richmond Hill. And when we're considering complete communities, I would just like to share with you where we raised our family in Richmond Hill, where we had a combination of single family homes, semi-detached homes, townhouses, and what we called quads, 4 homes on 1 property joined at corners. It was a complete community, and our kids played with their kids. We never looked down on, they may have been rentals, we didn't know. So I want to encourage council to take a hard look at these recommendations, because as a representative of the Affordable Housing Task Force, we've talked about this. It does increase the supply of housing. It increases the supply of affordable housing, and it creates complete communities. And so that's something that I really want to encourage. And I'm very encouraged by the report. So congratulations, Claire and Nathan and Summer. I know you've worked hard on it, and you have the full support from the Affordable Housing Task Force, notwithstanding some of the good comments that have been made. And I think we need to listen to that. And I think it will benefit all of us. I do encourage council and staff to continue on implementing the recommendations of the Affordable Housing Master Plan. This is a start. And as Claire rightfully noted, there's much more work to be done. And this is somewhat evolutionary, but we certainly want to encourage you to be bold, but also to recognize that change is a challenge for all of us, and myself included. But if we manage it well, we do benefit the community. And so I want to encourage you on that front. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Welcome.
Hi, I'm Wendy McKenzie, and I'm off of 2nd Street. I have a question, and are we in the building code for subdivisions and stuff like that? Is there not currently a provision that allows for 2 to 3% of low income housing to be built within that development?
Is there
I had
a
asked somebody
requirement?
before.
Is there a requirement? Is that your question?
No, is there an availability that they can do that? Because my understanding is that it's currently there and it currently is on the books. So I'm understanding, why is it not enforced? That's one thing. Second thing, I would really like the core of this town left alone. I've got an ancillary apartment behind me, which is bigger than the original house was. She now wants the town of Collingwood to gravel it so that her tenant has to walk less steps and doesn't have the inconvenience of the puddling. Well, before that ancillary house was built, we never had any puddling. There was plenty of green space for the water to go away, all on its own. So I don't want to have these ancillary houses. They're just a pain, you know where.
Okay, thank you for that. Yeah, is there anyone else in the gallery who would like to speak to this? Thank you.
Yes, it's Margaret Moy, and I live 297 Pine Street. I've spoken to the issue of parking once before, I think within the heritage concept. I'm really concerned with the requirement of less parking spaces is going to drive the parking on the boulevards and front lawns even greater. It's happening now. Councillor Baines, drive down Birch Street. It's one of the worst streets for parking on the boulevards. I'm seeing more and more mature trees come down so that the residents can park on the boulevard. We're losing our green space, and I think this council has a commitment to keeping our green space and providing, a healthy, safe environment. And then I'm seeing now people parking on the front lawns. Is there a permit for this? If we're turning into Toronto, well, then you might as well permit it and collect parking fees, because that's what they do. If you park on your lawn or on a parking pad, you have to pay the town to be able to do that. Bottom line is, I don't think we should be parking on our boulevards or on our front lawns. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for sharing that. Any other comments from the gallery? Yeah, go ahead.
Hey there. My name is Noah Kahanowitz. I live at 393 2nd Street. So I got here today without a car. I do my groceries without a car. It's enough that my girlfriend and I recently decided to go down to one car. My neighbors in the triplex I live in each have one car. When you count the street parking that's available to us, the permanent parking that's available to us, there are 9 spots that are available for 3 cars. It's a very big lot that I live on, and the triplex that I live in is fairly small. It's small enough that most people think it's a single family house, and is actually smaller than many of the single family houses that are on my street, and easily room for a 4th unit to be put on there. With all of that space that is going unused, that is being dedicated to cars, not to housing, and on a extremely walkable area. I bike and walk everywhere, and my girlfriend does as much as she can as well. There's plenty of room to be dedicated to another house or another unit. But right now, with how the zoning is set up, it's just not possible for there to be more put there. So I think this proposal is a great opportunity to prioritize housing, decrease traffic, and encourage more active transportation in our town. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Is there anyone else in the gallery who would like to speak to this? Okay, we have a few people online. Go ahead, Clerk Thomas.
Thank you, Mary Hamlin. Those interested in participating in this public meeting, press the raise your hand feature. We do have Brittany Robertson that we will unmute.
Go ahead, Brittany.
Oh, good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to speak to you today on this matter. I just wanted to applaud Claire for the wonderful work that she has done so far. Claire did come in and have a wonderful collaboration session with the Georgian Triangle Development Institute. She was well prepared. She was impactful. She brings a really refreshing approach to this topic that we have all been facing for a number of years. It was very clear to me that she had done her homework then, and even since that time, done her homework to come to speak to you today. And I think that she really should be given credit for all of the wonderful work she's done. It's a problem that's been very difficult to tackle in this community, and she has handed over some immediate, impactful ideas for council to consider, and I would urge you to take them very seriously and consider implementing them without adding levels of red tape as a way to be a leader in this fight against attainable housing and the housing crisis in general. Collingwood needs a variety of housing types, and yes, these units are not for everybody, people that need multiple vehicles or people that would like to have larger lots. Those are luxuries that most people strive to achieve, but unfortunately, the reality is everybody cannot have that, especially as they're getting started. And we need to provide a first step for people to get into the housing market or to have rental opportunities to start somewhere. And I think that we are really lacking in that area. So I would urge council to be open-minded and support implementation of the recommendations that Claire has made today. The only negative that I see here that you're going to face regardless would be the NIMBYism that we face at every turn in this industry. And I would hope that you would be very blunt with that and make Collingwood a leader in what could be a great step towards addressing the housing crisis. So thank you very much for your time. And again, I applaud Claire for the work that she's doing. She's a real asset to this community. Thank you very much.
No, thank you for your kind comments. We have one more person online.
Thank you, Mayor Hamlin. We do have another individual participating online. It's identified as owner, so we will unmute the individual, and if you could please state your name before talking.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Madam Mayor and the council, I think
it's muted again.
Sorry, we just had a complication, and I'm wondering if you could unmute your perfect.
Okay. Okay, this is a Harjinder from Peel State. I am support of this bylaw. I cannot put more eloquently than Brittany Robertson. She just done a phenomenal job in terms of complimenting the staff, bringing up this very timely and very needed zoning bylaw change. And we are all very support of this bylaw there.
Thank you. Sir, could you please give your name and address?
Yeah, Harjinder Kang on Peel Street, Collingwood.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, there's no one else online. I'll ask one more time. Anyone in the gallery? Seeing none. Okay, council, I'll close the public meeting. Sorry. Okay, thanks. I'll close the public portion of the meeting, and now I can open it up to council if they have any questions at this point or comments. No? Yeah, Deputy Mayor.
I'm not surprised we don't have a lot of comments because it was such a great presentation. And as the people spoke, they're very complimentary of the work to date and all the information that's being provided. So just a thank you on behalf of council to our staff in that regard as well. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'll just say one of the things I find the most perplexing is what to do about the parking. And I'll just leave it. I know staff's struggling with this too. And I did like the suggestion that if there's 4 units, the first 3 have to have 1 spot. I don't know how we find out, you know, I don't know. I'm sort of wondering how this does fit in with the boulevard and lawn parking issue. And I know that there is, I believe, something coming forward at some point about how we're going to deal with boulevard and lawn parking. And I know our community, though, on many streets, people have gotten used to that extra free spot. So go ahead. Do you have an answer?
Yeah, thank you. I think it's definitely a tricky one, and I don't think anyone knows the answer for that. But I think it's going to have to be a combined approach. Again, taking this incremental change, you know, seeing if the sky falls. If it doesn't fall, maybe we go a bit further. If there are problems, then I think we address it then through enforcement. I think it's an enforcement issue, people parking on boulevards or on lawns. So that's what I can offer now.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Doherty.
Thank you, Mayor Hamlin. I'm just wondering if, we have the ability to rely on like a natural market phenomenon. And I'm thinking back to my own experience when I was starting out in the city of Toronto. I did not have a car. So I was able to avail myself of places where I didn't need parking. Those who needed parking would have to find accommodations where parking was available. So, we have a natural market, as I say, a phenomenon. So isn't this something that we could anticipate? I wonder if there's data that we could look into. Perhaps the city of Toronto is a mega city, may not be able to provide all of the numbers that we need, but certainly smaller cities would have the kind of data that, we could give ourselves some confidence that this is actually not going to be an issue. Because if you just think about it intuitively, it should not be.
Through the mayor, yeah, it's a good point. And a lot of larger municipalities, like you've mentioned, have gone this route of reducing or even eliminating parking requirements. Oftentimes you can get an apartment building in Toronto where you don't have a designated spot, and either you don't have a car or you can rent someone else's spot who isn't using their spot or something. Like, there's other options. Of course, those aren't really controlled by zoning, but there are natural options for people, like parking on the street or in municipal lots, or some form of parking, car sharing and parking sharing. So there's creative solutions to some of these issues. We're just limited in what we can do from a zoning perspective to solve that. But definitely we can, do more research into maybe some more smaller municipalities that have approached this, like Barrie and Orillia, and what they're finding.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Councillor Baines.
Thank you, Mayor Hamlin. I suppose my thoughts that are all over the place is from Field of Dreams, if you build it, they will come. I referenced that in regard to Mr. Vincent's comments, particularly in regard to, again, eliminating parking for 800 kilometers, I think, to a transit stop.
Meters.
I have 800 on the brain, right? Meters. My apologies. That would be too far a distance to go. But the challenge for us is, if you accept such a recommendation, great in the long term, but in the short term, it is the commensurate investment that we have to make in transit to be able to deliver that. And it's sort of a chicken and egg situation, I suppose, for this council and future councils as to how we parse that out. And I'm just hoping that there's, as you've suggested, perhaps something in the middle here that allows us to get there, and that at some time in the future, we could still, well, I don't know, you have to ask planning, dial back or restrictions or not enforce requirements in regard to parking for those units close to transit stops. So I like a lot of what he said. Some I don't disagree with, but nevertheless, I appreciate being able to receive that insight to everybody, as a matter of fact, in this case. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments at this time or questions? Councillor Jeffrey?
Thank you, Mayor Hamlin. And just to add also to Councillor Baines, then we would have some kind of restriction as to whether or not you can change your transit routes, because you've already committed to a certain bylaw with respect to the housing. So I think there is intrinsically a link between what we do with transit and what we do with the housing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay, well, I think those are all the questions. You're off the hot seat. Thank you very much for your hard work. The next, just so council knows where I'm going here, we have approval of minutes, and then we have a staff report on Terminals Point. And I'm going to propose that we stop it after that for our half-hour break. Okay, all right. So this is item 7.1. I have a motion here looking for a mover and a seconder that the minutes of the council committee meeting of the whole meeting held June 3rd, 2024, excluding the committee of the whole recommendations, be approved as presented. I think it was the next one. Yes, the next one. You'll move that. Okay, we have a mover and Councillor Baines seconds that. Any comments, questions? Seeing none, all those in favor? Thank you. Is there any business arising from those previous minutes? Okay, the next one. The deputy mayor has asked that we separate out of the three items listed there, the first item from the other two. So that's what I'll be doing. So the first one would be that the committee of the whole recommendations from its meeting held June 3rd, 2024, contained within the June 3rd, 2024 council minutes, be hereby approved as presented. So the first one we'll deal with is T 2024-14 investment policy review. And we'll have a mover and a seconder, and then you can speak to that. So the mover will be Councillor Baines, the seconder would be Councillor Perry, and I'll let you speak to that.
Mayor Hamlin, I have some prepared notes, and it will take a bit for me to go through. Would council be okay if this was dealt with at the same time we're dealing with the financial statements? And then that'll allow us to have the terminals presentation.
So this is the item we moved to the committee of the whole, which is item 14.2.4.
I'm going to be recommending some amendments to the policy, and it may generate some discussion. And I do believe there's people here that are here for the terminals presentation, and I was hoping that if council was okay with that, we could.
Yeah, that's fine. No, I think I can just hold that back and we'll deal with it later. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so then we have all three matters being dealt with. That first one that I've just read out, C 2024-06, which is the 2023 annual lobbyist registry report. And lastly, the minutes of other committees and boards. Would that say mover and seconder? Would you move all of that? Good, thank you. Any comments? All those in favor? Thank you, that's approved. So the next item on the agenda is our staff report, CS 2024-05, Terminals Point Definitive Documents. And our Executive Director, Peg, will be starting the presentation. Thank you. We also have our project manager, Adam Gallant, here. So thank you and welcome.
All right. Thank you, Your Worship. Our slide is up. Wonderful. So thank you so much. I just wanted to quickly, before we jump into the presentation, give credit to Claire Reyes. She's a former employee who created the bespoke image of the Collingwood grain terminals that you see on the screen now. And this is something that we've been pleased to use with Claire's permission. So I just wanted to make sure she was given credit before we moved on. Okay, next slide, please. All right, so good afternoon, Your Worship, our youth mayor, members of council. Today is really a significant milestone for Collingwood. The staff report before you recommends that council direct staff to execute the definitive documents with Streetcar and Dream or Grain Terminals Revitalization, Inc. The execution of these documents will allow us to proceed into a very important and key due diligence period, where Project Manager Gallant will speak more to that shortly. We recognize that this project provides many exciting opportunities for Collingwood's waterfront, but we still recognize that there's still risks that we need to determine what they are and how to address them at this point. The next several months will be spent investigating these unknowns and will provide the needed information to allow this project to proceed with confidence in its overall feasibility. We will also be spending the next several months talking with the community, collecting memories, sharing stories, and we're excited to announce some of those opportunities today. Next slide, please. Our core project team, you'll be familiar with all the faces on the screen. So we have myself, project manager Gallant, manager McNulty, Sean Oakley from KPMG, who's joined us in person today. So thank you. Ron Glenn, who's our planner from Big P Planning, sends his regrets. And then our legal advisor, Quinto Annabelle, partner at Loopster Nixon, joins us online. We're also joined today by Hua Nguyen, who's here from Streetcar. She's their development manager, so we're really pleased that Hua was able to join us as well. So this team has worked tirelessly to negotiate the best deal possible in line with the council's set development guiding principles, mandatory requirements, and of course, with the best interest of our community. We've received and reviewed a number of comments from council and community members and have done our utmost to incorporate feedback into the agreements wherever possible. And significant protections have been built into the agreement to protect the town and the community. Next slide, please. We're also pleased to introduce a new core team member. So this is an image of Jane Farrow. She's on a bike tour this week, so she wasn't able to join us. But we are really excited that Jane's going to be joining the team. She's a community engagement specialist, lives locally, and has extensive experience in community engagement, which includes park and public realm designs, walkability and wayfinding strategies, community development. If you just Google her name, you'll see a long list of really impressive accomplishments. So really pleased that she's agreed to join our team. And we look forward to her being a key contributor as we move forward on the project and helping us really meet and exceed expectations in community engagement.
All right, next slide, please. So I'm going to speak to the next few slides. One of them, and this is one of the most important parts of the project to me, are the guiding development principles. The guiding development principles were put together at the outset of this procurement, and they're based on extensive community collaboration and engagement through previous processes. So just to name a few of what helped us guide these principles would be the 2016 Waterfront Master Plan, the 2019 Community-Based Strategic Plan. Also in 2019 was the White Paper for Public Input, and then in 2021, the Built Heritage Assessment. So the consultation and engagement to put those plans together are part of what formulated these guiding development principles. So these were key at the outset of the RFP because they let the industry know what was important to us as a community, which was based on community values that fed into this. So these are going to continue to be a key. It's going to continue to be a key document. These principles as we work through the design and the community engagement and collaboration process to make sure that I see them as goals, are being met through this project. Next slide, please. In 2023 was last year, so there was a public presentation about some of the concept designs and ideas that would be associated with the project. Obviously, preservation of the terminals was key to that. And just some of the pictures you see on the slide here represent some of the other community space improvements and waterfront access enhancements that will be part of the project. So this was shown in 2023. And then the revitalized terminals and the enhanced public spaces that are going to continue and be based on those guiding development principles that we just looked at. Next slide, please. So the definitive documents, this is what we're asking for approval on, and these are needed to take the next step in the process. The next step is going to involve more work in design, more work in community engagement and consultation to help steer what the final product looks like. But to get there, we need to have an agreement. And these definitive documents are based on the MOU that was approved last June. And we've worked collaboratively with Streetcar to kind of get to a point where this will work for both parties. It needs to work for both parties. So it's drafted on the already approved MOU, and they include mechanism. There's three parts that need to be addressed here. One is the mechanism for the sale of land for the residential component of the project. Another component of these definitive documents are the details that surround the financial framework of the agreement, but also there's a mechanism to execute public work as part of that. And then finally, the long-term lease for the terminals to become a commercial development. And it is a long-term lease. These are typical in these type of developments to be long-term leases because of the investment required to make it commercially viable for that term. Next slide, please. So the due diligence period, after the approval of the agreements, there'll be a period of time where both parties, we need to do further investigative work and design work prior to closing. Some of the items in the due diligence period that need to be addressed are also just regular items as part of a real estate deal of conditions that need to be met. And this is done to get to the point where we're fully confident that the work is feasible. We have a good understanding of which portion of public work and the critical part of public work is going to be part of the agreement and what we can achieve. And we need to know that because we need to know that for consultation, what to consult on, what work is achievable. So further investigations and design are going to follow this alongside community engagement and consultation in this due diligence period.
Thank you. Next slide, please. Okay, so this slide is one that's been included in our presentations to date, and it touches on our commitment to the Collingwood community. So we promise the community that we will be approachable, promote dialogue, listen, and keep you in the loop. And I know, and we've heard through some of the comments at the release of this report, is some community members feel that we haven't done that with the ask of council to approve us to move forward with the definitive document. So I can't stress enough that we have worked very closely with Streetcar and Dream to build in a due diligence period, which gives us that opportunity to make sure, A, the project is feasible, and B, start to really collect that community engagement with expertise from someone like Jane Farrow. So today, like project manager Gallant had mentioned, this is really about giving us the opportunity to explore the conditions that are built into this agreement. And we're here recommending that council give us the latitude to move into exploration of conditions. So with that, community engagement will provide us, being the town and the community, with an opportunity to find a common understanding while helping to ensure that the decisions that are made in this project align with community values and continue to hold true to the development principles that were set out from the onset. We respect and understand that Collingwood residents need to see their own needs and aspirations and values reflected in the terminal point development, and it continues to be our intention to do that. Next slide, please. Community input matters. That is not just a statement, it is a truth. This project will not be possible without community buy-in. We want a vibrant waterfront, and we need the community to be a big part in achieving that. Step one, what we're calling right now and would be rolled out through the due diligence period, is capturing memories and storytelling. And we'll jump into what some of that is in a moment. And step two will be consultation and engagement. That's part of the site plan application process. So that's when we're getting into designs and drawings and a formalized planning process. But we need more information before we can get there, because we can't consult on the concept vision without knowing if that vision is even possible. So that's what this due diligence period is about. But we don't want to sit idle during the next 6 months. We want to make sure we hear from the community, and we'll share now, next slide, please, about how we intend to do that. So one of the things that we have heard time and time again throughout this project is people want to get inside the grain terminals. Many folks in this community and beyond have looked at the terminals from the outside, enjoyed their skyline view, but haven't had the opportunity to get inside. So we are going to be offering a lottery-based selection to Collingwood residents only. Sorry to folks that live outside of Collingwood, but you are going to be able to put your name in for a draw to have a tour of the inside of the terminal. So you'll get to see the bin floor and the terminals in all their glory as they stand today. We're also looking at opportunities on how to engage stakeholders in tours, so more details to come on that, but we are committing today to getting Collingwood residents through a lottery basis through the terminals pre-construction. More details will follow on our Engage page and through our media channels, and all we'd ask that you submit your name, your address, again, to confirm residency, and just a little bit about why you're interested in touring the terminals. Next slide, please. We're going to be kicking off Terminal Point walks and active waterfront tours. So Adam and I will need to get out our walking boots and our bikes, and same with Manager McNulty and others. And our plan is to offer these tours along the waterfront to share stories of the past of the shipyards and the terminals, but also gather stories. We're also putting a call out to the community of, do you have a story to tell? Because we would love to have some local individuals join us on those walks and tell their memorable moments of the grain terminals and the waterfront, and share in the storytelling and capturing those memories. Registration for this will be launched on Engage Collingwood, and we'll also be promoting that through our social channels and whatnot. So more to come on that.
Yeah, to next slide, please. So to speak to another plan that we have is something that we've actually already done a few of. We've done talks on the history, the kind of present use of the terminals and what the potential future could look like. We did that 3 times, once with the local Probus Club, once to the Collingwood and District Historical Society, and one of them was open to the public at the Simcoe Street Theatre. We got great feedback from those presentations, and it was really valuable to us too as a team, because each one of those presentations we did, like I know myself, I learned something about the terminals that I didn't know. So we look forward to doing more of those when the time is right, when we can work collaboratively with Streetcar and what the full engagement plan looks like. But certainly those type of talks we think are warranted, and something that, it goes beyond just providing updates through our Engage page. This is a more personal way to connect and provide information about the project. And even if it isn't, even if it's more based on just education and the current status, we feel it's important to get out there and attend those and have those meetings. So again, and like I said, submit your chance for to join the project team. Again, every time we've done one of these talks, we've learned something. So we want to bring those people in the community that have that knowledge and expertise to the forefront and help them make this project, let us make this project successful. Next slide, please. Farmers Market, we've signed up for the August 17th Farmers Market. We did 2 of these last year, where one was just to accept feedback. Another was where we kicked off the renaming of the project to Terminals Point Survey. They went well last year. We look forward to doing it on the 17th. What that looks like yet will depend on where we are with consultation and engagement efforts at the time. But we will be there on the 17th. Next slide, please. Capturing community memories and creating a time capsule. It goes hand in hand with what Director Peg has already mentioned, where we want people to tell us the stories, what's important about the terminals to them. But also too, is we understand the importance of this space to the community as it sits, right? So we want to know what people feel will be the big change, or what they'll be surprised about with what it's going to turn into. Next slide, please. Another event that we're trying to coordinate right now, I've spoke with the museum. The last event at the Simcoe Street Theatre where we did the talk was done in collaboration with the museum. And we're looking at setting up a display in the museum that speaks to the history of the terminals and maybe a little bit about what the plans are. But at the same time, as the community engagement is taking place, we can have a display in the museum and also maybe build it in a way that it's portable, that can accompany some of our other events and consultation engagement activities. And the history is the big part here. Again, there's a lot of interest in the project, and what we do with it is based on the history. So bringing that to the forefront through these efforts will be key. Next slide, please. And more to come. Again, there's the great picture there that we've worked into a QR code. Our engage page, pending approval of the documents, is going to reflect some of these new ideas and new efforts that we're bringing forward. So stay tuned.
Next slide, please. I can't help but wonder, 100 years from now when that time capsule gets opened, what the folks of the future will think about, where we are today. So I think that'll be really, really neat. So this truly is a transformational opportunity to significantly enhance our public spaces, enjoy Georgian Bay views in new ways that we haven't been able to enjoy them before in the past, celebrate our unique history, and resolve the long-standing unfunded liability that's currently on the town's financial statements. This is a multi-year project, and the team is committed to working together, not only with our collaborative partner, but with the community throughout this project. Terminals Point has the undeniable potential to be a legacy project, and this is not simply about revitalizing iconic structure, but it's about connecting our past, our present, and our future. And we hope that this first stage of the community engagement will help us collect those stories to really bring this project to life. And just finally, I better give credit, the image on the screen right now, project manager Gallant's son took that with his drone. So thought this is a really good example of the types of things we want to capture from the community, because undoubtedly tons of people have neat images of the terminals from today and many, many years ago. So yeah, thank you to your son for letting us use it. So thank you very much, Your Worship, and we hope you found this this update helpful, and I look forward to your further direction on next steps.
Well, thank you very much. Very exciting. So I'll read in the recommendation here that staff report CCS 2024-05 Terminals Point definitive documents be received, and that council directs staff to execute the definitive documents with Streetcar and Dream, and then in brackets, Grain Terminals Revitalization, Inc. So I'll ask for a mover and a seconder. Councillor Potts, seconded by Councillor Ring. And so we'll just have a little discussion or questions. Councillor Baines.
Thank you to ED Peg. If the stars align and Streetcar are pleased with their due diligence and we're pleased with ours, would it be perhaps 16 months or so when we would finally sell them the land for the condo and sign the 99-year lease?
Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship, through to Councillor Baines. So we have the due diligence period, as we've mentioned, will be underway. Once that's complete, we're moving into a planning process, which we anticipate will take a couple of years. So that's the site plan approval process. We'll be going through that. I don't know if there's anything you wanted to add around the site plan approval.
Yeah, we expected it to be at least 18 months, but the sale will close at the end of the due diligence period for the land. But the planning process will continue beyond that.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Doherty.
Thank you, Mayor Hamlin. And through you to Executive Director Peg. Very supportive of this staff report and the recommendations. But I will also commend you for the very creative and wide range of opportunities that you are offering to the public to become more familiar. I can appreciate, as a resident, the curiosity as to what's going on down there. And all of these various opportunities are just a really, really good way to engage our public and to make this project come alive for them. So thank you. Good thinking.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Mayor Hamlin. And firstly, I'll express my appreciation as well to staff for the detailed and excellent presentation that provides many of the key details that we can give out at this point in time. As you noted in the report in slide 8, there still is the critically important stage of due diligence, and we've repeated that a number of times. And I'm looking forward to the public consultation and hearing hearing from our community on some of the ideas that they might have and about the tremendous project that we are partnering with Streetcar and Dream. And thank you for attending today. I'm just very, very appreciative that while we're shaping the long-term future uses of this iconic Terminals Point structures, we're going to look back as well and look at when the concrete was mixed and poured and through all those years of operation, and we're going to try to retain that. And you talked about the visits that people are going to have a chance, and I think about the opportunity I had to go and watch or go and look and seeing the signatures and the dates on the walls and the various stations, and that stuck with me. And you're looking at 100 years ago, somebody writing their name on, and so it is something that people should try to get into the lottery for, because it is an opportunity and such. The one area of questioning I wanted to ask, and I think it can be talked about at least, kind of how the work would progress. So in my expectation would be the first order of business would be environmental cleanup if we're proceeding and Streetcar and Dream are going at the project. And then I also kind of anticipate that it would be the typically I would think that it would need to be the hotel part of the structure first and then the residential. Can you give us a rough idea on what the expectation is or what you're thinking, or is that still premature?
Go ahead.
Thank you. That sounds like a great question for our project manager.
Thank you, Your Worship, through you to the Deputy Mayor. The short answer is we don't know yet exactly how it's going to be phased until the design is further along and after site plan approval. We know we're going to have to stage like access for people that have leases out there. But we don't yet know the order of the work that's going to take place until the designs are further along.
Thank you, Mayor Hamlin. I just was wondering, and when we do know, you can let us know. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? Well, I'll just finish by saying I'm so excited to see this project move forward. Thank you, staff and the project team, for all of your hard work in bringing these definitive agreements to conclusion. I can tell anyone who hasn't had the opportunity to look at them, which is everyone except council and the project team, they are lengthy, detailed, complex, and incomprehensible, unless you're on the project team or our Streetcar and Dream. But they do cover a lot of commercial details. I know some of our members in the community are frustrated because they're not public documents, but they are deals, and at this stage are all confidential. And this is a win-win for our community moving forward, and as we'll see in our financial statements later in the meeting and has just been referred to, these terminals are an unfunded liability for the town of over $14 million. Now, that's the number. And that's because if we don't have a project as the one before us, we either have to demolish them or rebuild them to the extent, not rebuild, but maintain them to the extent we can go in and it's safe for workers. Either way, it's a very expensive undertaking. So it's a win for us for this to go forward in a responsible and sensitive way. And it's a win for Streetcar and Dream, who are having an exciting opportunity to do a project that will have international stature because of the nature of it. So I'm so looking forward to our community having the chance to move forward, to share our stories about the terminals and this part of our community, and then to move into the planning and have a good look at those site plans, because that'll be the fun part we're all waiting for. So again, thank you. So now we get to vote. So we've had a mover, a seconder, we've had lots of comments. All those in favor? And that's unanimous. Again, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, and so we're going to take a half hour, hold on just a minute. Oh, we have a bylaw that's related to this, so we'll do this as well. And the recommendation is that bylaw number 2024-048, being a bylaw to authorize the execution of the definitive agreements for the redevelopment of land referred to as Terminals Point, be enacted and passed the 17th day of June 2024. Could I have a mover and a seconder, please? Councillor Jeffrey, seconded by Councillor Perry. Any comments on this? All those in favor? And that's unanimous. Thank you. So we'll adjourn now till 10 after 5. Thank you. Or recess, not adjourn, recess. Got it. I was used to one. I hope you brought dinner because they don't serve us food. Welcome back, Council. Next item on our agenda is item 11, and these are departmental updates. And the first one is going to be a presentation that will be introduced by Treasurer Quinlan on the water and wastewater rate study. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Hamlin. We have Andrew Mirabella. He should be virtual from Henson Consulting. As council may be aware, back in the fall, we did submit for RFP for our development charge background study and our water and wastewater rate study. It is a study that we complete every 5 years to make sure that our rates are in line with what is expected in terms of asset management, as well as managing the water treatment plant and ensuring our users have safe drinkable water. So with no further ado, I will invite Andrew Mirabella. I see him just coming up on screen, and he'll walk us through the beginnings of that study and the results so far.
Great. Welcome, Andrew.
Thank you, Mayor. Thanks for the introduction, Monica. My name is Andrew Mirabella from Henson Consulting. Really the purpose of today's meeting is a bit of a working session on the water and wastewater rate study that we are in the midst of preparing for the town of Collingwood. So if we go to the next slide, just in terms of our study background, the town has been fiscally prudent in the management of water and wastewater services, completed its last rate study in 2020, with this kind of update being undertaken as part of the regular 5-year review. The intention of this particular model is a 10-year planning horizon to help understand the changes in reserves and user rates over that forthcoming planning period. On the next slide, just in terms of our full cost recovery approach, it's based on a kind of 3-pronged system here. We have our full recovery of our operating costs, which is effectively based on the town's 2024 budget. We've made adjustments on the go-forward basis to account for the effects of inflation. We have our second is our annual debt payments, both existing and projected, which are embedded into our projections of our cost analysis. Then we've, through some discussions with staff, made some other adjustments, one particularly for the provision of enhanced services and really making sure that we continue to deliver the level of service that is currently at. So we've added some new FTEs provisions in our planning period for both water and wastewater over the period. We have any efficiencies that have come from the EPCOR billing has been incorporated into our forecast. And then we also have some net additional operating costs, which the town might experience as you continue to expand your capacity, expand your plants over the next period through to 2034. The second component is our full recovery of our annual capital needs, making sure that any of the in-year capital that's rate funded is funded through the utility rates, and ensuring that any growth-related capital costs, particularly, will be funded from your development charges as identified in your development charge background study. The third element is making sure that we have a continued contribution to reserve to ensure that future asset repair and replacement activities are captured. Go to the next slide. Just to look at the rate model itself, we have this is the way our structure, the way we set up our calculations. We have our water consumption and connection charge forecast kind of going first. That is going to help us determine what our needs are going to be. We have an operating forecast and a capital forecast, and we're making sure that we're delineating our costs, any growth-related costs. We have development charges or developer contributions coming in. On the operating forecast side, we have any of our non-user rate revenues are also being accounted for. And then we have, you'll see the floating box on the left in our capital asset lifecycle analysis. Any repair or replacement of existing infrastructure is also embedded into the calculation and kind of included for in our projections. That leaves us with what we call as a net rate funding need. Our total cost relative to our water consumption and generation profiles is going to give us our water rates and our wastewater rates. Go to the next slide. Just to kind of get into the first part is being our forecast, which is primarily based and predicated on the town's DC study. You have a current connections of about 12,200 meter connections in the system, most of which are comprised by meter sizes of less than 1.25 inches. non-res and multi-unit properties kind of make up the connection balance. We have about 2,300 new meter connections projected over the planning period, so about 230 new ones a year, which is going to be coming online to fund system costs over the planning horizon itself. On the next slide, considering some of the growth that we're experiencing, really what gets billed out to the end user is also, in addition to the fixed charge, is going to be a consumption-based charge, which is based on billable water, billable flow. Just kind of tracking what's happened in the town over the last several years. The green line shows your historical water flow that's got billed out to the end users in Collingwood, with kind of starting off at about 3 million cubic meters back in 2011. There's been some decline in those consumptions. And as you see in recent years, which is not dissimilar to other Ontario communities, we see an uptick in volume, largely based potentially on the pandemic related flows. More people working from home, kind of putting different pressures on the system itself. But it has normalized a little bit in recent years, and the projection is in gold, showing that we are continuing to see kind of modest and increasing flows over the period, moving out over the 10-year period in our planning horizon to 2034. So if we go to the next slide, just wanted to summarize our capital program, which is pretty substantial over the 10-year period, from the 10-year horizon of a total of $344 million through to 2034. What we've broken down is the kind of the funding sources associated with it. What's development charge funded is our DC, which is in green. That's going to be our growth related share of costs. We have our rate funded, which is going to be from our reserves, which is going to be our gold component. Then we have what's in gray is going to be our other related share, which is going to be other municipalities' contributions for the most part to your water treatment plant. And then we have our rate funded debt, which is in red, which is also stacked on the bar. So that kind of just summarizes our total capital, but our rate funded share in terms of what needs to be funded from the in 2024 dollars is about $48 million on the water side. On the next slide, just to kind of summarize a similar aspect in terms of our wastewater capital. So just as much in terms of our needs here on the wastewater program, about $380 million. But one stark difference between water and wastewater in terms of the way the capital is we see that the wastewater needs particularly kind of are a little bit more backloaded here, as it mostly relates to the water and waste, the wastewater treatment plant expansions, which are out starting in 2029. But there are a significant rate funded pressures still in the earlier years. That's just highlighted in gold. And then we also have rate funded debt that's going to be required in order to maintain the system and kind of have a smooth contribution requirement and annual rate needs itself. I will note that anytime we see rate funded debt, we've embedded the principal and interest payments associated with that debt payment in the operating budget and incorporated in the calculation of the utility rates. We go to the next slide. Just wanted to highlight kind of what we call as the net rate funding need itself. Anything above zero is going to be our costs associated with maintaining the system. We have our operating costs. We have any debt payments associated with the capital that we're looking at. Then we have our contributions to and from reserves. Anything below zero is going to be any revenues that are coming in to offset system costs, which is largely what we call as the non-rate revenues, which is going to be isolating in any revenue driven from other municipalities contributing to the system for their rates for the water that's being sold to them, is being largely captured in that red bar of the line. The black dotted line is what we call as the net rate funding need, and that's the amount of money each year that the town would need to fund in order to fund their system costs. And we see that the black line is pretty linear. That's partly because we use reserve funds and debt in order to manage the annual rate increases each year, so that we don't, we're not kind of managing the peaks and valleys of a capital program or any one-time cost you might experience. We built in any of the inflation factors on the operating budget, looked at the account level itself. We brought in any of the one-time increases associated with potential new operating costs associated with expanding the plant. As I mentioned, we have kind of new 2 FTEs incorporated over the planning period, which reaches about $270,000 by 2034. And then any of the future rate funded debt payments are also embedded in here, and that's captured in your gold bar on this graph itself. We'll go to the next slide. We'll do the same analysis for the wastewater side, and we'll go into the same level of detail, but generally speaking, in terms of the same level of description and illustration on your green bars, gold, and your contributions to reserve in gray. We have the same methodology here in terms of the inflationary and the adjustments on the operating budget level. And we have, again, built in kind of cost increases associated with increased costs associated with expanding the plant, as well as any new FTEs and debt payments arising from those rate-funded debt requirements in order to kind of manage a repair and replacement program over the planning period itself. So just kind of looking at it from those are the two cost centers. On the next slide, we'll kind of show what the impact is on a typical household, and correspondingly what the actual rate increase itself to both the fixed and the variable rate. So the metered household of about 200 cubic meters per annum. We have the water rates increasing at about 5.5% per year, both on the fixed charge as well as the variable rate, which is charged on a per cubic meter basis. And on the wastewater side, with the pressures there, we have about 3.5% increases per annum on both the fixed and the variable rate. So combined for a consumer that's 200 cubic meters per year, would see an increase of about 4.3% per annum, or about $51 per year. When recognizing that as the full annual rate increase, and we break that down to on a weekly or daily basis, it's obviously a lot more manageable. Recognizing these are the costs required to manage the system, managing the inflation impacts, managing your capital budget and your repair and replacement requirements over the longer term. So that's kind of the first key output. The second one is I just want to show what that means in terms of the kind of reserve and reserve fund management exercise. So if we go to the next slide, we have our key output too, which is our reserve fund balances. And really what I wanted to show here is that, we start off on the water side at just over $10 million in our reserve at the end of 2024, and about just over $14 million on the wastewater side. And our reserve funds kind of, obviously there's some peaks and valleys within it as we have significant capital expenditures. You'll see some draws on your reserve. And then there's some increases, again, further draws on it. But the reserve funds don't materialize all too greatly and don't increase at a great pace. We are managing our existing system. We're managing our reserve funds, and we're using debt and strategic use of debt in order to kind of smooth those rate increases and making sure that we're using our reserves in order to manage those pressure points in our capital program. So at the end of the period, our water reserve funds are just over $12 million. And on the wastewater side, we end up closer to 15 million, which is a little higher than what we have currently in 2024 over that planning period. Just to put those reserves in context, if we go to the next slide, just wanted to kind of look at what we see in some other municipalities in terms of what they consider kind of a minimum workable balance, both water and wastewater combined, which would look at making sure that we have a stabilization reserve of 6 months in operating costs and a relationship to the replacement value of your infrastructure, which is identified at 4% for the purposes of this. And just trying to show the minimum balance, kind of maintaining at that hashed black line over the period. And our year reserve fund balance is kind of how they move below and above that minimum balance over that planning period. Just putting into perspective the amount of money that's in reserves relative to what's required to kind of maintain a sustainable system over the planning period. If we go to the next slide, we did run another sensitivity test just to kind of put into context, the utility rate increases that we've calculated, and then if what would happen if the rate increases were 50% of what we calculated in terms of the increase itself. So the base calculated, for example, was 5.5% per annum and wastewater 3.5% per annum. What would happen if we reduced the rate increase on water to 2.75% and wastewater at 1.75%? And the blue line shows the status quo calculation on water. The green line shows status quo calculation on wastewater, where the red hash in both water and wastewater would show what the reserve fund would look like under both those positions. And recognizing that with the reduced rate requirement, there would be relatively less in reserves over the planning period. And by the end on the water side, we dip into just a little bit into the negative position. And on the wastewater side, we would see our reserves kind of depleted down to kind of about $5 million on the wastewater side. So recognizing that at a certain point in time, the capital needs would start to erode the reserves, and then the inflationary impacts on some of the operating costs would also start to deplete the reserve funds without the proper increases when you're on your system. So just to cap off on the next slide, what the rates look like in Collingwood relative to some other communities. Just want to point into consideration here. Obviously, the rates that are imposed in other municipalities are relative to what's required to fund their system costs, and every municipality is going to be a bit different in terms of what system they have. You know, how far along are they in their asset management continuum? Perhaps when was the last time they've actually undertaken a rate study themselves? All those different factors would play into, you know, the rates that are imposed in each municipality. But generally speaking, the town of Collingwood's rates currently are highlighted in gold here, and they're on the lower end of the spectrum relative to a series of communities in around you. And then we have the other gold bar, which is a few notches to the right, which will show Collingwood's calculated rate under a 2025 scenario, which would show the rates modestly increase from the current rates that we have. But I do want to note that there's a couple things as well here. One, the kind of band of communities from Collingwood all the way through to Blue Mountains and Cobourg are very, very close in terms of the rates themselves. Everyone else on the list is a 2024 rate. So it's likely that they will also experience rate increases in 2025. So that would kind of shift things around a little bit. The other thing I want to point out here is you might see some stars across some of the communities, most of which represent communities that are in or have taken a rate study post-pandemic, which would see rate increases kind of at least 4% per annum moving forward, recognizing that the environment since the pandemic has changed in terms of the operational and capital elements, which has put down on the pressure on the utility rates going forward. So all in all, the town's rates from a pure comparison perspective remain quite competitive with those other communities that we see here on the list. If we go to the next slide, just some general observations to cap off. You know, we look at this and we see a pretty good job here from council and staff in terms of managing the fiscal sustainability of the water and wastewater systems. You've contributed to your reserve funds early for asset management purposes, and that is kind of shown through here and through the last rate study itself, which puts you in a pretty good advantage here to manage, particularly during the pandemic, some of the cost increases and some of the cost increases that you're going to potentially continue to see going forward. We do see those kind of regular, you know, significant capital cost escalations. And then on the inflation side, that's been persistent over the last several years, and we see that's changing in the way the town continues to operate their systems, and we expect that certainly to continue at least for the immediate foreseeable future, which you needed to kind of manage your funds in order to continue providing those services. The billable flow over the pandemic period has kind of increased, and there's been some volatility in terms of not just yourself, but other municipalities on kind of what might happen. We do expect, obviously, some of that to normalize a bit more over the planning period as kind of more back to work and back to regular life has resumed. We start to kind of see that shift back in the water flows, and we'll have to kind of monitor that going forward here as well. So that is my presentation. May have took a little longer than perhaps I was allotted, but happy to answer any questions and comments you may have.
Thank you very much for that report. Would there be any questions from council? Deputy Mayor Farr.
Thank you very much, Mayor Hamlin. Just a very good presentation to give us the update on how things are going. I thought that it covered all the areas that I wanted to know about. I'm correct in looking at it that currently it doesn't incorporate any estimate as to hopefully some provincial grant funding in regards to the water plant, I guess, most specifically. So I'll just confirm that, if I may, through you, Mayor Hamlin, to Mr. Mirabella.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, through the mayor, that would be correct. It would be based on the assumptions that's outlined in the DC background study. However, recognizing that any grant funding that might come in would largely impact the development charge side of things, but there would be a residual rate impact as there is a kind of a non-growth related share of the plant expansion, which we would have to consider.
Follow up, if I may, Mayor Hamlin. That's great, and hopefully the next time you do present to us with numbers, it'll be something that we know about. I thought the sensitivity test was very helpful as well, from the standpoint of showing what the impact would be to do something less. Right, you're using 50%. I just make a suggestion that maybe incorporate 75% into that too for us the next time you show it to us, because it is a pretty significant drop off that can happen if you think when you cut it in half that it just kind of cuts in half, but it's exponential. So again, I thought it was a very good slide, and appreciate your presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. Would there be any other questions? I have one. What level of inflation have you assumed over the 10 years?
So that's a great question. It's really dependent on the cost center. It's upwards of kind of 5 or some odd % for hydroelectricity, but some of the other elements is between 2 and 3%. So still hoping that there's some normalizing of the inflation levels going forward, and things that Bank of Canada's targeted inflation, but we have assume some elevated levels, at least in the short term, for some cost centers.
And if inflation rates do change and come down, will you be engaged, and do you know this, to redo our numbers, or how often? Is this a question for staff? This is a question for Treasurer Quinlan. When will we be revisiting this? Treasurer Quinlan, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Hamlin. Good question. So we generally do these rate studies every 5 years, but if we did see something really significant in a change, that we would definitely engage Hemson to come back, or maybe not Hemson, but we would engage our external advisors to come back and help us with that. But generally 5 years is the route we take, just because there are so many things that can play up and down throughout that time frame. So.
And just as a follow-up to you, Treasurer Quinlan, if provincial funding does come through, we'll see a fresh look at these numbers at some point before 5 years?
So, yeah. So just to be fair, provincial funding on the water treatment plant, the new water treatment plant, does not have as much or as significant of an impact on our rates at this point, because at this point the DCs cover 92% of that cost. That being said, there is some buildup into, and I won't get too far down the rabbit hole here, but Andrew could help sort of fill in. There is some buildup to the new plant within this rate study, but I don't expect that when the province came to us, or when they come to us and give us something to go towards that water treatment plant, that there would be much change to the actual rate study.
Okay, well, we'll wait until that happy day arrives, and then we can. Okay, so thank you for those questions. Thank you, Andrew. Thank you, Treasurer. And yeah. So
Thanks
that's
very
just
much,
an
everyone.
update. Yeah, we don't need to vote on anything here. So I'll just move on to the next one then. Thank you. This is Colin Nicole Yardy, who of course is our climate change specialist. She's going to speak to the GHG reduction pathway feasibility study. Welcome.
Today. So good afternoon, Mayor, Deputy Mayor, and Council. We're here today to talk about the greenhouse gas reduction pathway feasibility study. Next slide, please. So I'll start by introducing our team. We had a large project team, beginning with Adam Gallant, our Customer and Corporate Services Project Manager, who acted as our technical lead, Jill Landry, our Fleet and Facilities Coordinator, who acted as a facilities specialist, myself, the Climate Change Specialist, who acted as the funding lead, as well as Dave McNulty, Stephanie Ottawell, and Alex Wilson, who were helping us. And we retained Walter Fetty as our project consultant. So I won't brush past the fact that we are wildlife on the screen. So you could see our faces in person. And this gives me an opportunity to talk about these animals on the screen. So these are pictures of local wildlife that you could find in Collingwood, and they all play an important role and coexist within the ecosystem of Collingwood. This team came together under our employer being the town of Collingwood, and we bring different life experiences, educational and professional backgrounds, and personal priorities to this project. Despite that, we've all come together under the common goal and council direction of climate action to present this project as the foundational study to reduce building emissions for the corporation. Next slide, please. So I'll remind you all of some background. In April of 2023, this council passed the Greener Collingwood Corporate Climate Action Plan, which focuses on reducing corporate greenhouse gas emissions by a minimum of 30% below 2019 levels by 2030. One of the 19 actions identified in this plan is to complete a greenhouse gas reduction pathway feasibility study following FCM's or the Federation of Canadian Municipalities requirements of reducing building emissions by 50% in 10 years and 80% in 20 years. Through FCM's Green Municipal Fund, the town was a successful applicant in receiving $200,000 in funding to complete this project, and that represents 80% of the total project cost, with the remaining 20% or $50,000 budgeted in 2023. From the funding budget, we were able to analyze 42 town facilities, and the purpose of completing this project was twofold. One, to allow the town to access future grant opportunities, and two, to provide a list of emission reduction projects that our facilities teams could use to assist in meeting our corporate greenhouse gas reduction targets. Next slide. So as I mentioned, 42 town buildings were analyzed, and that resulted in an executive summary and 28 detailed reports explaining current building conditions, the low carbon retrofits, and pathways to 80% greenhouse gas reduction within 20 years. There were multiple discussions held during site visits as well as design and decision-making workshops. And those discussions led to broader considerations in this project to reduce corporate and in some cases community greenhouse gas emissions, such as energy efficiency, fuel switching, new build best practices, renewable energy, and district energy solutions. Next slide, please. Before we move on to the outcome of the study, I want to zoom out for a moment to put this into perspective and understand the importance of this project in alignment with other town priorities. So on the previous slide, I mentioned that the Greener Collingwood plan was the plan that noted this as a study to be completed. And the results of this study are essential in informing how the asset management plan are essential in informing the asset management plan by providing recommendations on how to replace current assets in a more climate conscious manner. In addition to the process of developing these recommendations, we required a culture of collaboration between multiple departments. So over 23 staff within 6 departments provided input and feedback into this project through design and decision-making workshops. And many of these staff were operators and facility staff who were super important in sharing how the facilities are actually used and what they believed was feasible for the future. Completing this study also demonstrates community leadership. So although our project was through municipal facilities, a lot of the learnings and the process is similar to what could be shared with industry, small businesses, condo corporations, and homeowners for some. One of the common recommendations was to switch from natural gas HVAC systems to electric heat pumps, which is feasible both in this facility, so in our town hall, but also within individual homes. I know there's at least one audience member that runs fully electric using a heat pump. So I'll now pass it over to Jordan, who is one of our project consultants on the team.
Thank you, Nicole. Next slide, please. Mayor, Deputy Mayor, Council, thank you for giving us the opportunity to present today. My name is Jordan Mansfield. I'm a professional engineer, specializes in energy management. I was part of the team that conducted the report study for this project. I have a few members up on the screen that also were involved that are not here. We also had quite a number of other people that were involved in making sure this project got across the finish line. Next slide, please. As a part of the project, it was a quite extensive process that involved a lot of stakeholder engagement. We had 7 milestones that we had to go through. Just to save you the mildly in-depth discussion about that, we basically have conducted site visits, had workshops with stakeholders from the municipality, and now we're in the final stages of presenting our work to council. Next slide, please. A part of the work that we conducted, one of the end goals was to develop 4 scenarios. Now, what a scenario is, it bundles a set of measures together. So this could be energy saving measures or GHG measures. The 4 scenarios that we focused on were business as usual. This is essentially a status quo, where we look at what would happen if the town were to keep maintaining their asset management plan as is. We then looked at a comprehensive solution where we applied all the measures that are mutually exclusive, with the most efficient measure of that mutually exclusive group being applied. And then as Nicole mentioned, we are doing this through funding. So through the FCM, we are required to do a minimum performance, which sees a 50% GHG reduction by 2035, or in 10 years of the first implementation year, and 80% reduction in 20 years, or 2045 in our case. Lastly, there is a short-term deep retrofit option that would see an 80% reduction within 2029, by 2029, or within 5 years. Next slide, please. To summarize the scenarios, so basically what we've done here is we've taken each year from 2023 to 2050, and we combined them into a bundle here. So in the top right corner, you see the capital cost. So you'd be approximately at $14.6 million of related capital expenditures over this time period. So this is not all of the funds that would be applied to all the group of buildings that we've examined. It's focusing in on components that would be related to helping reduce the town's GHG emissions. In the bottom left, we have the cumulative utility fuel costs. So this is the cumulative amount. So this is, again, summing from 2023 to 2050. You'd be approximately at $60 million in expenditures there. Your cumulative GHG emissions would be around 58,000 tons. Your net emissions in 2050, so that's just the annual emissions, is projected to just be shy of 2,100 CO2 equivalent. And then your life cycle cost is projected to be about 41 million. Now, the life cycle cost takes into effect the capital costs, the utility costs, and the replacement costs of the equipment that is being examined in this process. Next slide, please. So for the comprehensive scenario, again, this is something that we don't necessarily recommend to our clients. It's more or less just kind of illustrate what would happen if you were to do everything across the board. So as you can see in the top right corner, it would be a CapEx of around 76 million that you'd be spending to implement this comprehensive scenario, which is not realistic. So that's about a 425% increase versus what your business as usual case would be. This is, again, would not be recommending this. However, your utility costs would be down to 46.8 million. So that's a 21% reduction. Your GHG emissions would be cut nearly in half. Your annual emissions in 2050 would be 266, or about nearly 90% reduction from your business as usual case. However, your life cycle cost would be a 40% increase, which is quite significant. Next slide, please. Now, a more reasonable approach is the FCM minimum performance. So this is, we don't take every measure and apply it. We try to be reasonable in our approach and how we go about this. As you can see, capital cost is still quite significant. It's 36 million versus the 14 million that we saw on the first case. So it'd be quite a bit of expenditure increase over the 30 years timeline. However, you'd still recognize quite a bit of similar savings versus what we saw in the comprehensive scenario. So for the cumulative utilities, we'd be reducing by 17%. Your GHG emissions would be down by 57%. Your GHG emissions would be down 90%. But the great thing about this scenario is that your life cycle cost is only up 15%. So that's about a $6 million difference over the 30-year span. Next slide, please. Now, the short-term deep retrofit takes all the measures that were applied in the FCM minimum scenario and condenses it into 5 years. The capital cost is a little bit less, and that's because we're accounting for inflation through all of our calculations here. So since we're implementing an earlier state, capital costs are less. Utility cost savings are more. Our GHG emissions are significantly reduced because you're now emitting for much less over that time period. You have a similar end goal of around 90% reduction in your 2050. However, your life cycle cost is slightly higher, and that's because the replacement cost of your equipment is being more readily realized in this scenario versus the FCM scenario. Okay, next slide, please. This slide just gives an overview of the life cycle costs, utility costs, and the project costs. So basically, this is just summarizing this from the slides that we just saw. As you can see in the life cycle cost, the comprehensive has the most highest cost, and that's due to the capital expenditures that would be required for that scenario. The FCM minimum has the smallest, which versus the business as usual. On the utility cost side, you can see that the comprehensive has the lowest cost, and that's mostly because we are throwing the kitchen sink at it pretty much. However, the other two non-business as usual scenarios are close behind. Again, then you see the project costs, the FCM minimum performance in the short term are quite similar, but when you compare it to the comprehensive, it's quite less to digest. Next slide, please. Finally, I just wanted my segment on talking about carbon offsets and net metering. So with carbon offsets, they should be dealt as a last resort item. In our reports and in the scenario analysis, wherever we couldn't quite get the emissions down to the targets that we highlighted in the scenario development slide, we would use carbon offsets. Now, there's a lot of things that would be changing with carbon offsets, but ultimately, I'll just leave it at that. Lastly, just talking about net metering. So with net metering, we are constrained by the amount of electricity that a building consumes versus how much space it can provide. So it's very key with net metering to design all their solar PV systems to match the annual electricity consumption of the building or less. And I'll just end it at that. Sent to Adam, I believe. Jill. Pardon me.
Okay. That's great. Can I get the next slide, please? Perfect. So I'm just going to give a little bit of an update that the implementation of the greenhouse gas reduction measures has begun. So although the greenhouse gas feasibility study was still ongoing, the projects and our systems couldn't wait. Their end of the lifetime, end of the lifespan, they dictate when we need to replace them. So the next few slides will just present a couple of those projects that we've done within the last couple of years. The first one, probably be familiar with, is the townwide facility LED upgrades. And this was a council passed resolution to update all of the facility lighting fixtures to LEDs. So last year in 2023, we did complete 14 of our facilities. And we estimate that by doing that, we will have saved over 369 kilowatt hours a year, which equates to about over 82,000 a year in savings on utility and maintenance costs, and also over 258 tons of CO2 emissions per year. And another thing to note on this project is we did do the Save on Energy retrofit. And so we were able to receive incentives for about $52,000 of the cost, and we're still receiving those. And 2024, we're continuing this, and we're going to finish off the rest of our facilities, which is about 16 smaller pumping stations and washrooms. Next slide, please. The next project that I want to touch on was the water treatment plant, and that is the process boiler for heating the digester. And that is a critical piece of equipment. It needs to run 24/7, 365 days a year. And we've estimated that probably about 80% of our natural gas use at our wastewater treatment plant is actually from this boiler. And it was at the end of the lifespan, it needed to be replaced. And so what we are doing right now, it has been tendered on open market, it's been awarded, and currently the order for the boilers has been placed, and we're just waiting on delivery for those, but they should be installed by the end of this year. And what we're replacing them with, so there was one boiler currently, we're going to be replacing it with 2 boilers to provide a little bit of redundancy. Should one boiler fail or need maintenance, we do have redundancy. About 75% will be what the 2 boilers are sized for. And instead of being solely fueled on natural gas, they will be dual fuel boilers, so they can run either off of digester gas or natural gas. And the intention of the town will be to have them run completely off digester gas and completely shift that natural gas use away from the boilers. And we've estimated about 76,000 meter cube per year of natural gas, and a significant, about 145 tons of CO2 emissions for greenhouse gas decrease there. And just the last project, next slide, please, that I'll talk about. And this one is just a real life example of a heat pump. So basically it's giving the town experience so that we can help out the communities as well as residential or any businesses. And this is at the Business Development Center next door. The rooftop air handling unit, it was a standard gas-fired packaged unit with air conditioning, and it was at the end of its life. And so currently it is out for bid on the open market. It's out for tender right now. And what we're going to do is we're going to be replacing it with a heat pump unit. One of the problems that I think, not problems, but I guess an opportunity that people may run into is the power capacity at the Business Development Center. We didn't have enough power to go fully electric for our heat pump, and that's something that we ran into. So what we're actually going to be doing is a hybrid unit. And so what that means is that the majority of the year, the unit will be powered strictly by electricity. So all of the air conditioning will be electricity, and probably 90% of the heating will be electricity. But on those really cold days, when it gets to below -20 Fahrenheit, I believe, we will need the backup of natural gas just to tide us over, just because our power supply to the building wasn't sufficient, and it wouldn't have made sense for us from financial standpoint to update or to increase the electrical to the building. So even though it's a smaller building, there's about almost 5,000 meter cube per year in natural gas savings that we will have, and significant greenhouse gas reductions. And also we did apply for a Save on Energy grant for this project as well, and we're expecting to get about $3,000 back for that. So now I will pass it over to Adam here.
Thank you. Next slide, please. So last year when we came, we gave an update on our asset management plan. We kind of pick up off from there. But before I get to that, we want to describe how this study connects to our asset management plan and where it fits in. So facilities or non-core assets are one component of the town's full asset management plan. And the facility condition assessments, which we spoke about last year and presented on last year, is the data set and what drives our facilities asset management plan. And we use that as a tool to help with the planning of capital and O&M projects, as well as the creation of more corporate service contracts. So where we see this study fitting in is a subset to our facilities asset management plan, where it gives us that pathway. It gives us those answers of, how do we actually achieve the goal of reducing those emissions? What are the projects? What are the cost differences between that and status quo? And when do we implement them? So when you combine those two together, we get the greenhouse gas emission reduction feasibility study. And again, we're going to use this as the tool to reach the goals in our corporate climate action plan, to inform the decisions made to get there, I should say. Next slide, please. Here's an example of just some of the data from the type of reports. I used an example from Town Hall. The full measures list for Town Hall was too complex and too much information to show on a slide. But in the case of here, we have gas-fired rooftop units that provide heating. And the recommendation will be to replace them with a heat pump when they are due to be replaced. What the type of information the reports give us are what type of heat pump. You can go with air source or water source. If you go with water source, you need geothermal or district energy. And then like Jill had mentioned, do we have the electrical capacity to go full electric? This report answers those questions. And one thing I'll note here is the last example. If we were able to replace the rooftop unit with a water source heat pump with electric backup, that measure alone would reach our 20-year goal. It would get us over the 80% reduction that we're required by year 20. And one thing that I want to mention as well too, Walter Fetty through an RFP process was the selected consultant to support with the study. As part of that RFP, we indicated the need to provide design services to implement these measures 5 years after the study is complete. So this really helps us take these measures and put a design package onto it and get it out for tender more efficiently because they're already familiar with the systems. They've made the recommendation for these projects, and we're going to have the tool to continue to work with them to get these projects done. Next slide, please. So again, the common theme here, it's electrifying systems. That's electrifying systems that use natural gas offer our largest reductions. So those projects and those measures come to the top of the recommendation list. And again, gas is used in facilities for HVAC, water heating, and dehumidification. And when it comes to the answer or what the solution is to electrify those systems, it's heat pumps. So this data set, this study helps us make the business case for which is the best option to go ahead with. But like I mentioned, air source versus water source, electrical capacity is a challenge, like Jill mentioned. And another thing we need to consider is that grid emissions are going up on the grid. So if our electricity consumption goes up, our greenhouse gas emissions also go up if the grid doesn't stay green, which is beyond our control. So the costs for greener options are higher than direct replacement of existing systems. And, you know, the data from the study will be critical in the cost benefit analysis. The other part is too, the information that's provided in the study will help us get the grants because the grants come with the condition of meeting certain targets. So this study will be used in the application of grants to help cover that cost difference. We don't know specifically what grants yet, but we have a really good data set and a good plan to move forward with to help get those grants to close that cost gap. And we need to balance the needs from our asset management plan. There are other facility related items that need to be addressed that won't necessarily have a GHG reduction impact, what our targets are, and the ability of our team to execute work. Next slide, please. So the Terminals Point project, last March, as part of their proposal, they have indicated that they're exploring the opportunity to put in what we would call like a mini district energy system in. And they've said here on one of the bullets that there's a potential expansion of thermal energy systems to future downtown Collingwood developments. So I see in my role on the Terminals Point project is that's a question that needs to be answered. I think in my role from asset management and working with this team is it going to be answered specifically to that project, or is this something that we need to look at more broadly? And our initial impression here is that this is something that should be looked at more broadly than just one project, and there's potential ties to other developments and potential ties to the community plan as well. Next slide, please. So this is where we are now is, like I said, is our next consideration will be for the consideration of a district energy feasibility study. Based on the Terminals Point project, there's a question that needs to be answered based on what they're going to do with their system and if it's feasible to expand that system for us. But there are other questions that need to be answered, which technology type they use. It would need to be compatible with other users, the capacity for expansion of that system, other stakeholders in the community, and who actually ends up owning and operating a system like this. So this goes beyond, I think, looking at it from just one project's perspective. We are currently seeking funds for a district energy feasibility study. We're aware that FCM has a program for that, along with interdepartmental discussions to determine what the scope of this study should be and where it should actually go. So more to come on that, and council will be kept appraised of the next decisions in that process. I think that's it for me. The next slide. Yeah, thank you.
So for our final slide, I just want to say that I hope we've illustrated the purpose of these reports is to identify all of the opportunities for greenhouse gas reduction in the town facilities. However, not all projects might be implemented because we need to balance our ability and our need to do them. So our ability, the staff capacity and the cost, and the need being greenhouse gas reduction to follow the climate crisis declaration and the commitments made in the Greener Collingwood Climate Action Plan. The final need would be asset renewal. So as equipment comes to the end of its life, what do we replace it with? Are we replacing it with what was there before or a more climate friendly solution? So next steps is that we would bring projects forward during budget discussions that are the most feasible recommendations in the short term, and then that we will continue to use this tool to model future projects. And we're happy to take questions at this point. Thank you.
Wow, thank you. That was an excellent presentation. Thank you for your work. Really awesome. Okay, questions? Councillor Baines.
Thank you, Mayor Hamlin. Through you to Nicole, or one of you perhaps. And this is trying to leverage more GHG reductions. Is it appropriate or possible to, shall I say, have friendly discussions with your suppliers in regard to their actions and reducing GHG emissions and claim sort of that credit as a result of the friendly persuasion we have on our suppliers, if you see what I mean? By if you want to do business with us, perhaps you might consider reducing your own GHG reductions and therefore let us claim that as a credit.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Through the mayor. I don't know that that would reduce our greenhouse gas emissions. However, we would have to have more discussions with procurement on what we could include maybe in our bid documents to make that more feasible.
It had been an interesting discussion with the feds or whoever is funding this program, because it achieves the a desired result with, as I say, friendly persuasion. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Doherty.
Can I add something to that? Sorry, through the mayor to Councillor Baines. Actually, there was an example on this project on the RFP. As part of the evaluation of the RFP, one of the categories we had for evaluation was we asked all proponents to indicate what their company's GHG emissions were, and their ability to answer that question. No, we even said in the evaluation, it wasn't about we're going to go solely with the lowest emitter, but their ability to answer that question spoke volumes. And if you want to add anything to that, like I know you can speak to your company profile and your emissions, but it was part of the evaluation process on this project as well. So.
Interesting. Okay, Councillor Doherty.
Thank you, Mayor, and to the team. So delighted to see this report come forward, and it's obvious that there's a great deal of work and information that's crammed into these slides. So kudos to you. Just had a couple of questions, and the first was, you've evaluated buildings, but we also use a lot of vehicles, rolling stock. And how would this figure in? Why would this not have been considered?
Go ahead.
The scope of the work through FCM for this grant is just on buildings. We do realize that we also have different sources of emissions. So transportation, waste are the next two biggest ones in our community, or our corporate inventory, sorry. There is a study going on to look at electrification of our transit fleet. That one's going on right now, and there are more funding opportunities through FCM to expand that scope to our entire fleet. So those are very much on our radar. It was just the scope of this grant that we received was just for buildings.
Great, thank you. My second question is, as you know, there's been a lot of discussion about trees recently, and we know that trees absorb and retain greenhouse gases. And so I'm wondering, has there been any consideration or measurement of how the addition of trees and other green spaces, grasses as an example, could serve to offset some of our carbon emissions?
There hasn't to date, and that's because there would need to be a certification process. I don't currently know of a certification process that we could go through to quantify the carbon sequestration ability of our green spaces. It could be calculations done off the side of our desks. However, I don't know, unless Jordan has any knowledge of if we could receive certificates to offset our emissions just within the town. Typically for carbon offsets, it would go to a third party who's been verified to say that these trees were planted.
I see.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I know that there are some municipalities in Ontario that are beginning to evaluate their green their urban canopy as part of their asset management plan. They're calculating a value to that. And I'll also say that the district energy system is just so exciting, and it will be fantastic if we can manage to create this kind of capacity for our downtown core. I think it'll be quite transformational. So thank you. Thank you for your work.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Fryer.
Thank you, Mayor Hamlin. Great presentation, project team. And I too am very pleased to hear about the ongoing efforts to take a good look at district energy as a possible project. You've mentioned there's many moving parts to it, and we'll have to see, but that was great. You also used the word electrification, which I've been talking about, I think, since I got on in term, and I was going to ask this question actually under other business, but I wondered, obviously you're working closely with EPCOR too, as our local distributor. And I was going to ask, I was hoping that EPCOR would be possibly coming to talk to us sometime in the near future about electrification. So I'm just sharing that, I'm particularly interested in knowing how they're progressing, because I think there's a lot of potential with what you've talked about, but the grid has to be able to handle it. So I'm hoping that EPCOR can see us soon. So thank you very much, Marianne.
Thank you. Councillor Ring.
Thank you very much, Mayor Hamlin. Question on some of the implementations programs that we've completed so far on cost savings and greenhouse gas emissions. One that I'm looking at that was probably an easy one, and it always turns over great value back to the town, is the changing out the lighting system to all LED. That's an easy one. I know the initial cost is expensive, but I see that there is incentive programs such as the Save on Energy retrofit program that helps cover the cost of doing it. So you got 13 facilities completed in this past year, or just prior to this year. How many more have we got to do to get them all done?
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you, through you too. I believe it was 26 smaller facilities this year, and it was just the pumping stations and washrooms for the most part. We just completed the wastewater treatment plant, so that was one that was kind of a crossover from last year to this year. But at this point, the outlook looks pretty positive to have them all complete.
Okay, thank you.
Are there any other questions? I had one, which is on one of your slides, you showed 4 options for moving ahead One was do everything immediately, and the other one was do nothing, and then there was two options in the middle. Have you made a decision on which way you think our town should proceed of those four options?
Yes, Mayor. So we made recommendations. However, through discussions with staff, we've advised them to make recommendations as you go through each budget cycle to make sure that you're evaluating which measures are the most appropriate. Again, these scenarios are a snapshot in time and things are constantly changing. So these are things that we always need to be reconsidering as you go through this process.
Okay, I see. Because I noticed what I'd call the third one that you did over 5 years. The energy costs you start saving at the 5th year would easily cover, it seemed to me, just looking at it, but the capital costs. So, go forward on what you save every year. So I was just wondering if that was something that, sort of tips it in favor of a 5-year plan.
With a 5-year plan, that would be more in favor if you have funding availability. So there are programs that are out there right now that could potentially supplement that. That being said, to your whole building stock that we did, it might be difficult to get funding for all the buildings. But it's something to consider if you get funding up hand. That being said, the FCM minimum performance scenario, that probably would be the most logical route to go. Again, considering measures as every budget period.
Okay, I understand that. Thank you so much.
I think I could add that just a bit.
Yeah.
Based on the, I don't think we could execute everything in 5 years. I don't think we have the money or the capacity to deliver the projects. The other thing, like I would add, is how the other challenge with that would be replacing systems before they're due. Like if there was new equipment added in the past couple of years, that's good for 20, 25 years. The value isn't there. And then I guess the last part on how we're going to roll this out or how we anticipate to roll this out would be, we recognize we don't do all the facility projects at every facility. So we need to do more collaboration with the departments at budget time to work these projects in and explain what they are. And they've already participated in the workshops and they know that they're coming, the facility managers at the other locations and those who implement projects. So we want to encourage the use of this tool in that process.
Okay, that's awesome. Thank you. Go ahead, Councillor Jeffrey.
Thank you, Mayor Hamlin. Not really a question, but a comment. Congratulations, obviously, because I think these great results. FCM rewards good behavior and good results. So I'm hoping that will spread to other avenues for us, for sure. And I think the most important thing is that we're leading by example. And I think it's in the PCP program portion that we are allowed to calculate points for community improvements to their GHG reduction emissions. Am I correct? I thought I read a component about where we need to we can get more if we go out and get our community partners, because Keep Collingwood Clean Group have brought a couple of our industrial partners here who are doing really well in that program, but they've been telling us about some outstanding initiatives they've been doing in reducing a significant number of transport trucks on the roads in their production and manufacturing cycles, which I think we should be capturing as a community, because it really is all part of our effort to reduce the GHGs. So I'm just hoping we can look into that and celebrate them as well when we hear about it, for sure. Yeah, so I think well done. It's great. Thanks.
Okay, is that it? Yeah, happy council. Okay, thanks so much.
Thank you.
Our last departmental update will be provided by Director Valentine. She's going to speak to the Ontario Land Tribunal appeals update. Go ahead.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. We do actually have 4 Ontario Land Tribunal related updates for you this evening, and I'll try to run through those as briefly as I can, given that there's quite a few additional items to get through on the balance of this agenda. For our first update, Council will recall that the zoning bylaw amendment, which was required to facilitate a residential development at 580, 596 Street, and that did include an affordable housing component, was appealed to the tribunal by a neighboring resident. The associated official plan amendment and draft plan of subdivision were not appealed, so they are enforced in effect today. Council did provide both the town solicitor and town staff with direction on this appeal in March of this year, and the case management conference was held in May to follow the direction of council. In response to a motion by the applicant to dismiss the appeal as being without merit, the tribunal chair did actually issue a verbal decision, and they agreed with the applicant's position. So at that point in time, no order was made regarding costs, and we expect a written decision to follow from the tribunal, and that is publicly available. The zoning bylaw amendment will come into force in effect once we receive that written decision issued by the tribunal. The second update is related to a council refusal in February of concurrent official plan and zoning bylaw amendments and a draft plan of subdivision to facilitate residential development on the lands known as Huntingwood East. And that did include a proposal to revise the access to the development envelope, which was initially intended to come to the north, to come rather from the west. The tribunal did acknowledge receipt of that particular appeal in April of this year, and the town solicitor and staff advanced a report in camera on April 15th and received direction on that appeal. Our update is that a case management conference, which is the first step in most appeals, used to confirm parties and participants, to discuss procedural matters and to scope issues, has not yet been scheduled by the tribunal. So there's still time for those who are interested in this appeal to reach out to the tribunal case coordinator, and staff can certainly provide assistance in making those connections if that is needed. In our third update, we have a long-standing appeal of a lack of decision on a site plan application, and the file is known as Blackmore Gates. It is on a parcel bound by Huron-Ontario Street, Campbell Street, and Finley Drive. The town solicitor and staff were earlier this year exploring options for a motion to dismiss the appeal due to several years of inaction by the applicant. However, around the same time, the applicant did indeed make a resubmission to the town to address the outstanding technical issues. These materials are currently being reviewed by our internal divisions, our external agency partners, and third-party peer reviewers as applicable. It's important to note that for this one, the tribunal had previously approved the zoning to facilitate the project that is in force and effect, and the tribunal does remain the decision-making authority on the site plan component of this file. Nonetheless, staff will be providing a report through to council in camera for direction, and it will include our professional opinion once the draft site plan is finalized. And then lastly, for our update this evening, we have a file known as Bridgewater, otherwise as Preserve at Georgian Bay. This file has a long history of applications and appeals over time, but the most recent matter at hand is an extension request being processed by staff for the draft approved plan of subdivision. A public staff report and professional recommendation are tracking to advance to council in July. However, the applicant had concerns with that timeline, and they proactively requested that the Ontario Land Tribunal use its authority to extend the lapsing date for a period of 3 years. The town solicitor and staff provided initial response through to the tribunal that we are unable to support this request for a variety of reasons, and we have a report to present to you this coming Monday in camera to confirm your direction on this file. Thank you, Madam Chair. That concludes the updates for this evening.
Thank you so much. Would anyone have any questions on this update? Okay, that's great. We have no questions. The next item on the agenda is our consent matters. I'll read in the recommendation. The council herein received the general consent agenda, and further that the information and opinions provided in the general consent agenda items are those of the authors and are not verified or approved as being correct. There's 3 items. The first one, World Kidney Cancer Day, Clock Tower and Proclamation, Collingwood Music Week, July 5th to 12th, and Clock Tower, and for that there would be a clock tower and flag raising. The second one is the proclamation for World Elder Abuse Day, which would be June the 15th. or was June the 15th. And the last one is a proclamation for CDKL 5 Awareness Month. Could I have a mover and a seconder, please? Councillor Potts, seconded by Councillor Ring. All those in favor? That's unanimous. Thank you. Would anyone like any of those pulled? Okay, seeing none, the county report is next. Deputy Mayor, I understand you have a few items.
Thank you very much, Mayor Hamlin. Waste management was again a topic at our June 11th meeting as council considered entering into a long-term waste disposal agreement. County staff have considered 5 responses to the RFP for this and settled on recommending further negotiating, completing an agreement with Emerald Energy from Waste out of Brampton. All of council found not only the environmental benefit of converting waste to energy, but also the closer proximity compared to the current hauling to the Niagara region to be very appealing. The EEW contract would begin in late 2026. And council supported the strong recommendation of department heads that a 20-year agreement be the term. While the cost of service is higher than current, the expected minimum haulage cost reductions are expected to bring the net change down into a range of about a 5% increase. This is when it is combined with the savings from the recently approved long-term agreement for organics waste disposal. So by solidifying these agreements over at least a 20-year period, council has ensured that expected cost escalation for waste disposal services that we're expecting to happen and going to be substantial won't impact Simcoe County. Inflationary changes built into the agreements as the price escalation factor, which will likely be much more than what the actual increases will be. It's also understood by council that there's other environmental benefits that are being pursued, but still at the point that negotiations will need to be completed before and some testing. I'm just going to close off and say, in my opinion, while the province continues to ignore the pending challenges that lack of landfill space is going to have in the next 5 to 10 years, I think Simcoe County has solidified long-term protection against the inevitable higher costs as the impacts are felt when with the lack of inaction by the province to deal with it. The only other item that I would report on is that staff report was also presented in the last phase of the county's latest phase of the county asset management plan work, and that it positions the county to be able to complete their financial analysis work over the next year, so it is ready for the provincial deadline, which is next July. And those were the items that I had, and I'd entertain any questions if anybody had.
No, I think you're good. Okay, thank you for that. I think the county decision to move forward to have the waste go to Brampton to a company that does energy from waste is hooray from my perspective compared to trucking it to the US. So I have to just add that I was so pleased with county staff who came up with this solution. Okay, so at this point, we're going to now deal with we're just going back to 7.2.1, and we had pulled out of there our investment review policy, which was the report T2024-14. And I'll just repeat here that we'll be having a motion then for the committee of the whole recommendation from its meeting held June 3rd, 2024, contained within the June 3rd, 2024 council meetings be approved as presented. And we're just dealing with, as I say, that one item, the investment policy review. So if I could just have a mover and a seconder for that. Councillor Jeffrey, seconded by Councillor Perry. And I'll let the Deputy Mayor speak first.
Thank you very much, Mayor Hamlin. I have some comments in regards to what's in the report, and then I'm going to ask, if I can, through you, to Treasurer Quinlan to provide her input into our discussion, if that's okay with everyone. I appreciate the additional information that has been provided and continue to support that delegation of authority be included in an amended policy. It may have been better last meeting for me to have asked for deferral of the report because I would expect if I'm seeking amendment that I may have to do it through notice of motion, but I'm going to proceed and just see how that goes. So Appendix E is being provided, and it's an example of what would occur if interest allocation was adapted to establish that long-term interest earning vehicles are directly associated with long-term reserves. I believe this should be done and that it would require interest allocation details to be expanded by amendment in the policy to indicate that long-term investments that don't earn an annual return should be linked to discretionary long-term reserves. I think that would lead to a situation that's identified in the Appendix E example, and that's a fairly significant impact in annual operation revenue because it'd be more current. So at that point, I was going to ask if I may, Mayor Hanlon, just to get Treasurer Quinlan's comments on that, if I may.
And I think it would be helpful if you could, Deputy Mayor, just to assist council with what page of the agenda that Schedule E is on. Thank you. Or perhaps the clerk, someone just to help everyone so we're all on the same page. Thank you. Okay, so it's the last page of that report. Do you have a
page of the report?
So what page would that be? Okay,
Page. Yes.
Just look here. Yes, Treasurer Quinlan, she's going to tell us.
Sorry, Your Worship, I know it's a little confusing. So if you go to the report in the electronic agenda, it is page 66 of 66. So it's under T2024-14. It is the very last page on that report. You just have to click on the hyperlink. I know it's a little confusing the way it is. But it's hard. I don't think I can explain it any better than that. So if you click on the hyperlink for the staff report, it is the exact final page in that staff report now. Is that helpful?
Yep, let me just, past the one. So I'm at page 76.
I wonder if we could just put it up on the screen. That might be even more helpful. Is that possible?
That would be awesome because it is just, I remember looking at it.
It's buried a bit.
The one shows the numbers. Okay, so of the agenda, it's page 94 of 266. So I'm just going to ask with this going up, Deputy Mayor, if you could just frame your question again to the treasurer.
I was going to get Treasurer's comments on what I was proposing in regards to actually putting wording in the policy that would mean that the long-term investment vehicles that we have are linked to the long-term discretionary reserve funds. And the example that Treasurer Quinlan put together that we're looking at came from the discussion of this at the last meeting, and she was good enough to say that she would provide an example. So I think if I could, we'll turn to the treasurer. And
okay, thank you. Treasurer Quinlan, could you just explain this for council and the public as well, what we're looking at?
Sure. I'll walk through just the example on Schedule E, and then maybe I can just add some comments. So essentially what the first part of the example is that the way we allocate interest today. So or investment income, I will say, because there could be market value increase and interest as well. But just to say, so in 2023 and any year prior to that, basically what we do is we say, what is the total investment income that the town has earned in a particular year? And then we split that income between our reserves and our reserve funds and the operating fund based on the amount of the total balance of those investments that are on hand to the reserve funds versus in cash or in our general reserves. So I'm hoping that makes some sense. As you all know, we have a great amount in development charge reserve funds, discretionary reserve funds, and general reserve funds. In our development charge and obligatory reserve funds, they are required to earn interest. Our discretionary reserve funds are also required to earn interest. However, those reserve funds have been created by members of council and may earn interest in the way council sees fit. And then our general reserve funds, any interest we earn on those goes directly to the operating fund, which means they end up, or they impact, I should say, the municipal levy or taxation. So if you look at the first part of the example, you'll see a total investment income earned of $3.558 million, of which 85% of that interest was allocated to our reserve funds for future use. So our reserve funds are growing in total by that 85%, which is about $3 million. So what was considered as part of the Deputy Mayor's request 2 weeks ago, I was going to say last week, 2 weeks ago, was that we look at the longer term investments or investments that won't necessarily earn interest in the year and push those balances, or I don't want to say push, that's not the right word, and allocate those investments to the discretionary reserve funds, which are the reserve funds that council has total control over, and then allocate interest on that basis. So what that means basically is that instead of the 85% of our investment income being allocated to reserve funds, it changes that picture and says that 74% of our investment income would be allocated to reserves, which leaves 26% to be allocated to the operating fund, or what we would consider to be an impact to the municipal levy or taxation. So the difference from last year, or from the 2023 financial statements to what is being proposed here, is just about $400,000, which is about 1% of municipal taxation. So that is the difference between those two allocation methods. There's a couple of things. In our investment policy, we don't talk about how interest is allocated, although within the Municipal Act, it does talk about how interest is allocated, and it says when you pool your investments, which generally is what we have done, when you pool your investments, you allocate based on a proportionate share, which is what we have followed. Now, what we are considering here is saying, well, we have a certain amount that is longer term and sort of has a different nature somewhat to the obligatory and the development charge reserve funds, for example. And we'd like to say that our longer term investments are invested on behalf of those discretionary reserve funds. So that is what's being contemplated. And I think from the town standpoint, we often use the reserve funds for asset management, asset replacement, and what we hope is that our investment income increases alongside, as we all know, that the construction price index keeps increasing as well. So we hope that while we're investing, we offset that impact of inflation on our reserve funds as we go. That doesn't always happen. We do the best we can in terms of income. And what council needs to balance is sort of the focus on trying to grow those reserve funds, but in the same turn, trying to balance how it impacts the taxpayer today. Because to be fair, the taxpayer today has less of a benefit of those future reserves than the future taxpayer. I think that what the Deputy Mayor has asked us to contemplate is a very good question. It's a bit of a different philosophy, but I don't think it will. And I mean, in my opinion, I don't think it necessarily changes our reserve funds to a great detriment. So if council was considering this, the 400,000 means that, from a municipal levy standpoint, that amount will be lower. We won't be taxing as much. But that doesn't mean that every year you're going to get an extra percent, because it all depends on how much the investment income comes into play. But I guess it's a difficult question. I wasn't necessarily prepared to say which way we would go. It's really just a difference in philosophy. I do think, of course, we're always very concerned about our reserve funds, and we talk about asset management and how that is impacted. I will say that a majority of the funds are sitting, across all of those reserves, but I can certainly appreciate council's perspective and the deputy mayor's more specifically on that. We have these really long-term assets that right now aren't earning any income. So it does dilute the total investment income that could be earned and help today's taxpayer. In this case, I think it's a relatively it's not a small amount. I shouldn't say that. It's a manageable amount, I believe, based on the information we have today. So if council chose to go this route, we could certainly include it in our investment policy. I would just say that from a reserve fund standpoint, we always want to put as much away as we can, and we want, we're squirreling it away for that future. But I can appreciate that it is a difficult balance. We have to strike a balance between today's taxpayer and the impact on the future as well.
Any follow-up?
Mayor Hamlin, I just appreciate input from any of our council members.
Councillor Jeffrey.
Thank you, Mayor Hamlin, and I really appreciate the treasurer's summary for us. I have to agree with, I feel like we're matching long-term investment with long-term planning, and I think the potential for the PPNs in the end is going to be significantly more in terms of the ability with the reserves, like the return on investment for those, hopefully, if it all goes as planned, will be significantly more. So I think we need all the wiggle room we can get in terms of a lot of the initiatives we're trying to put forward as a council, and I think this 1% would go a long way in our operations side in assisting us with not really hampering the reserve side too much. So I'm supportive of moving to this different philosophy.
Would anyone else like to ask a question? Or Councillor Jeffrey or Councillor Doherty?
Thank you. I guess I'm kind of the opposite view. I think that our asset management plan dictates that we need to have focus on our reserve funds, and we're embarking on another phase of our asset management planning right now, where we're looking at, and the treasurer will help me out, but smaller assets. And I just feel that money saved today will benefit our ratepayers in the future, and a shortfall in reserve, when we are faced with unexpected costs of replacement, is going to have a disastrous impact on the tax rates. So I feel more very supportive of the notion of prioritizing reserve funds over the operating fund.
Thank you. Councillor Baines.
Thank you, Mayor Hamlin. I'm sympathetic to what councillors Jeffrey and particularly the deputy mayor spoke about. That it's you're caught either way. In the short term, this 400,000 for the ability of council to help them out in the budgeting process in any one year would be a wonderful thing, particularly when we've been faced with so many expensive items coming up. On the other hand, though, I agree with Councillor Doherty in the sense that it's so difficult to save money, and to be able to, when you can, apply it to the asset management plan, I think is, at least for me personally, a greater priority for this council, and I would hope future councils to try it. With, my goodness gracious, they look at the wastewater treatment plants estimates now, how that's gone up from 230 to 300, or indeed 379, according to that latest report. I mean, what they just presented, it went up again. So at any rate, so I'm betwixt and between. At this point, I think I would agree with Councillor Doherty and not change what is intended here. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. I have a question of the treasurer. So I know we'll be seeing our non-core asset management plan come forward. Is that this summer that we're going to see that? Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Hamlin. It is this summer. We're tracking for July 22nd to present the report on the non-core.
Because I have to confess, I'm always eager to reduce tax burden or to add services, but I feel like I'm sort of standing on one foot right now, not knowing what further liability the community might be facing because of the provincial requirement to identify our non-core assets and, how we're going to fund their replacement. This example that we're looking at, this is totally made up example. Is that right? This isn't is this a totally hypothetical, or this was based on 2023?
If I may, Your Worship, this is based on 2023 actual investment income and how things would play out. Yes.
Okay. So the question I had then on this, with being the actual, with the PPNs, the interest is deferred until maturity. Is that correct?
If I may.
Sorry, go ahead.
There's two things with a PPN. What we hope to earn is market value increase as we go along, although we've had a couple of wars and prime interest rates and inflation and all kinds of things damper that plan. And generally that would be earned throughout the time frame until they mature. Mm-hmm. But the interest itself is not earned. The sole interest itself on a principal protected note is not earned until it comes to maturity. So that's correct.
So will there be where I'm heading here? Are we to anticipate a balloon payment of interest at some point? And then if we apply this, the numbers are going to be quite large for what's not going to the reserve funds. Am I thinking this is how this works?
I think, yes, Your Worship, if I can just say, so let's just say, for example, we do have some that have a first call of maturity in 2025. Mm-hmm. So if that call came in and we did earn the expected, for example, there's one that is expected to be 19%. Mm-hmm. With this allocation method, we would say that the discretionary reserve funds only would earn that interest, and it would not be shared with the rest, recognizing that we have it's a laddered approach. We have multiple maturity dates. So we go from 2025 all the way up to 2031, or pardon me, 2032 even. So over the next 6 to 8 years, we'll have these balloon sort of payments happening throughout that time frame. But under this allocation method, any interest earned on the PPNs would go directly to the discretionary reserve funds because they've been allotted that investment.
I think for my own, just commenting, I think I'd like to see a lot more on this before I came to a conclusion of changing the investment policy, but that's just me. Would you like to talk again? Thank you.
Just a couple of things. I was just going to say to Councillor Baines that with water and wastewater, they're both user-based charges. What we're looking at here is the tax operating revenue. And Mayor Hamlin, where you were going is exactly what my thought was. These vehicles could earn a fairly large amount at a certain point in time, and a large percentage of that would go to the operating revenue. And I really do believe that the approach that I'm suggesting here would keep it more level for the current taxpayer. And I do believe that was something that the treasurer was referring to with her comments, which were excellent, by the way. I appreciate them. So I honestly, at this point in time, I believe that this is a good approach. And then the other comment I was going to say is we've demonstrated at our last budget session, I'm willing to move the special capital charge if I think I need to move it or support that because we're doing these types of things and being clear with where the funds are coming. And if it gives us an opportunity, maybe we don't cut rates of 1%, maybe we put 1% onto the special capital levy. And then it's clearly going that way and the taxpayer sees it. So those are my comments. And I guess it'd be a matter of would I need to do it as a notice of motion, Clerk Thomas? And then that'd give us the ability to look at it a little more in detail as Mayor Hamlin's requesting.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you through your worship to Deputy Mayor Fryer. You can make an amendment to the policy at this time. If the report is received as it is, it doesn't restrict ever opening up the policy again for a review moving forward once new information was had. And I think that was one of the components of the staff report once the strategic financial plan was completed. So you do have a couple options. But if you want to do an amendment to the policy or to the staff report right now, you would ultimately be amending the plan.
And I'm just trying to figure out how I could get more information.
I think Treasurer Quinlan has a thought. Go ahead.
Just defer.
Sorry,
just one thought. I think the clerk said we could just defer this item and to come back with staff report.
Yeah, that's what I was going to suggest.
Okay. Great minds think alike.
I will commit to communicate with Treasurer Quinlan on it and help her if she can help me walk through it.
And I'd also like to see as part of that, as I say, I know the asset management plan won't be coming forward for a few weeks still, but that's truly on my mind, knowing what the shortfall there's going to be. Okay, so
he'll need a motion to defer with a seconder, and if he wants to put a date on it, that might help you.
Yes, it would help me. Okay, so Clerk Thomas is suggesting we need a motion to defer with a seconder, and if you were to put a date on it, perhaps to come back with the asset management plan for the non-core assets at the same time, that might be helpful. Thank you.
I would move that, Mayor Hamlin, and I'm fine with it coming back with the asset management, yes.
Okay, and Councillor Jeffrey seconding that. Any further comments? All those in favor? Okay, great, thank you. All right, so at this time, So at this point, I'm going to be seeking a motion to move into the committee of the whole, at which time Councillor Doherty, who's the chair of that committee, can make a decision to move up. Any deputations who might be in the audience? Okay, so looking for a mover and a seconder to move in. Councillor Potts, seconded by Councillor Ring. All those in favor? So we'll just take a recess for a moment while Councillor Doherty and I change seats.
So committee, I will call us to order for the committee of the whole. I acknowledge a large number of guests in the gallery, so good to see you, and we're looking forward to your feedback. We have a number of major reports that are coming forward this evening. So although I realize that there's lots of you and you probably have lots to say, we would like to maintain the agenda as it is, and we will get to you at the right time. Also, I will add that Council voted to defer the matter of the 6th Street alternate motion because we want to hear from you. So we'll very much look forward to your thoughts. So hang on to them. We just have a couple of reports to put in front of you. Thanks. Okay, that said, our first item on the Committee of the Whole is a staff report T 2024-15, the townwide development charge revised rates. So Treasurer Quinlan, I will turn that over to you for introductions.
Thank you, Chair Doherty. We do have a presentation. We have Mr. Craig Binning from Hemson Consulting Group that will be joining us and walk through the presentation. Just as a quick summary, in the last several months, we've brought along members of council along our path of our townwide development charges in the updated background study. Since the last meeting, which was back in early June, we have received updated information with respect to the cost of our wastewater treatment plant. And that is in turn increasing the draft amounts that we had previously presented. So previously for a single or semi-detached residential dwelling, the total development charge fees were increasing to $76,000. And now, based on the wastewater treatment plant costing coming to date, we're looking at an increase of $82,000. So I will hand it over to Mr. Binning, and he'll walk us through the presentation, and then we can talk about questions after.
Welcome, Mr. Binning.
It's my pleasure to be before Council and the public this evening. As was indicated, I'm just going to provide an update on the background study and some changes to the rates. Just on the next slide is a quick agenda, and I'm just going to provide some overview of Bill 185, which has now received royal assent and is largely in effect, and talk about the changes to the background study that were just alluded to, the revised rates, some comparisons, and then acknowledging that we've received a couple of submissions now and the next steps moving forward. So just on the next slide, as I indicated, Bill 185, which has made some significant changes to the Development Charges Act and other pieces of legislation, has come into effect now and received royal assent. Most of the changes with respect to the development charges are positive from the municipal perspective. Most importantly, what was before the mandatory 5-year phase-in or discount has now been removed, and so the fully calculated rates can come into effect. Also, studies were, for a time, considered not eligible for recovery. That has been re-included as an eligible capital cost and is captured within the rates that we've calculated. There are some rates that get frozen under certain types of application for a period of what used to be 2 years and now is 18 months from the time of the approval of the site plan or zoning bylaw, and they get to pay the rates based upon when they were frozen, as long as they pull their building permit with now 18 months of council approval of their plan. There are some other changes which are less significant. One of the other things that's now come into effect, and I'll speak to on the next slide, is that affordable housing exemption built into the legislation is now into effect, and the province is providing direction in terms of what those rates mean, both for purchase and rental units. And those numbers are specific to Collingwood itself. With respect to affordable rental, it says that it's no greater than the lesser of an income-based affordable rent as set out in a bulletin, or the average market rent identified in the bulletin. And I apologize, this slide's a little bit off, but you can see in the middle, we've got the affordable monthly rent. starting at a bachelor unit of about $1,000 a month, increasing to a 3-bedroom unit just over $17 a month. The rent base would have been $1,770. So the identified rents for the different unit types are the lower, and they would prevail. On the affordable side, it sets out that it is no greater than the lesser of the income-based affordable price approach, or 90% of the average purchase price. The average purchase price are shown there, and they're range from about $594,000 for a condominium ownership apartment, all the way up to $936 for a detached home. The lowest amount is that one based on the average purchase price, and it's $355,000, and that's for all unit types. So that will be the prevailing affordable exemption. So a unit has to be priced less than that and be deemed to be affordable for a period of not less than 25 years. So I think for the most part, it's going to be the rental units that receive some sort of discounts, and probably not too many on the purchase of units. On the next slide, as was indicated by Ms. Quinlan, we have made some adjustments to the charges since the release of the background study. This is largely focused around the wastewater treatment plant, and we knew going into the study that there were a number of tenders about to come in for similar kinds of upgrades for municipalities elsewhere in the county and in the area. Based upon those tenders results, Tatham has come forward with a proposed adjustment to the cost of the plant. It was originally in at $230 million. Based on those tenders, we think it's likely going to be $300 million and perhaps more, about a 23% increase. And so the rates I'm going to show you in a moment would carry forward into that. This plant does have a long benefiting horizon, but the in-period recovery is up by that 23%, which has an impact on the rates that we've calculated in the background study and what we would propose to bring forward to council for their consideration. The next slide provides a summary of the impact of that change, and you can see that the residential rates are increasing by about 7% over what we released in the background study. So the single and semi-detached unit would be some $5,600 higher, going to $82,410. Non-residentially, the increase is about 10% because the wastewater represents a greater share of the non-residential charge, an increase of about $30 a square meter. So the calculated rate increases to $331.75 per square meter of gross floor area. We have on the next slide a summary of the rates compared to what is largely currently being charged by the town versus what we've calculated now, with an important proviso. So the rates prior to our recent update to the water supply side of things were about $42,855 for a single detached unit. The rates that we've calculated now, including the already adopted and approved increase in the wastewater treatment plant costs, are increasing by just over $39,000 a unit to $82,410 per unit, an increase of about 92%. And you can see that it's largely focused on those hard services or engineered services, but indeed indoor recreation and some of the others are increasing as well. The next slide provides a similar comparison for the non-residential charges. You can see at the bottom line, the increase is about 69%, so a little bit different and lower than the residential because of the distribution of the services. However, we are increasing to $331.75, an increase of about $135 a square meter. We are often asked to compare rates, and so the next two slides compile a comparison of rates, first residentially, just moving to the next slide, with other jurisdictions in close proximity or generally comparable to the town. The purple arrow was pointing at where your charge was before for the urban area at about $62,000 a unit, which includes the county charge as well as the education development charge. With these increases reflecting those costs on the water plant and on the wastewater plant in particular, your charge is increasing to $101,206. You can see from this table that you were sort of in the upper end of the middle or the lower end of the middle. Now you're moving up into be comparable with the charges in Innisfil, Barrie, and generally the South Simcoe area. And also Blue Mountains, their highest charge is even higher than that. There's a significant area rating in the town of the Blue Mountains. So your rates are comparable to what I would call municipalities receiving similar amounts of growth and experiencing the same pressures related to water supply and wastewater treatment. The next slide is a comparison on the non-residential side of things, and it's a similar looking chart. So this is for retail types of uses. And once again, you're going from about the middle of the pack to the what I would call the upper end of the middle pack, about $390 a square meter. But you can see that there are a number of municipalities, particularly Innisfil and Barrie, that have significantly higher charges for these kinds of uses. So you continue to have rates that are reflective of the nature and type of services that you provide to your non-residential users. Now, on the next slide, as I indicated, we have received some submissions from the development industry. I believe it's 2 in total. They are largely expressing some concerns about the level of the rate increase. And as we've identified, it is fairly significant. The one subdivision is asking whether or not what we call a DC prepayment agreement might be entered into it. Staff is reviewing that also in the context of the frozen rate requirements of the legislation. The Georgina Triangle Development Institute also expressed some concerns. I think it should be the Georgian Bay Triangle Development Institute, I'm not certain, about the rate increase and proposing a delay in the implementation of the rates, which I will speak to in the next slide. The proposed study timelines are outlined here, and you can see we've been at this for some period of time, recognizing that we want to get these rates in place given the pressure that the town is under. We're here today providing you with an update of that. The proposal, as I understand it, is to bring back a bylaw for council's consideration on July the 8th. Your current bylaw is set to expire on September 1, and so we clearly want to have new rates in effect prior to that date. Recognizing that you've got significant fiscal pressures that you're facing, in particular on the water wastewater side, it's important to implement these rates. If the fully calculated rates are not implemented, any foregone revenue would need to be offset by your utility rates and or your property tax rates. And so through the chair, that's the end of my formal presentation.
Thank you very much, Mr. Binning. Turning to the gallery, would there be anyone who wishes to speak to this report? Okay, thank you. Clerk Almas, is there any? No, there is no one online. Therefore, I will read in the recommendation and turn it over to committee for discussion. So the recommendation is that staff report T 2024-15 townwide development charges revised rates for wastewater treatment plant costing revised be received, and that council approve the development charges background study dated April 15th, 2024, hyperlinked as Appendix A, inclusive of the amendments attached hereto as Appendix B, and that council received the submissions on the proposed 2024 townwide development charges bylaw, which are attached as Appendix C, and that council determined that no further public meeting is required. May I have a mover and a seconder? Councillor Perry, Councillor Bain. Questions or comments? Deputy Mayor Fryer.
Thank you, Chair Doherty. Thank you for your presentation, Mr. Binnings. You mentioned the word affordable housing in one of your slides, and I ask my question regularly when we're hearing from the consultants on DCs. We know that there's impact on municipalities with the affordable housing regulations that's being put in place. there was always talk of the province considering keeping municipalities whole. So I know you have extensive background in this, and I just wondered if you have any thoughts on how that's progressing.
Mr. Binning, I see that the treasurer has her card up, so I'm going to trump your response with the treasurers.
Thank you, Chair Doherty. I just through you to the Deputy Mayor, I will start off by saying there has not been any mention yet as to how this would be made whole. Mr. Binning has much more experience in what's happening over in the provincial world, so I'll let him say whether there's any movement in that area. But at this point in time, we have heard nothing to that impact.
Okay, Mr. Binning.
Yes, thank you. Through the chair. Unfortunately, I don't have any additional information. I have been fortunate to participate in a number of the technical training sessions and technical input sessions with municipal affairs. Certainly at the staff level, they don't really answer or respond to that question, and we haven't seen anything additional coming forward other than some of the grant monies that are available. I think they see the removal of the phase-in as being part of their commitment to try to keep municipalities whole. But with respect to the affordable housing exemption, we have not seen anything yet. We'll continue to provide information through to staff when and if we have more to share.
Just to follow up, if I may, Chair.
Yeah.
And I knew, Mr. Binning, with your experience and having known you over the years, that you would have been part of the consulting aspect of it, and that's why I thought I'd ask. One can always hope. But we did talk about it at the last meeting that the attempt to help out was the removal of the phase-in, but it still doesn't come close to the full impact. But I do continue to support no phase-in in our case, and that's what's proposed in what's being forward. And that's partly based on the needs that we have, but also I look at the fact that the rate probably has been lower than it should have been over the last 5 years. The other thing I'll mention is you did show the comparative chart, and we were sitting a little bit in the high side. But I did take a look at some of the other municipalities that were lower, and I felt that in most cases, or maybe certainly the majority of them, it looks to me like they're going to need to update their rates in the next year or two. So I do believe that that comparative chart will get us back down into that more mid-range, but I agree with you. A lot of it is based on the high growth municipalities and the impact that it's having on them for DC charges. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Any other questions or comments? Mayor Hamlin.
Thank you. Again, thank you for the presentation. I'm in full support of the recommendations that are before us. I'm of the view that probably our property taxpayer will be picking up the cost of the development charges for our affordable units because we haven't heard anything from the province. And to me, that's a huge signal, but we can always hope. But in that event that we're subsidizing the affordable housing units, my question is, in terms of the 25-year commitment that you mentioned, Mr. Binning, how do we secure that commitment that the rents are affordable for 25 years? Is there something set out in the legislation that gives us a tool for that, or will we be working on that ourselves? Thank you.
Mr. Binning?
Yes, through the chair again. Unfortunately, the province isn't coming forward with any agreement templates, even though they suggested both through the legislation and the early consultation that they might do so. The most recent Bill 185 presentations, they've indicated that they will not. That includes some training that I was participated in. There are some municipalities and groups of municipalities that are working together to come up with those agreements. The Municipal Finance Officers Association also is trying to spearhead some initiatives there. So I'm hopeful that collectively municipalities might come up with some good templates to use both for the purchase unit side of things and for the rental. I think the rental will be more easily implementable. The affordable will be challenging. But as I said, we will continue to provide staff if we come up with templates or see things or engage with them on how they might leverage the work of other municipalities and associations in this regard.
That's helpful. Can I have a follow-up question?
Certainly.
Is it possible we could, I'm just wondering practically how things are going to work from our end. Is it possible that we could collect the development charges when, let's say, we're in the happy event, we have an affordable housing rental project come forward, and then rebate the amounts back once all the agreements are signed? Thank you.
Mr. Binning.
Yes, we're straying into legal questions, so I'll be somewhat cautious here. The legislation is worded to make it a mandatory requirement, but it also says there must be an agreement. So there can potentially is the opportunity to have that kind of arrangement, or it may be that stipulated that if an agreement is not reached, that the delta between or that the DC rates become payable at some point in time if the agreements are not established. And those are the kind of questions that we're dealing with different legal counsel and trying to come up with frameworks.
Thank you. Any other comments, questions? Seeing none, I will call the vote then. All in favor? And it carries unanimously. Moving on to item 14.2.2. The shipyard's public realm plan. And I will turn this over to Acting Director Cubitt.
Thank you, Chair Doherty. I'm going to ask Parks Manager Martin to introduce the report for us and our speaker tonight.
Good evening, and thank you for allowing me to speak.
Welcome.
So the draft Shipyard's Public Realm Plan is being presented today by Brooke McElroy, who is the original author of the Waterfront Master Plan. Staff's goal is to develop a cohesive public realm plan with design guidelines to guide and coordinate both public and private improvements along the waterfront and shipyards development. It's a very active place, and it will be for the next 10 plus years. So development in this area could continue beyond 10 years. So it's very important that these guidelines be adopted by committee and council to ensure consistency of the public spaces. All components will engage the public when timing is appropriate. As well, council will be made aware of budgets through appropriate yearly budget processes. So I'd like to introduce Trish Clark from Brooke McElroy to provide a high-level review of the draft Shipyard's Public Realm Plan.
Great,
Thank you. Welcome, Ms. Clark.
Thank you. Hi, Chair and committee members. My name is Trish Clark. I am a landscape architect and a senior associate with Brooke McElroy. And I've been working with the town for the past few months, just over a year, I suppose, on the Shipyard's Public Realm Plan. Next slide, please. Before we dive into the Public Realm Plan itself, I just wanted to give a little bit of a high-level introduction on what a Public Realm Plan is, just so you have an understanding. A public realm plan addresses the public realm and any publicly accessible spaces. This can be done through guidelines, strategies, and design principles. So this really sets the foundation for future work and really doesn't dive into the specifics and nitty-gritties of all the detailed design information and construction documents, but more just providing that high-level information, looking at the public realm in terms of the streetscape components, different plazas within the area, and other publicly accessible areas within the district. Next slide, please. So as it was mentioned, Brooke McElroy, the firm that I'm representing, worked on the Collingwood Waterfront Master Plan in 2016. So this document is meant to form an addendum to that plan as we proceed with this project. Next slide, please. So obviously, this is an important step in how the shipyards gets developed, and that is a main component of the growth in the area that's happening with the various connected trails along the waterfront, the development happening, the Terminal Point project, and the success of the businesses in the downtown. So we wanted to look at how these key sites within the shipyards development would interact from a holistic standpoint and really create a sense of place within this district specifically, but how it connects with the downtown and overall Collingwood community. Next slide, please. If you've ever been to this area, and hopefully you're all very familiar, it does feel very disconnected from the downtown. So we wanted to find a way to create a holistic view and ensure that people are drawn down to the waterfront, both from a safety perspective, but also from a vibrancy and connected public realm. And we've done this through looking at the shipyards as a whole, but also looking at key character areas within the shipyards district. Next slide, please. So that leads us to the shipyard's public realm plan. Next slide, please. Looking at the image here, you can see an overall graphic of the type of work that we've been looking at. And this really stems from looking at Maple Street on the west side all the way to Heritage Drive, with a major focus of Side Launch Way running that east-west connection. Next slide, please. Some of the key components here are listed within the plan. We really looked, as I mentioned, holistically at how this space can be designed through different design considerations. So looking at seating typologies, pop-up patio spaces, public space, gateways, and really creating a design that worked for all of these components, both from a functionality standpoint, but also aesthetics, and as I mentioned, vibrancy. Next slide, please. So we looked at the public realm strategies that we wanted to instill, and we came up with 5 important strategies, including connection to the surrounding context along the waterfront and within downtown, activation along the waterfront, prioritize and focus on key public spaces, acknowledge the history of the shipbuilding and honor Indigenous communities in the area, and unify public spaces to create a vibrant public realm. Next slide, please. We then determined 4 guiding principles, including the emphasis on public safety through pedestrian and cyclist movement, activating the waterfront in a variety of different ways, looking at culturally enriched designs, and creating a climate positive design solution. Next slide, please. The first part of this project, we looked at including overall design considerations that would be included within the project. So with that, we came up with 13 different items and design considerations, all of which had multiple subcategories. But some factors to include were a tabletop design, which include a curbless streetscape environment alongside Launchway, which included bike lanes, mid-block crossings, sufficient plantings and trees, and a variety of furnishings and fixtures, such as different seating typologies and cycling infrastructure required. Next slide, please. As well as paving materials. You can see here in the image how it's reflective of the paving used in downtown. Tourism, 4-season design being a major component, seasonal maintenance of multi-seasonal design, stormwater management, accessibility, and public art and culture. Next slide, please. As mentioned, we then took all these strategies and guidelines and design considerations and looked at 6 key character areas, and we've divided it into these here. Side Launch Way, here Ontario Street, the Piazza, you may remember from the waterfront, known as Block 9 now, Town Square, the Lookout and Promenade, and First/Huron Street. Next slide, please. The first and the most, I would say, character-defining component is that major spine of Side Launch Way running the entire length of the district. You can see here a conceptual rendering of a revised streetscape condition in that space. It mimics the design of the downtown Collingwood to visually connect these spaces, but there will be tweaks along the way to make sure that this has its own sense of place and character. Next slide, please. We looked at how we can create a space that may feel uncomfortable to vehicles and really expand that public space. So this can be used for everyday activities, but also major events, and to feel safe and accessible using this roadway. So that include narrow lanes, bilateral bike lanes, large planting areas that would facilitate additional planting and stormwater management components, and creating a uniform materiality so you knew where you were and provided a wayfinding strategy within this space. The intention was to create a public space that extended well beyond just a traditional sidewalk that you would experience in other areas of town. Next slide, please. The second is the Piazza, as mentioned in the Waterfront Master Plan, Block 9, its formal title, I suppose. This was a very successful project that was highlighted in the 2016 master plan, and there was a lot of excitement generated. This is a conceptual rendering that shows a market condition of that site looking north to the waterfront. Next slide, please. As much as this will be used, we imagine for events and markets, we also imagine it being used in active and passive spaces as well. So ensuring there's ample seating and lighting and can be used for different types of activities throughout the year. We envisioned maybe curling in that long linear space with fire pits or pop-up patios from the adjacent development next door. We really enjoyed that visual connection, both as you drive by and you're able to see the water through this site, but also making sure that it's a safe pedestrian access. So if you can see on the very bottom of that image, there's an additional pedestrian crossing there. This is an important component. We find that in order for people to safely access this space, we'll need to provide a physical connection, and here Ontario or Heritage Drive is simply just out of reach. So working with higher levels of government, we may want to look at ways to incorporate this safe, accessible route for pedestrians and cyclists. Next slide, please. This is a view of here Ontario Street, which we are very excited about and find that it really does provide that gateway into the side launch area and Shipyards District. This is a conceptual rendering looking north to the waterfront, standing at that major intersection of First Huron and here Ontario Street. Next slide, please. There was a lot of consultation about this specific component. There was a lot of interest in having a one-way street, making it two-way, closing it entirely. And I think what we liked most about this street is it can be flexible. In this current condition, there are two driveways on each side, on the east and west, for both those parking lots. So in order to keep access, the roadway will need to be to some degree maintained to ensure that that is able to sustain itself, as well as the future development at Collingwood Quay that would hope to have a restaurant in it and ensure that people are able to access that as needed from an accessibility and access perspective. With that being said, we found that this streetscape could be redesigned to make it feel as if it's more of a pedestrian space and less of a thoroughfare and roadway. It could remain a one-way condition, but we think testing some pilot projects, throwing some paint down, adding some planters in the interim before any major construction is done to see how it's reacted by the public and different users to ensure that this functions as needed going forward. However, we do see this as a major link between the downtown and the waterfront, as you can imagine, drawing that extension almost directly from downtown to that waterfront. Next slide, please. The next is the town square. This is at the north end of here Ontario Street, looking north to the water with Collingwood Quay on the right-hand side here. Next slide, please. We really see this place as a pause and a repose for different users within the area. This would be a place for people to gather. You can see a fire pit here located, as well as a public art piece to really just sit and have a coffee with your friends, read your book down by the water, while still being within the area of the Shipyards District and within the vibrancy of the area. There is a potential washroom in this location to ensure that there is space for people to use the facilities for any events or who are passing by on their bikes. Next slide, please. Here we're talking about the lookout and the promenade feature. This was created with agreements through the developer and the town, ensuring that there was public access all the way around this development and creating an elongated waterfront promenade. What we love about this is that it's still connected to the Shipyards District, but it does provide a little quiet lookout over the water. We see people picnicking here and enjoying their coffee and having that same feel of the Shipyards District, just with views and a quieter area. Next slide, please. The last character area we looked at was First Huron Street. Next slide, please. We're all very familiar with traveling along this roadway. I'm sure we've probably done it more in vehicles than as pedestrians or cyclists.
And that's something that we would like to see reconsidered. This road provides a physical barrier between pedestrians and cyclists from the downtown and the waterfront. It doesn't feel inviting or safe to travel along, in addition to speeding vehicles traveling east or westbound using this as a thoroughfare. In order for the shipyards to be as successful as we're envisioning, this is a major component in how that space gets used. Though it may always function as a thoroughfare, having vehicles traveling in this direction, a redesign may shift the thinking from a direct vehicular route as more of an inconvenience. So it would focus on pedestrians first. Next slide, please. Small design considerations can have a huge impact in this capacity. Looking at pedestrian first signaling, such as having pedestrians start in advance of the green lights, multi-directional crossings, or unit paving and stamped asphalt within the roadway for a materiality change and visual cue for drivers. This is a major intersection, as I mentioned, between the waterfront and the downtown. And as we've currently implemented those new gateways and the lighthouse components, we want to draw that same vision all the way to the water. So not only providing a visual cue, but ensuring pedestrians know that there is a continuation of this public realm component. As mentioned, this is a provincial roadway. However, there is opportunity to redesign the streetscape within the components that we have and working with the higher levels of government. The intention is that the curb alignments would remain as they are, and we would just reconfigure the laneway spacing and the median sizes to ensure that this functioned both from a vehicular standpoint as well as pedestrian safety. Next slide, please. While this is an ambitious plan and there is a lot happening, we are very excited and very confident this will have a positive impact along the waterfront, for the downtown, and for the town overall. We looked at phasing for this project, how things can be implemented in a 0 to 5, 5 to 10, and 10-year plan. And all these elements are discussed in each of those. All of this depends on capital budget availability, land availability, additional consultation, public feedback, developer input, and testing pilot projects that work well in actuality. This will be a vibrant space, very much connecting the waterfront to the downtown and the future work happening at the terminal point. And we are very excited about what's to come for the waterfront in Collingwood. Next slide. Thank you so much for listening. If there are any questions.
Thank you very much, Ms. Clark. That was indeed a very exciting presentation. And I know for many it's long awaited. I will turn to the gallery to see if there is anyone who wishes to comment on this report.
Question?
Yes.
The proposed building.
Yeah. Can you come to the podium, please? You look lovely.
Thank you. I just question about.
Sorry, the other.
Oh, yeah. Sorry.
The larger podium with the microphone. Yes,
okay.
Thank you.
Sorry about that. Just a quick question. I don't want to hold you up. But the so-called lookout that's being built out into the harbor, where there's a proposed picnic area and so on. So that's all going to be paved, basically, right? And there's going to be a large building on the right there. Is that what I saw on the plans?
That's the Collingwood Quay building. That's the shipyards.
It would be, I suppose, beyond Rexall, sort of out into the harbor.
Yes.
So that land is currently off and on flooded at the moment. So just wondering.
Yeah.
What you
I think the lands that you are that are being referenced here are pretty dry most of the time. The developer is in process, I think, of pre-selling some of the units, and I understand that construction will be undertaken in the not too distant future, or initiated, I should say, in the not too distant future. You might be thinking of the lands just to the east of the dry dock. The next.
Well, they too,
Yeah.
there's quite a good swan's nest out there right now. Okay, that was my question. Thank you. I just, it's a point that people might want to throw around.
Sure. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah. I don't know, Manager Martin, whether you'd care to add to that.
Sure, yeah, through the chair, I can add, those areas are going to require, major infrastructure to dewater because there will be underground parking. Yeah, so what you see now won't exist. It'll be
And the
completely.
parking for all the pedestrians that are walking around will be in.
We are exploring parking opportunities through this public realm plan. There will be some roadside parking. There's parking along Pine and North Maple. There, the idea is to encourage people to use the municipal parking lots and walk to the sites. There could be opportunities for some of the private development to offer municipal parking. So there's, we're exploring parking opportunities. Yes.
Thank you. Thank you for that elaboration. Any other comments from the gallery? Okay, and Clerk Almas, is there anyone online? No one is online. So I will read the recommendation and then I will turn it over to committee. And that is that staff report PRC 2024-06, the shipyard's public realm plan, be received, and that council endorse the shipyard's public realm plan and recommendations contained therein prepared by Brooke McElroy dated June 2024 as an addendum to the 2016 Collingwood Waterfront Master Plan for the purposes of general policy guideline for future budget and related land development decisions regarding the public realm upgrades in the shipyard area. Can I have a mover, Councillor Jeffrey, seconder, Councillor Potts? Questions or comments? Committee, Councillor Jeffrey.
Love it. That's my, what's not to love. And just really maybe just as a note through to staff, the use of the bilateral bicycle lanes, which is quite obvious throughout this entire thing. I think we could take one of the streets and just stamp it onto 6th Street and be perfectly happy. Those are my comments.
Councillor Baines.
Thank you, Chair. Through you to all involved in this, it is the definition of enhancement, I think. It's very exciting and Godspeed. Thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Chair. And great work by staff, and as usual with Brooke McElroy, excellent presentation and concepts that have been put forward. I'm just going to also mention, because I usually do when we get talking about the shipyard area, and refer to the Piazza information that you put forward. I thought it was very fitting that you're showing side launches as the pictures beside it, because I've always hoped that we could get some sort of an element or feel from that piazza that that links somehow to that feel of a side launch. Or viewing a side launch. It doesn't quite align with the basin, but it's close. And just as I said, it's my usual pitch for some sort of. I know it's a major linkage to the downtown core, and there may be reasons why it can't work out that way, but I usually try to throw in that element of it when I'm looking at these things. But everything concept-wise is just looking fantastic. So thank you for the presentation.
Thank you. And if I may add, Chair?
Yes, you may.
The Piazza, we will be starting the public consultation of the Piazza portion. And again, any comments regarding design, elements, things that people want to see, and we'll bring it back to council for their information discussion. Just want to make people aware of that.
Thank you very much. I'm sure that a lot of people will be looking forward to providing input. Any other, Mayor Hamlin?
Yeah, thank you. I also want to add my thanks. That What an awesome report this is. Just amazing. And I know the 3 mid-rise buildings, residential buildings down there, one of which is almost completed, were part of the original plan. And I hear people with concerns the waterfront's going to be cut off and it won't feel like a place for everyone to go to. But I think this plan really shows how accessible the waterfront's going to be and how connected it'll be to our downtown. It'll be great for our downtown retailers and great for our community to be able to bike, and all the new lookouts and gathering spots are going to be awesome. So thanks for your hard work, everyone.
Thank you, Mayor Hamlin. If I could just add that in addition to all of the activation, all of the features and the connectivity, it is green, green, green. It just looks wonderful. I just have 2 questions. And Manager Martin, I'm not sure whether this would be to you or actually to Director Slama. But there is reference within the report to the notion of doing some testing on Upper Ontario Street for different designs or animations. And I'm just wondering if that's something that could be done in the near term, just as an example, closing it even just for special events and pop-up displays or markets, et cetera. Is that a possibility?
Through the chair, that is something that could be done through an event permit. We can look at an event and get, movable planters or, fixtures that we can physically block the street and, have a pop-up market or an art fest or something, definitely something staff can explore.
Great, thank you. And then just one other question, and this may be to Ms. Clark, and that when you were describing the changes, especially the median changes on Huron Street, graduating into First Street, you mentioned having to negotiate or at least get approval of MTO because it's a connecting link. So is there a possibility that the design as presented actually could not be implemented?
Through the chair, there is a possibility. What often happens is because of the connection that we're providing and showing that the curb alignment remains the same and the number of, there is still 2 travel lanes in each direction, which is what is shown in its current condition. We are simply revising the curb and spacing of the laneways of these roads. So while there is a standard for the roadways, we can work with the province in terms of understanding how that roadway could be realigned with spacing of laneways to ensure a larger median, which is what will cause a slowdown of traffic in these spaces, just creating that visual vertical of the trees and creating that wider buffer and narrow laneways.
Excellent. And I'm all about the traffic calming for sure. Okay, if there are no other questions, I will call a vote then. All in favor? And that carries unanimously. Thank you very much for your presentation. Thank you. I'm just going to do a minor shuffle of the agenda because poor Ms. Bragg has been sitting patiently in the audience for some time, and we're all looking forward to hearing the report on the financial statements for 2023. So I will, I guess, Treasurer Quinlan, do you have any comments by way of introduction before we start?
I do. Thank you, Chair Doherty. Just a really quick introduction. As you all know, we have Ms. Sue Bragg here today, who is our auditor for the town, and she represents Baker Tilly. Sue is going to walk us through our financial statements that have been prepared after they've completed their review and prepared the statements themselves. We will sort of tag team on some questions as questions do arise, but appreciate the time. So with no further ado, I'll hand it over to Sue.
My notes say good afternoon, but I'll say good evening. Happy to be back. A year sure goes quickly. So you have the presentation in front of you. The agenda package included the draft audited financial statements, but I'm going to focus on the presentation, which certainly ties back to the financials, and we'll entertain questions on any or all of the above. So on the next slide, these are, as they have been in the past, the draft consolidated financial report. So we present these to Committee of the Whole, want to make sure everyone understands what they're reviewing, and then they will go to Council on the 8th of July. And so that will be the audit report date. That's our anticipated date of Council approval. And the reason that the financial statements are referred to as consolidated is because it includes the library and the BIA, of course. Okay. An unqualified audit opinion, as it's been in the past, and we intend to issue a clean management letter at the end of the audit. In terms of procedures, so back in October, November timeframe, there was a visit paid to the town, to the Treasury staff, and that very much focuses on processes and approvals and controls, not so much the dollars, but how the transactions transpire and get approved. Whereas, of course, once we move into the year-end audit, and I must apologize, I realized today that the year-end audit timing refers to March, April, May 2023. And of course, it was 2024. It was just recently. The year-end audit is more substantive. So we're looking at the large transactions and a sample of all transactions. And of course, you can appreciate that when we are here for a week or two at year end and, a few days at interim, we don't get an opportunity to look at every dollar or every transaction, but we look at the areas where we feel there is some risk, and certainly all of the large items, and then a sample across the population. The next slide is a snapshot of the consolidated statement of operations. And the first area I want to speak to is down the fourth line that refers to capital and other revenues. So you can see there, we had budgeted about $32 million. Actual was 6 compared to 16 last year. And capital revenues are always an area that fluctuate from year to year. Projects can span several years. We don't always know exactly when they're going to take place. And so it's quite common that that the capital revenues do not line up, as we're seeing here. And important to note that this year's actual figure of 6.3 included about 1.6 million of contributed tangible capital assets. That related to the assumption of phase 6 of Mountain Croft. And then that $6 million of revenue is also net of $6.65 million of expense to increase the liability for the terminal's contaminated site. The other thing I wanted to mention is that on the statement of operations, for obligatory contributions, you saw a budget of 19.8 million versus actual of 8.1. And also under other capital revenue, you saw a 9.4 million budget compared to $2.5 million actual. And again, that comes back to mainly the timing of the new water treatment plant that we all know is coming online in due course. The next slide, we're going to look more at the operating revenues and expenses that we saw on the previous slide. So in terms of revenues, you saw an increase of about 1.6 million year over year. And that was mainly due to assessment value increases. But also important to note that the budgeted figure of 40 million is the same as what the actual figure was of 40 million. So that was completely expected, the increase anticipated in the budget. Investment income, of course, we're seeing this across all clients, not just our municipal clients, but investment income is higher than ever with interest rates as they are. And so you will have noted on the statement of operations, the budget for investment income was about 250,000. Actual was 2.2 million, and last year was about $1 million. And the town has historically always been very conservative in their investment revenue budgeting. And then last but not least, under revenues, user charges were higher than both budget and last year. And this is mainly due to the new water supply agreement with New Tech and also volume because, as we all know, the pipeline to Tottenham got opened during 2023. So that certainly made a difference. And we see that in our user charge revenue. In terms of expenses, the main thing to note there is amortization. So the budgeted figures do not include amortization expense, but of course the 2023 and the 2022 actual figures do. And if you were to normalize that, the budget would have been 68 million compared to actual of 65 million and last year of 62 million. Amortization expense was just under 13 million in 2023 and just under 12 million in 2022. The next couple of slides, actually, you've been seeing some fantastic pictures tonight, and I'm sorry, the best I have for you are these colored pie charts. But I am a boring accountant. So this is just showing you the revenues by category, and it also shows that year over year the percentages don't vary. The property taxation is always in the 60% area. User charges, close to 30%. For those of interest, so the other 6%. I just wanted to mention that that's made up of licenses and permits, rents, so like ice rentals, for example, fines and donations, just if you wondered what that other category was. The next one is a similar chart that shows the expenses by segment. Or by department, you might refer to them. Protection services, of course, includes police, fire, bylaw, and animal control. Environmental refers to both water and wastewater. And recreation and culture is, of course, library, parks, and the museum. So again, you can see that your percentages and your expenses year over year are very similar. And then last but not least, these are the expenses, breaking them out between what was salaries and benefits, amortization, contracted services, materials. Of course, under contracted services, while that makes up about 14 or 15% of the total expenses, over half of that is related to the police contract. The next slide. This is where we get into the good numbers. So the ministry provides annually 7 financial indicators, and this presentation includes 5 of those, the 5 that I thought were most important or most relevant to the town. And so you will see on each of the slides that have the ratios, you'll see the provincial average, and you'll also see what they consider to be low, medium, and high risk. And it's important to note that the figures that I've got here for the province and the risk factors are all based on 2022, of course, because the ministry doesn't have everyone's 2023 info yet. So I'm comparing 23 and prior years to the 2022 averages that the ministry gives us. And also important that it's at a point in time. You know, the financial assets on this page and the following page that shows the liabilities are at a point in time. They're at December 31st, 2023 versus December 31st, 2022. And those figures can certainly vary throughout the year. The other thing to keep in mind is that not all municipalities will fill in their FIR the same. So, you know, if you were to look at an FIR and how they do these calculations, someone could consider, you know, their short-term investments part of cash and cash equivalents. By definition, they're not. But anyway, just a couple words of caution before we dive in here. So this is these are the financial assets of the town, as I said, at December 31st, 2023, compared to 2022. And the ratio that we're looking at here is the cash ratio. So cash as a percentage of current liabilities. Low risk is considered anything over 0.5. The town of Collingwood in 2023 was just under 3 at 2.92. So about 6 times what the ministry considers low risk. The provincial average was higher at 4.71. And you know, if I had endless time, I would analyze how that has come to be, because in a couple that I looked at, they're actually including some of their investments as cash equivalents, which would be driving that number up, and they shouldn't be. But I also wanted to speak to why we were tracking so high in 2019, 2020, and 2021 compared to the last couple of years. And of course, that's because, you know, back in that time frame, the interest that we were earning on the bank account wasn't far off what you could get on a GIC investment. And now Treasurer Quinlan has, you know, an in-depth investment strategy that she's following with both GICs and principal protected notes. And so now by definition, those items are no longer part of your cash for the purposes of calculating this ratio. It's not that the cash isn't there, and she has analyzed exactly or the best that she can, figured out when the investments are going to mature so that the cash is available when we need it. As she mentioned earlier, sort of that laddered approach of, you know, every year or two, a big investment coming due. And so that's why you're seeing that the last couple of years are lower than they were previously. But again, certainly far exceeding what the ministry considers low risk. The next slide, just something quick on taxes receivable. So taxes receivable were about 3.4 million at the end of December compared to about 3 million the year before. Here you can see the ministry considers anything under 10% to be low risk. Collingwood in 2023 was 4.6, and you know has always tracked very, very low, even lower than the provincial average, and certainly lower than the other municipalities that we are involved with. So that's great. The next slide. This is a snapshot of the liability portion of the consolidated financial position, statement of financial position. And so just a couple that I want to highlight for you there. The asset retirement obligations are new this year, and I'm going to talk about those more a little bit later. But we've also bumped up the liability for contaminated site from 8 million to 14.65 million. If you recall, there was a study done on that a number of years ago, and they at that time provided a range. We've now bumped it up to the highest range and as well adjusted for inflation. You know, we've got all of these capital projects coming in so high, and inflation is high, and we felt it was prudent to make sure that this liability was reflected there. And in that note 13, we have added a note that, you know, given the development that is proposed there, and depending on how things progress in the next year or two, you know, it would be great to be able to remove that completely, but it's a little premature to do that yet. The next slide speaks to deferred revenue and obligatory reserve funds. So obligatory reserve funds are different than other reserves and reserve funds. So there's an act or there's legislation that requires us to record those as a liability. Whereas the other reserves and reserve funds, the discretionary reserve funds, they become part of your accumulated surplus, right? These are actually shown as a liability because if they don't get spent on their intended purpose, technically they could have to be returned. That would never happen because we'll always have more needs than we do funds. But that's why they're shown as a liability. Of course, the lion's share of the $51 million at the end of 2023 is in the form of development charges. The Building Code Act had about 1.8 million. The federal gas tax, which I guess is now the last couple of years maybe more familiar as the Canada Community Building Fund, but old people like me still think of it as, I'll still call it gas tax for another 10 years, but it had about $4.8 million. And in that last category there, that 4 million is mainly made up of two different ones. So 1.4 million for the Parkland levy and 2.6 million in OCF funding. Next slide. So net financial assets were about 40 million at the end of 2023 compared to 53 million at the end of 2022. And important to note that net financial assets is before you get to the statement of financial position that has that huge number for tangible capital assets. And you'll see that it's gone down significantly year over year. And there's two main reasons for that. As I mentioned, we increased the liability for the terminals by 6.6 million. And then this 40 million for 2023 also includes the lesser amount on the principal protected notes. So that's something we're going to talk about a little bit more as well. But this year, because of changes to the accounting standards, the principal protected notes had to be shown at fair market value. We couldn't show them at their principal amount any longer. And so that is about 5.7 million. So those are the two main reasons for the decrease. Of course, there was also tons of cash spent on tangible capital assets during the year as well. So that's why we've got that large decrease in net financial assets. So on the side here, I've got a note that this is net debt as a percentage of own source revenues. Of course, Collingwood's not even in a net debt position. We're in a net financial asset position. But how the ministry looks at the low, moderate, and high risk factors, they actually assume you're going to be in a negative. And as we've seen above, we're in a positive 40 or a positive 53 million. So they consider anything less than 50% negative to be low risk. The provincial average is about 34%. We were tracking at 57% this year compared to 84% last year. And you can see how that calculation works is you take your net financial assets or your net debt as a percentage of your own source revenues. And of course, we also had an increase in our own source revenues of about $7 million that I spoke of earlier. You know, the increase in the municipal taxes, the increase in the investment income, the increase in the water user charges. And so both of those, work to get us at a spot where we're at, a lower ratio this year than we did in the prior 2-3 years. But again, still far exceeding the provincial average and the low risk category. The next slide is with regard to to tangible capital assets, TCA, I might sometimes say by mistake, not by mistake or by short form. So they were 251 million at the end of 2023 compared to 233 million last year. But important to note that 251 million is not, that's the original cost amortized over the estimated useful life. So that's not replacement cost, that's not fair market value, that's what you paid for those assets and then amortized over their estimated useful life, okay? You can see that our ratio on asset consumption has been very consistent, like 39 to 42. The provincial average is 40.5, so we're right in there. And in this case, a lower ratio is better. So we're in the low risk category because we're below 50%. And how you calculate that ratio is you take the total accumulated amortization divided by the total cost of your tangible capital assets. And so on the next slide, this little bar chart actually shows. So for example, if we look at machinery and equipment, it shows that of the total cost value of the machinery and equipment, 55% of that has been amortized, and we still have 45% to amortize. And you can see for the others. Of course, land is always 100% because we don't amortize land. It doesn't lose its value. Next slide is, of course, my favorite note. I know you guys have to hear this every year, but note 15, accumulated surplus, my favorite note. So the accumulated surplus that you saw at the bottom of the statement of financial position and the bottom of the statement of operations was that 297 million figure compared to 286 million last year. And of course, the lion's share of that is tied up in tangible capital assets. So 243 million this year compared to 222 million last year. We do have unfunded liabilities in the form of the terminals liability, the employee future benefits, and now the asset retirement obligations. And then we had reserves and reserve funds of 70.8 million compared to 72.2 million last year. So another ratio that we look at is reserves as a percentage of operating expenses. The provincial average is about 90. They consider anything in the 20 range to be low risk. And we're far higher than that. We were 108 in 2023 and 117 in the prior year. But you have two huge projects coming up. So that's my qualifier. Don't feel too comfortable. Okay, so now on to the new accounting standards. So the accounting gods do not like my life to be boring. So every year or two, one of my client bases has a major change, and it was this year it was turned for the municipal clients. So the two new accounting standards are referenced in notes 2, 6, and 9, and there were two of them. So financial instruments, I mentioned to you earlier that there was a new requirement to record the principal protected notes at fair value. And that also meant a new additional statement. So page 8, you may have noticed, is called the Statement of Remeasurement Gains and Losses. We've never had that before. And it recognizes any gains or losses in the investments that are unrealized, which means it's not cash in the bank, it's just what the market's doing. And so it showed there the $5.7 million difference between the principal of the protected notes and the fair market value at December 31st. So again, at a point in time. Once the principal protected notes start maturing, well, let me back up. That $5.7 million is going to change due to the market every year, up or down. Likely up because interest rates are coming down. So we will be expecting the principal protected notes to be, the market value to be recovering. But that will also change by the amount that gets realized as gains or losses. So as those principal protected notes begin to mature, then those will come out of that factor. So, the only way that the town is going to realize this $5.7 million is if they cash every one of those principal protected notes, or if they had cashed all of those principal protected notes at December 31st, which of course is nowhere in the plan. So just to be clear on that. And I struggled with this new section because I don't really feel I mean, I guess I don't know for sure the intention, and I don't have a crystal ball to say that I could definitively say none of those principal protected notes would ever be cashed in ahead of time. But when we've had the statements drafted and we saw that $5.7 million, I went back to my folks at National Quality Assurance and said, like, really? Like, we don't have a way to show this more clearly. And anyway, that was the answer we had. And I understand where they're coming from because that was the fair market value at December 31st. But I wanted to provide some extra dialogue on that. So the second new standard that we had this year related to asset retirement obligations. So you will have noticed the amount was just under $300,000. Let me find it here again. And the reason for that, it was $287,524. So as I said, just under $300,000. So there was a new handbook section that said, if the municipality has a legal obligation to deal with an issue when an asset is retired, a tangible capital asset is retired, then you have to account for by estimating that liability today. And so we had two areas that we had to look at. One was, we had many areas that we looked at, but we had two where we've identified asset retirement obligations. So one was asbestos in buildings. I believe there were 5 buildings or structures that we believe still contain asbestos that we have a legal obligation to abate at some point in time. And then the second thing was fuel tanks. Many of our fuel tanks are above ground and much less of a consideration, but we still do have some at Public Works that are underground. And so there's a legal obligation to make sure that those are dealt with properly as well. And so we've got about $171,000 related to asbestos and $116,000 related to fuel tanks. And of course, this is our best estimate. And the accounting for this is interesting. When my staff had done it, I'm like, are you sure that's right? And they assured me that it was. And then of course it was. So when you come up with what the asset retirement obligation is, you actually increase the cost of your tangible capital assets and set up the liability, which it just didn't make sense to me that you'd increase the cost. But that's because you now have the opportunity to write that off over the life of the asset, the remaining life of the asset. And then you may have noticed in the expense schedule, a new line with a small amount called accretion. And so every year we are going to basically apply inflation to that asset retirement obligation and increase it until it's dealt with. And so you will have seen a little bit of, I think it was about $6,500 in 2023 of the accretion. And so, we'll continue to have that there as well each year. Now, of course, one of the things that we'll do as part of the audit is to say, were there any asset retirement obligations that we didn't identify? Do you have any new tangible capital assets that have asset retirement obligations we need to worry about? And then even more important, were any of the fuel tanks or buildings with asbestos dealt with during the year so that we can relieve the liability of those? So that'll be something that we'll be grilling Treasury staff about every year. And I don't know if that's why she's frowning, but it might be. Last slide until I get to questions and thank yous. So other disclosures, you all have hundreds of pages of agenda you deal with. So I like to, if I need to point you in the right direction, of a couple of notes to look at. Note 13B, we did reference it quickly earlier, but this is the note that talks about the liability for the contaminated site or the terminals. And then note 21 is a commitment note regarding the new water treatment plant. And just, because it's such a large project, it's important for the reader of the financial statement to know that that's there, and also to know that a good chunk of that project is going to get picked up by our water partner, New Tech. So I have to thank Monica and Jennifer and their team. They're always amazing to deal with, and my staff love coming to the town. And I also have to thank my staff, Zach Telfer, Emily Irwin. I honestly don't remember who the other audit staff were on it, but they would have played a lesser role, certainly. They are really the ones that do the lion's share of this, and then I come as the talking head to deal with the tough questions, and but I couldn't do it without them, certainly. So I'd love to entertain your questions now.
Terrific. Thank you very much for a very thorough presentation, as always. I will just read the recommendation. Oops, sorry. Is there anyone online that cares to? Is there anyone in the gallery that has any questions or comments with regard to the presentation?
I thought it was the most interesting thing I've ever heard. Only because that's my field. So I was like, oh, I know what she's talking about. Sorry.
Great. Good. So thanks for that positive feedback, and I will read the motion in. And that is that the council hear and approve the 2023 audited financial statements as presented. And may I have a mover and a seconder? Councillor Potts and Councillor Ring. Okay, questions and comments? Okay, well, oh, there, Deputy Mayor.
Firstly, thank you, External Auditor Bragg, for your team's excellent work and working with Treasurer Quinlan's team leading up to you being prepared to present the audited 2023 financial statements. I think it's excellent work as usual. And at the outset, although I have some questions and comments, they're just as a result of some of the detail that is provided to us today. The 2023 financial statements are, as presented, are completely accurate, in my opinion. So no reflection on that is meant to be inferred. I read that statement mostly to get the thank yous in there because it is excellent work. I am a little frustrated because I have a number of things I want to discuss. But here we are, we're into our 7th hour of meeting, and I look out in the audience and there's a young person there who's trying to stay awake. I'm going to support receiving, but I will be pulling it at the council meeting, and I'll take my questions offline as usual and put them through. But I think there are areas that council should be discussing as a result of the information. I just am frustrated. Thank you.
Deputy Mayor, we do have the option to refer this to the next committee of the whole for discussion.
No, there's nothing wrong with what's presented statement-wise. I would not do that. I would just keep my comments until then.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, seeing no other questions or comments, we'll call the vote then to receive. All in favor and approve. And that carries unanimously. Okay, so we have one final report, and that is on municipal policing enhancement. And that is to be presented by our CAO, but she has graciously offered to allow our gallery guests to make comment with regard to, I guess, I'm assuming you're here in regard to 6th Street, and so council did want to defer any discussion until we heard from the public. So please, this is your opportunity. I'll just explain that you have 5 minutes. Each one of you has 5 minutes. And each presentation should be new discussion. So we don't want to hear the same thing over and over again. So with that said, please approach the podium and just introduce yourself.
Hello. Hello, Council. My name is Anne Cooper.
Oh, yeah, go ahead.
Glad to see you all here. I bought this on Saturday and it arrived this afternoon on my porch, which is kind of amazing. So thank you, Amazon. But I think it just, I don't normally dress like this for formal occasions like this, but it seemed to add an element of fun and people were enjoying it. So I am speaking for the trees. So we've made several points. There's been a lot of discussion on the Collingwood News and Commentary news page, as I'm sure all of you are aware, Facebook page that's administrated by Art Southern. So if you don't know that page, look it up and join, and you'll see the points that people have made. So this issue is the town realizes the need for increased pressure on the West End due to expanded development, water pressure, that is. And so presumably the initiative was to put in a new water main down the center of the road. So we've all learned many things about, underground infrastructure. And we were concerned about the trees because it looked like the trees would go in any proposal that was put forward by someone who is actively advocating for bike lanes, separate bike lanes. This person appears to be a lobbyist with official lobbyist credentials. So we were all just wondering what his connection or what his stake was in other than, a friendly interest in bike lanes. But really the important issue is the trees, maintaining the trees on the north side and preserving them as part of our heritage profile for the town. They're mature, they're healthy. No one has actually disagreed with that premise that the trees are healthy, with the exception of about 3, I think, ash trees that need to be removed, as all ash trees do need to be removed due to the beetle that's eating them. That is really the main thrust. The residents along 6th are not in favor of bike lanes on their side of the road. There's a hazard when you introduce an additional vehicular traffic path, okay, on a busy street that has many intersections, 5 between Ontario and High Street, and countless driveways. So while a separate bike lane is safe in many situations, such as the bike path down at the harbor front where there's no intersecting traffic, to put one inside of the boulevard on a street that has quite a few intersections and driveways turning is quite dangerous. And you can find more information, actually, articles that and references on that Facebook page where, people have done some research. There were people who were citing bike lanes as separate bike lanes as a safer issue. But as I said, there are situations where they're not safer, and 6th Street is one of them. But I digress from trees, okay? The trees are important. I spoke with an independent arborist, certified, educated, experienced arborist who, after I explained the situation in general terms, said that the trees would probably easily make it because the roots are not attracted towards the roadway so much. They're attracted towards loose soil and water, none of which are found under the compacted soil of the streetscape. A tree, a mature tree that's healthy can withstand up to 25% of its root loss without fatality to the tree. And the roots are quite, the extension periphery of the roots are quite large, extending 3 times the distance from the drip line, which is sort of the umbrella effect of the tree, if you know what I mean. there's every reason to preserve the trees. And as the more I look into it, there's fewer reasons to get rid of the trees. The trees provide shade. Someone once said, oh, you're getting rid of the trees and you're going to plant them at the rate of 2 to 1. And this is for the youth of tomorrow. We have to think about the future. To which I say, you also have to think about the present and the youth of today and the old people of today. They have a hard time walking. They do need to get out. A lot of the residents on that stretch of the street are mature. There aren't too many children on that street. And, you know, the trees are necessary. They're desirable from many perspectives. So I think my 5 minutes is up. So I do hope that whatever plan you go with, that the trees on the north side are preserved. From what I've looked at, the south side is not really looking too good as a location either because of several issues. One being the permanent narrowness of the bridge over the Oak Street Creek, which was built only 3 years ago or so, and it can't be expanded unless you wreck that bridge, unless you tear it down and put a new bridge in, which is extremely expensive. And I don't know if you're all aware of that. Have people heard this before? You've read the page? I don't know. But I did go and have a look at it. So I encourage you, you know, if someone complains about something, for example, it's a good idea for council to go out and actually look at it and decide for themselves. You know, I don't make the decisions. I'm just here to make points, tell you what I've researched, show you what I support. You know, I'm a tax-paying resident. So I think that's it for now. Okay. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you very much for your comments. Is there anyone who wishes to speak who may offer a different perspective or additional information?
Hello, Council. My name is Leslie Coots. I don't really have anything else to add, as Anne really put everything really eloquently. But I did start the petition because I'm really passionate about saving these trees. And I really hope you guys do consider that they're important. They're important for our children. As you can see, my daughter's here. And I just hope that, you know, you can consider some other options. And that being said, I also think it would be a really great idea to have an initiative set in place so that we don't have to go through this process again. So I just hope you can consider that as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Can I add one more thing? I know I've already spoken. Is that okay?
Is there anyone else who wishes to speak?
That Susan's going to surrender her 5 minutes to me, but I won't take more than one. Okay. Is that all right?
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
I just further to my other point about the bridge.
Yes.
And the point of taking a look out on 6th Street in that area. The gas station has large underground fill tanks that are adjacent to the road. I'm not sure exactly how far in they are from the road, but any kind of movement, pavement there would potentially be dangerous or not allowed as a part of the environmental assessment. The telephone poles, the electrical utility poles are quite close to the curb there as well. So I'm not sure if they would have to be relocated if you were considering doing something on the south side. So these are things that you can go and see, as well as the number of trees that are within the municipal boulevard and would have to be removed if something were to go in on the south side. And I encourage you to read the article from Forbes regarding the safety or the negative aspects of separated bike lanes, as well as the report of the U.S. Congresswoman who was killed by a turning truck when she was biking down a separated bike lane and the truck turned in across her. Of course, not seeing her, she didn't see it. And that's the danger of having the separation. The safer solution, actually, the other gentleman who's talking about it with me on the way down, sorry, I'm getting kind of dry. The safer solution might be a wider painted lane with a small curb, as you may have seen in other cities. A small curb that has a beveled top so that you don't simply hit it and bounce back dangerously or off the road. It's a separation from traffic, but it allows drivers to see bikes. It allows bikes to see cars. So actually it was demonstrated on the graphic that was shown by the landscape architect for the plan down at the harbor front. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments. Okay, it looks like we've got one more. Hi, welcome. And
I hope we can consider saving the trees for our community because they're good and keep us alive and they're healthy for us. They're good for oxygen, they're good for other things, and they give us shade and they're very appreciative to us.
Thank you. Yes, and your name? Yes. Can I have your name too?
Okay, sorry. My name is Harlow Coots.
Thank you very much, Harlow. Appreciate your comments.
You're welcome.
Okay, are there any other comments from the gallery? Well, we appreciate you coming and we appreciate your comments. So thank you. So I will just then move on to our, okay. Sorry, just got to get the number. Yeah, yeah. Thank you. Sorry. Committee, I just was double checking our item number here, and it's 14.2.3. Report CAO 2024-05 agreement for municipal policing enhancement with Ontario Provincial Police. And CAO Skinner is going to do this presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. This one, in every likelihood, is a housekeeping type report unless council wish to change some of its previous direction. As people on council are aware, but the public may not be, the policing in Collingwood is provided by the OPP. However, they're under contract with council for the provision of local policing, so that policing is paid for by our residents' land taxes. And there's been a change in the legislation and more recently an adjustment in one of the regulations. And as a part of that, the OPP, the Police Bureau, has set out a new approach to their contracting where the bulk of the policing is provided without a contract when one signs on. When a municipality signs on. However, there is an agreement with the appropriate council for any additional work or enhanced services. Collingwood has had enhanced services for some time with a school resource officer. So the ministry has required that council recommit to the school resource officer. In 2024, the annual cost for that officer, including their vehicle and other requirements such as uniform fees, was about just under 200,000, 196,571, and that will vary by year depending on things like inflation. The ministry is offering councils a 3, 4, 5, or 6-year term, but there is a provision to cancel with 1-year written notice. No incentives have been provided, for or against the longer commitments. So the motion that's provided here is a proposed 3-year commitment, but certainly the mover could adjust that if they wished. And we'd be happy to answer any questions, but I think this would just continue the current setup. And I will mention that while the contract is with council, we have under the legislation a police services board that does do a number of things related to the direction of the police, including the setting of community priorities for our police force. Thank you.
Thank you very much, CAO. I'm assuming that we still have no one online and there is no one in the gallery. So I will quickly read in the recommendation and then turn it over to committee. And that is, and actually in this case, the mover would have to indicate whether their motion is for council to accept or not to accept the proposed school resource officer. So with that in mind, I read out the recommendation and then turn it over to a mover and a seconder. So that is that staff report CAO 2024-05, agreement for municipal policing enhancement with Ontario Provincial Police be received, and that council does or does not commit to the proposed school resource officer and instruct the CAO and clerk to finalize a proposed agreement with the OPP for a 3-year commitment. Councillor Jeffrey.
I would so move with that council does commit.
And seconder, Deputy Mayor. Questions, Councillor Ring.
Trying to get you to recognize me before we got this far, because I'd like to declare a conflict of interest. The current resource officer for the OPPs is my cousin, so I think I should leave the room.
Okay. Sorry about that. I thought you were chomping at the bit to be the mover. Okay. Okay, so we recognize that Councillor Ring declared a conflict. Councillor Baines, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Chair. Just a quick logistical question. I'm sorry if I didn't pick this up. Is that a 3-year fixed contract, or is there inflation in the second and third year? Or?
CAO?
Thank you. Through you. The prices do change each year, generally based on the overall costs of the OPP apportioned among the municipalities. There's a base cost as well as a cost for the type of services that are provided. And for this one, I'm almost certain, but not 100%, that there are minor changes each year, tracking with an index.
So we have to budget in subsequent years for year 2 and 3, obviously, right?
Yes, that is correct.
Thank you. No further questions.
Thank you, Councillor Baines. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Chair Doherty. And I was just going to say a little bit ago, Council supported the county motion to request schools to consider allowing school resource officer to be in schools again. When we supported that, I don't believe we were looking at the function of the school resource officer at this point in time as not being beneficial. They continue to do great work. Constable Deneen, I'm assuming, it has managed to still participate the way that we would want to see a school resource officer participating, in my view, just as I say. And I do believe there's still some good discussion going on between the school board and the OPP in that regard. So I'm definitely supportive of continuing in spite of the other part of it. Yeah.
Thank you. That was my kind of leading into my question, and that was, if the school boards are not allowing the police resource into the schools, then what would be the function of this person? Or perhaps it sounds as though we do have someone operating, and maybe we could elaborate on what they are doing. Thank you. Sounds like Councillor Jeffrey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I think the mayor and I have been updating council with respect to the ability of the SRO to pivot and to provide the programming outside of an actual attendance within the school. And I do believe that our detachment commander and the applicable school boards are working together towards, and things may evolve to something even better. I think I'm very optimistic about where it's heading. And I think it would, given what SRO Deneen is contributing to us through all the other programs by pivoting outside, that it would be an awful loss for us not to keep that in place. So,
thank you, Councillor Jeffrey. Mayor Hamlin.
Yeah, I'll just say as the other member of the Police Services Board on council, I'll just adopt everything Councillor Jeffrey said. The school board and the police detachment are working together, and this would be a terrible loss if we didn't continue. She's a valuable resource to our community.
Okay. Thank you. I guess the other comment that I would make is, given the change in the legislation and the relationship that now the police services and the board have with the municipality, would there be an opportunity, and I don't really know who to pose this to, I guess, Councillor Jeffrey, are you still chair of that? Vice chair. Right. Would there be an opportunity to have a presentation or a deputation from the either commander or detachment commander Litcherson or the board as to the highlights of the changes in the legislation and what impacts that might have on community servicing, and in particular, any updates to our community servicing or community police services?
Sorry, through you to the CAO, I believe that our chair, Claire Tucker, was going to attend to update on the OPP detachment board changes. And I'm not sure why that didn't occur, because we did all the committee updates to council. And I think that one, for some reason, was supposed to occur and has not occurred. So I think the short answer then is yes, for sure. You can rely on having Chair Tucker come forward to update you on the changes to the board. And I know we've been very forthright in terms of developing things like communications between council and the detachment board. But I know that the chair would be happy to come and attend.
Yes, that would be great. Presentation to council and to the public. Thank you. Okay, so we have no unregistered deputations. 14.4 reports and minutes of other committees of boards. We have none. 14.5, is there any old or deferred business? Oh. Sorry. Yeah, Council. Yeah. Oh. Yes, my apologies. But oh, then you have to go back. We haven't voted on it. Yeah, sorry. Sorry. We didn't vote yet.
Not registered deputation.
We were.
Yes, absolutely. Okay, then I will call the vote now. All in favor? And that carries unanimously. Councillor Ring, come on back. There he is.
Had I stayed on my feet.
Okay, item 14.5, old or deferred business. 14.6, other business, public back lanes. Councillor Potts, you're on.
Thanks, Chair Doherty. I won't take a lot of time on this, given the time of night. Just over the last, I guess, few weeks, there's been some inquiries about some lane maintenance within our, I guess, our public lanes, and the CAO has confirmed that she's still looking into some of the inquiries, which is I appreciate. I just think town-wide, and forgive me, and Councillor Jeffrey and I were talking about a master plan that was in the works right now, and she's going to remind me here in a minute of what one we were referring to. But the back lanes, when it comes to future parking and just maintenance, and just, I guess, the fairness of equity when it comes to you know, some lanes are getting maintained, some lanes aren't getting maintained. Some are, you know, can be used for, you know, back entrance parking. So I think it just to, whether it's a future policy or just to, you know, clarify what can be maintained and what's not maintained, and an inventory of them as well, I think would be very helpful. And and what that'll do is it'll hopefully eliminate the, you know, they're getting looked after and we're not type deal. So I don't know if this is something that, you know, I can bring a motion forward next meeting or whatnot, and maybe the CAO's got some comments on that. Thanks.
Thank you. CAO.
Thank you. I think we've been looking at this in a light way over the past few days and a week or two. Director Slama may have something to add. I was sort of thinking that if we could work with Councillor Potts on a potential notice of motion, either we'll find we have all the information that he requires without one and it's at our fingertips. And if not, then a notice of motion could outline the extent of the information requested and then some idea of how much work it might take, and then council could vote on it in an upcoming meeting.
Does that sound like a plan?
Yeah, just to follow up, and I fully appreciate it. I fully understand that it's probably not a major priority. When I speak to the parking, I look at the older parts of you know, like our Maple Street and issues. So that's one thing. And then I also look at a lot of lanes where, you know, if residents are being told that there is no maintenance, there are hydro lines and hydro poles that do run through the back lanes. And I just look at, you know, looking at keeping maintenance up to ensure that they can be accessible. So I'll certainly work offline with that. But and I'm hoping that we can get that one issue addressed in the next couple of weeks through the commitment that the CAO had made with me. So I'll leave it at that for tonight, and I appreciate it. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Potts. Councillor Jeffrey.
I'm only going to do one tonight, and actually what Councillor Potts and I talked about was the master mobility and transportation plan in terms of the parking impacts that the lanes could have in the downtown core. So my only other is just to remind everyone that the FCM Sustainable Community Conference is happening. This is a save the date, February 10th to 13th in Fredericton, New Brunswick. And I think all of the great initiatives that we have going on in Collingwood, that it, you know, would be of interest to staff and or council members, a few, to go out, check it out and see the testimonials and maybe even see ourselves there in some way of the good work that we're doing. And I have lots of others. I'm saving them.
Thank you, Councillor Jeffrey. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Chair Doherty, and also very quickly, because I think what I would like to do is just maybe ask if in the future, with some of the updates we get, if one could include, great that the splash pad is open. I'd be really interested in hearing an update on how it's performed. And I don't need to hear it tonight. I just think it would be interesting to get a report with the operation last year. we were looking at a certain amount of potable water being used, and it was a very low amount with the recirculation system. So I'd be interested to get an update at some point in time about that. And then the other one, because it's kind of that season, I was thinking about the food truck situation and the chipper down at the Sunset Point, and I wouldn't mind understanding how it's determined about food truck operation, permanent or just temporary, and that type of thing. And again, it doesn't have to happen tonight. It's just something that I would be interested in.
Thank you. I think the clerk is going to be able to help us out on that one.
Thank you. Through Chair Doherty, I can actually do this one very quick. The annual food vendor business licensing component, it is basically a lottery that happens for the various locations that are throughout the town of Collingwood that are within our public facilities. The only one I know for a fact is we have 6 spaces available behind the Millennium Park. And I think there was only 3 applications for that area this year. And right now there's only one that's confirmed that they would go there. As for permanent concessions, the only one that I'm currently aware of operating throughout the summer months would be the chipper at Sunset Point Park. And that was an open call to market for that opportunity. And so it's still under contract, but I could confirm the dates, but it's still under contract.
That's great. I didn't know that there could be a Coles Notes of food trucks, so that's great.
Great. Thank you. Okay, so item 14.7 has been deferred. Oh, sorry, Councillor Rigg, did you have?
Yeah, were we still on other business?
Yes.
I'm just going to make a note that I brought it up a while ago, and I think Councillor Potts as well, and I've never heard anything back from it, but it wasn't a direct direction to staff to bring back anything. I just thought maybe parking along St. Marie Street between Hume Street and Hamilton Street still seems to be an issue with the residents. And I was just wondering if I could bring maybe something back at some point about having street parking on the west side of the street, only say from after 5 o'clock and before 8 o'clock in the morning.
Right.
Okay.
Thank you. Clerk Thomas, are you able to comment on that now?
I believe it's actually within our operational plan. And I think the priority of it, though, has it the end of this year, the end of next year. And I would probably look to CEO Skinner or Director Slama.
Director Slama?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you, yes, I agree with Clerk Almas. It is within our operational plan for 2024 with a date for probably Q3 or Q4 to be confirmed, but it is in the plan.
Thank you, Director Slama.
I just may have a follow up on that.
Yes.
Is it something that maybe I can make a notice of motions that maybe we can speed it up? There's some elderly people live along there, and they're scared to get back out of their driveway. In fact, one elderly gentleman has his wife go out and direct him out because he can't see for the cars parked up and down the street. So I mean, that's to wait another year. I just don't know whether that's a good idea.
So yes, you could bring a notice of motion.
I won't. You want me to do something tonight, or just notice that I would?
Okay.
Thank you.
If you could
work with
the clerk on that one.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, then, if there is nothing else, then I will ask for a motion to rise from Committee of the Whole. Councillor Potts, seconded by Mayor Hamlin. All in favor? And we will.
Okay, so the last item on the agenda before we move to the adjournment is the confirmatory bylaw. Look, and it's as follows: that bylaw number 2024-047 being a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of the regular meeting of council held June 17, 2024, be enacted and passed the 17th day of June, 2024. Mover and a seconder, please. Councillor Potts, Councillor Perry seconded that. All those in favor? Thank you. And Councillor Jeffrey has moved an adjournment. All those in favor? Thanks so much, everyone.